Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Good morning. It's day two, and day two, yes, indeed. As we get prepared to go on a journey, we will definitely have all of the things going on that goes on all day long. And of course, I'm Eric Kelly III, and want to welcome you to the Black Business Network. This is a network, a 24-hour network that inspires, educates, and empowers business owners from across the world. And of course, today we're going to have so many businesses to talk to you today about business. On Tuesday, we always talk about marketing. We talk about branding. We talk about advertising. We talk about merchandising. We talk about business from a Black perspective. Today's guest is going to be Kimberly Winborn. She's a win strategist. And right now, I'd like to bring Kim up. Good morning, Kim. How's it going?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm just doing just wonderful. You know, Kim, before you get started, would you please let everybody know your website and an email so they can get in contact with you as we prepare for another great day? And I see we got people here already. Somebody's hitting the good morning. You know, yesterday we had a great time with Fran Harris. We had a great time with so many people who came in to talk about business. And today you're coming in to talk about business. And you know, when you get ready to come back, we'll have another host here and he'll do what he does as I'm going to step out. But I wanted to say, first of all, good morning and good morning to all of the audience. Remember, this is a scholarship foundation, the Black Business Scholarship Foundation. We do it because to raise scholarships for kids to go to college. We give out 10 scholarships. 5 of those scholarships goes to kids who want to be in business. And then 5 go to kids who want to be entrepreneurs. And one of the things we want to say this morning, as we look ready and get prepared for a great day, we want to say to you, Kimberly Winborn, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the beautiful, the lovely Miss Kimberly Winborn. And I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. I am excited to be here. Another year. This is my 3rd year that Dr. Kelly asked me to come and speak for Black Business Expo. I've been able to speak about communications and how we can grow our businesses and our revenue through building relationships, networking, and communicating effectively. Last year, I was able to come and speak on finance, and I'm back this year to speak on finance once again. I love it. I'm excited. If anyone would like to, thank you, Zelda, for confirming that I'm loud and clear. I appreciate you. If anyone would like to reach out to me, follow me, I can be found at Kimberly Winborn LLC here on Facebook. I can also be found at Kimberly Winborn on LinkedIn and all other social media platforms at The Praying CEO. My media company is Coffee and Collaborations Media. And so you can find me at Coffee and Collaborations Media as well on all networks. And why I'm excited about Coffee and Collaborations Media is because it gives me an opportunity to do exactly what I'm going to talk about today, which is to help entrepreneurs, to help my community, which so many of us have a desire in our hearts to help our community, to create a legacy that that we can look back on, or our generations can look back on and be proud of, that we can do those things, and we can do it through our services, our acts, such as my media company, such as Kimberly Winborn LLC, and the work that I do. And so what I'm able to do through my media company is give entrepreneurs and business owners and community organizations an opportunity to get their messages out there, whether it's as a podcast host, a TV show, a magazine, blog, whatever. And a lot of times we don't have the resources and tools at our disposal, or we don't have the education and information or money to get the things that we need. And so if we can work together to be able to help each other, which I think that's what this is all about, the Black Business Expo, not being one entity, but being a full body, being a full group that can work together so that each person plays a role, a major role in helping to strengthen and build the Black economics, the Black community, your own personal, individual household, and so on. And so, again, my name is Kimberly Winborn. I am a CEO of Kimberly Winborn LLC. And so let's get started. Today, we're going to talk about finance. We're going to talk about Black economics just a little bit based on some statistics that I found in research and through Wikipedia. But first, I want to ask you how you're doing this morning and where you're listening from. And as you put that in the comments, how you're doing and where you're listening from, another question that I want to ask you is, are you happy with your financial vision that you have for your family, for you and your family? Do you feel as if you are able to achieve that with the path that you're on right now? So yes or no, do you feel like you're able to achieve your financial goals for you and your family and community at large with what you're doing right now? And a lot of times people say, I'm doing okay. Sometimes people say, I'm definitely not on track. And then in other situations, people are on track. They have a plan, but they want more. That is why so many new things are coming up that more people are becoming exposed to. It's not new to us. It's not new to the world, but unfortunately, many people haven't been exposed to information that is right out there available to help us to grow wealth, to build wealth, to strategize our wealth goals. But it's so possible. And so a little bit about my company, our hashtag, our message, our theme is that we are born to win. Good morning, Durham, North Carolina. I think I may need to make changes to achieve my financial goals. That's a transparent, honest statement. And so many agree and believe that. And so good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for putting that in the comments. And many of us are walking in helplessness and hopelessness around our finances. And so what happens is we begin to just do what we've always done. Go shopping whenever you see the latest sale. We begin to do the same thing we always did, right? Buy one, get one free. To prepare for Christmas or just because you want it or whatever. We just do the same things that we've been taught by our families to go out of town, not to just have a nice vacation, but we go out of town to shop and spend money that we actually shouldn't be spending. We're going to talk today about how we can do things different, right? We can still have some fun. But as a community, the African American community, unfortunately, has a lot of disparity and a lot of gaps when it comes to us and other races. And I know we're tired of hearing it, but the facts are the facts, right? The facts are the facts. We may be tired of hearing it, but until we do something to change it, they're going to remain the facts. And so, like I was saying, my theme for Kimberly Winborn LLC is Born to Win. And I want to get closer to say it again. We are born to win. We are put here to win. And that's a play on my name, Kimberly Winborn, Born to Win. That's what we're talking about today in our finances. We are born to win, right? But we have to have a mindset shift in order to do so. We got to get some new information in order to do so. But it's so accessible to you and it's so possible. We are born to do what? Somebody put it in the comments what I say. We are born to win. And so today we're going to talk about some facts that you may or may not know, you may or may not have heard. And so let me share my screen. Go here. Give me 1 second. Thank you for putting all of that in the comments. We are born to win. That's right. All right. Share screen. Let me go to the Chrome tab. Here we go. Share. Present. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is go look at the screen to be sure that you guys can see my screen, okay? And also, what I would challenge you to do Today, this morning, and throughout the day, share the Black Business Expo. Share, because it's on. I woke up this morning and started looking at some of the ones that I missed yesterday. There are some powerful speakers, some great information. So make sure you share right now if you're listening and you can. Go ahead and share this broadcast with your network so that Dr. Eric Kelly and all the team and what they're trying to do can gain the exposure to grow, right? Gain the exposure to grow so that they can continue to help more entrepreneurs, more Black businesses to be exposed so that they can grow. And I love that because that's what my company is about. Creating opportunities and resources for entrepreneurs to grow, to build and strengthen revenue. All right, so you guys know who I am. Kimberly Winborn, LLC, Communications and Finance Consultants. Facts, 14.1 trillion. According to Experience 2019 Consumer Debt Study, the total consumer debt in the United States is at 14.1 trillion and rising. I should have put that in there, but we all know Americans carry an average personal debt of $90,460. Now, if you're an American, you're carrying an average debt of about $90,000, but in many cases, not even making half of that. Think about that disparity and think about how that can truly affect your family, right? One of the things that consumer debt, a lot of people don't know what consumer debt is. So I'm going to break that down for you really quickly. Consumer debt is that debt that you spend where you're financing pretty much. It's like credit cards. It's like getting financing that furniture, you know, all of those things. It's that sort of thing. There's debt like student loans, houses, cars, you know, those sort of things. And then there's consumer debt. That's the shopping, the going to the Gap, they're going to your favorite store, getting a credit card, swiping, consumer debt. Okay, so that's a quick summary of what consumer debt is. And that's at 14.1 trillion. Total consumer debt totaled 4.144 trillion in the third quarter of 2019, a 4.7% increase from the third quarter of 2018. So a year, it increased 4.7%. That's a major increase, which means that 2019 was a record high year for consumer debt. We were spending, y'all. As Bloomberg study, Bloomberg.com showed that there was a decline in the personal consumer debt because there was a drop in outstanding credit card debt during 2021. Why? Coronavirus, right? COVID-19 shut down, limited consumer spending and households. Household debt rose to 14.3 trillion through the first 3 months of 2020. So let's think about that for a minute. And I'm leaving this up here for a second so you can read it for yourself. I know I'm reading fast. So think about that for a second. 2019 was our record highest year for consumer debt. We came into 2020 at 14.3 trillion. That's 0.2 trillion more dollars than was in 2019. So we're on the rise to spending in 2020, right? We're getting it as an American country. Then the coronavirus happens. People don't have the same resources, the finances. People are losing jobs. Different things are occurring, and it shuts down the consumer debt. Some can look at this as a good thing. Some can look at this as a bad thing. It depends on the scope that you're looking through and the lens. What we're going to look through, the lens that we're going to look through today is how, as a household, it helped many people to actually take a look at where they were financially, where they are financially, so that they can adjust because they had to, they were forced to, and then therefore move forward. Many of us learned how to do a couple of the things that we're going to talk about a little bit later, which is we learned to delay gratification and have some long-term vision because we were in a survivorship. We were in a survivor sort of mode, right? We had to live, right? We had to feed our families. We had to continue on, but we had to adjust some things because we didn't have the same money. So we couldn't go out and eat out all the time. A lot of the restaurants were closed anyway. We couldn't go out and spend like crazy. Even though Amazon was right at our disposal and they were rising in numbers, still our debt, consumer debt, was going down. And so everything that happens in the world affects everything else. And we're going to look at that from the lens of an African American in a moment, okay? everything. But remember, economically, one major thing can affect so many things. And in America, we are very want over needs. We are spoiled. How many people? I'm joking, but I was gonna raise your hand if you know you're spoiled. I'm joking though. Don't raise your hand, but know it for yourself. Know that if you need to improve, the you that has goals for the future to do and be more, but you're not walking in the actions and activities that are going to take you there. But you know you're born to win, but you may not be doing the intentions to get you there, the intentions, which are an aim or a plan to get you there, then you got to change some things. Facts. Mortgage loans were at $19.6 trillion. Around the same time, auto loans, 1.3 trillion. Student loans, 1.4 trillion. 10.8% is the default rate of student loans that were 90 days or more delinquent at the beginning of 2020. But the CARES Act adjusted this. That's the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, which was implemented to help many due to COVID-19. And now we're waiting for Biden, right? Biden-Harris to say, we're going to wipe out student loans. Everybody's waiting. But we have to look at that from an economic perspective, which is how I look at things. From a financial view, what is going to happen if they do eliminate the student loans? What do you guys think? I know many people are like, look, it's going to be great for my household, but what do you think as an economy is going to happen? And so when we look at these numbers, we look at the mortgage loans going up. It's good to own property. It's good to have a home, all of those things. Not all debt is bad debt. It's good to have a car. Sometimes we can't get a car and pay cash for it. So we do something called financing, same thing with a home. And so we have to be wise about the way that we do those sort of things. Many of us buy a car because we say we can afford the payment. However, if you look at your budget, and many of us do not have a budget, come on now, but we should have a budget, which is a guide, a GPS, a map to help us to make wise decisions about our future and what we want for our future, right? We got to have a budget if we want our children to go off to college and thrive and not be in a situation that many of us were in where we were paying student loans and coming out of college with $40,000+ in debt at the age of 21, 22. We all have dreams. We all have goals. We've all been told that this is the right way over here, but it's not the way that is going to help us achieve the things that we want to achieve. These facts are true indeed, and they're ever changing, ever rising, ever falling. What you have to focus on is not what we have to focus on. It's not what's happening with our neighbor. They pull up in a new Porsche. It's not what's happening with our neighbor. It's what's happening in our own backyards, our own homes, our own situations. And so that linear focus is what's going to help us to achieve wealth and put a bridge into that wealth gap, eliminating the disparity. We as a people have to change our mindset by first getting education, investing in ourselves. Those of you who are here this morning, round of applause to you. Those of you who were here yesterday and will be here throughout the day that are here to glean on these speakers and learn something new for yourself. I applaud you. These are the facts. And we can move forward if we just say, okay, today I'm making a new choice. I'm going to win, and it's on. It's on, right? So according to research from the Economic Policy Institute, nearly half of working age families have nothing saved in retirement accounts. And that median working age is about 32 to 61. That group had only $7,800 saved in 2016. Now you're going to retire. Who can retire? Raise your hand. Do you think you can retire on $7,800? $7,800? Say you have a spouse and together you have $7,800 doubled. Can you still retire? $7,800. What is that? $15,600 as a couple? That's my quick math. I hope it was right. 4 out of every 100 Americans will be financially secure at retirement, according to a research study done in 2000 by the Office of Research, Evaluation, and Statistics, which is a division of the Social Security Administration. And so back then, 21 years ago, only 4 out of every 100 Americans were going to be financially secure at retirement. That left 96. Do you think those numbers have improved or decreased? Because as a society, as a culture, American culture, but especially African Americans, we're not saving even as well as the people back in 2000. So what do you think about those numbers? Do you think that it's still 4 out of every 100 or it's less? So an analysis by the Economic Policy Institute using data from 2013 showed that a typical couple in the 56 to 61 age bracket had just $17,000 set aside. So you fast forward about 13, let's see, what was that? 2016 was $7,800 as an individual. If you put them together, that's about $15,600 as a couple. They did an analysis in 2013 that said that only about a couple had only about $17,000. So look at that. Those numbers went down from 2013 to 2016 when it came to retirement. That proves my last point, that the numbers are not necessarily growing when it comes to being prepared as a American culture, but definitely as African American culture when it comes to retirement. So this is supposed to be how we live. This is supposed to be enough, right? And I know these facts are tough. Let's talk about some more facts. They're tough, but they're reality. And what's the saying? Once you know better, you can do better, right? Once you know better, you can do better. You can change your intention and create a new plan to achieve more. We all want to achieve more. According to a 2011 study from Pew Research Center, whites possess 20 times more wealth than African American and 18 times that of Latinos. So 20 times more wealth whites possess than African Americans. As shown on YourWeb.com, of the 14 million Black households in the US in 2015, only 5% had more than $350,000 in net worth. And less than 1% of Black families had over 1 million in net assets. Less than 1%. According to Thomas Shapiro, let me tell you who Thomas Shapiro is. All right, Thomas Shapiro is a professor of sociology and public policy at Brandeis University. He is the author of a book called The Hidden Cost of Being African American and the co-author of Black Wealth / White Wealth. So he says in 2004, white families possess between 3 and 5 times as much wealth as equally achieving Black middle class families. Disparities. Look at that gap. That racial wealth gap. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Many people would say as a result of history. Absolutely. It's a result of history. But then also, once you receive great information, it's as a result of mindset, what we've been taught and how we've been taught. And many African Americans have not been taught information on how to transfer wealth from generation to generation. Unfortunately, but this is our time. Our time is now. Our time is now. Why is our time now? Because we can't go back. We can't go back to before. We can't go back and change anything in the past. So we have to focus on the now in our own homes, and then that's going to affect the community around us, and then we can move forward to change these numbers. It is alarming that they say that we're about 268 years behind our white counterparts when it comes to wealth, when it comes to generational wealth. But we could change that. I don't know about you, but I believe it. And my intention, aim, or plan daily is to do something different in order to achieve that, in order to win. To live out the life that I was born to, which is born to win, right? All right. We have to educate ourselves now for present and future generations. Are y'all still with me? What can improve our current and future positions as a people? Number one of my favorite things, collaboration. I mentioned to you earlier, I have a media network called Coffee and Collaborations. We as individuals work together. My TV show, Love and Flow TV, we are actually having a broadcast, a new episode this Saturday, so tune in at 7 o'clock. But anyway, you can go to Coffee and Collaborations Media. That is a diverse group of 4 women, including myself, right? We all do different things: marketing, branding, finances. One is a mortgage lender and a life coach. I'm a certified financial education instructor and communications consultant. Another one is an event planner. We do project management. The point is we have a different set of skills, some overlapping each other. Some of us do the same thing, but you know what? With collaboration, there's no competition. There's no competition. We can elevate and edify one another in order for us to evolve. And there's no competition. Do you guys know how exponentially your finances will grow as an entrepreneur if you partner with someone else? In collaboration, you keep your vision, they have their vision, you bring them together, and you create a power-packed punch that is going to infiltrate the masses in your community, and then in turn help to grow your revenue so that you can continue to plant more and more seeds that will produce a harvest. Collaboration helps us to grow our communities, to grow our mindsets, to grow our opportunities, and absolutely to grow our finances. Collaboration is a tool to help us to overcome these disparities. Anybody got an amen out there? Yes, collaboration is an opportunity to win. All right. What else can improve our current and future positions as a people? Educating our youth to have an investment mindset, not a consumer, I want mindset, but an investment mindset that says, because I have a vision that is further than me, a dream that is achievable, that is down the road, I can implement things now in order to win. Such as, I think it was Dion Blanks that was on yesterday talking about stocks and investments and just different things like that. Well, absolutely. I was like, go, yes. Yes, what she was saying is true around the youth. If we give them the seeds and the tools now, the things that we didn't have access to, which is why I do youth events and help parents get educated on how that they can spread this message of financial wealth and investment to their youth. And I know so many other people of my colleagues and associates who do the same. Help teens and young people. I had my daughter reading finance books as soon as she could read. I would have her reading a chapter a day. She might read it slow. It might take her a bit of time, but I'd rather her read that than a whole bunch of fairy tale stuff all the time that's not true in reality. It's cool to have some fun. It's cool to have the illusions, but we also have to get back to the real, right? We got to get back to the real when it comes to in educating our children and our youth. So number 2, what can improve our current and future positions as a people? Educating our youth to have an investment mindset. Invest in Nike, invest in GameStop or whatever. Invest in these games that you're playing, Roblox, all these different things. Invest in YouTube, invest in different things after doing study and determining what is the best plan for your dollar to compound, which we'll talk about as a principle in a second. Instead of just going out and buying all the time. I want. Let's focus on what I need, and I can get the things that I want along the way as a result of focusing on the need. That is just how life works. You focus on the things that you need. You focus on the plans, the goals, and put the intentions in place and action to achieve those, and you receive the wants along the way. It just so happens that that's what occurs. Next, incorporate principles that position us to achieve long-term gains individually and collectively. We can improve our current and future positions as a people by incorporating principles that position us to achieve long-term gains individually and collectively. So what are your thoughts on this? You put those in the comments. What are your thoughts on what can we do to improve our current and future positions as a people? Put that in the comments. Put that in the comments for me. Tell me your thoughts. All right, so I'm here to remind you that you're born to win. I have a program called the Debt Detox, and that is about 30 days to cleansing the poor financial habits, the toxic habits that hold us back. And we start with habits. We start with habits and mindset. Anybody ever heard that it takes about 21 days to adjust a habit in order to move forward from that? Well, many times you adjust that habit, you're on the right path, but then those old behaviors begin to come back, right? Why do those old behaviors come back? Because of mindset. Because of mindset. What you have in your brain is ingrained, and it's a powerful tool that can help you to achieve or help you to fail. Your mindset is something that is going to position you for greatness or not, and that's your choice. So we can implement these habits, but our mindset is what's going to help us to achieve them and achieve our success long term, financially, as a community, as a people. Our mindset is going to help us to be collaborative over competitive, right? Our mindset is going to help us to not need to have our face on everything and be the voice of everything, but to be able to sit back and provide resources, tools, and all of those things behind the scenes for the collective full vision, working together to achieve more. Working together to achieve more. Seek wisdom first. That is what's going to help us in our journey to achieve financial freedom, to achieve financial success, to achieve our financial goals. Seek wisdom first. All right. The debt detox, we focus on mindset. Dreams versus dreads is a big component of that. A couple of the mindsets that we focus on in the 30 days, I'm going to just kind of run over really quickly so we can move forward. The 30 days to cleansing people from toxic financial habits. And many of us as African Americans and as an American culture have been taught some very toxic financial habits. Unfortunately, in the schools, as we've heard over and over again and lived, we're not taught how to do a lot of things that are necessary for longevity of great financial principles and financial success, when that would be the perfect opportunity while we have to be there for 12 years of our lives. And then for those who continue on, that should be a foundational thing, but it's not. So many of us are left out there kind of dangling, unless we have a parent or a mentor or something like that helps us. We're lost. And so I'm going to run through these really quickly. In my course, I break them down, but we talk through mindset first in order to overcome habits. We as a people have to overcome our mindset so we can overcome habits so that we can eliminate the toxicity and win. Money as a mystery, that is a mindset. Money as a master, that is a mindset. It could be for or against you. Money as a monster, that is a mindset. A person slave to debt and paying bills, and money is like, dun, dun, dun. Money as a major, that is a mindset. The focus is to only get money. And this could be a great or horrible mindset. Money as a motivator, that is a mindset. Should money motivate you? Sometimes that's the root, as one of this great book says, that the love of money is the root of all evil. So we have to be careful with money motivating us. Money as a manipulator, that is a mindset. Using money as power. Money is a minimizer. That's a mindset. I would love to have time to break down these mindsets for you, but just stay tuned. I'll give you some information on how to get in touch with me so that maybe you could join the class and we can work through this together. Money as a maximizer, that is a mindset. Money is a tool, and it helps us to serve our purpose. Money as a monument, money defines this person. Money as a menace, this person is destructive with money. They gamble, do horrible things when it comes to money. It nurtures their addictions. Money as a means. Money as a means to live out purpose. And on this slide, I want to ask you, how many of you would like to live out your purpose, to have enough money to do so, to have enough money to live out your purpose, to give back to your higher calling? How many of you would like to do that? All it is getting the right mindset and implementing the right habits, which include commitment, discipline, accountability, and some principles that I'm about to talk about. That's what it takes. And as an African-American community, we are in a state that over the years and years, we can't seem to 100% overcome. Many of us are making way more money, doing way better, but a lot of times not giving back in the ways that in the beginning we said we would, right? Or not implementing financial principles and skills and tools. And it's not just us. It's not just us, but we have such a disparity that we do have to have a mindset that feeds a bigger purpose to giving back to the community, our pouring back into our communities. I believe that if more of us did that, had the idea and intention to pour back into our communities, give back, not because we can get a write-off, which is a good thing, but because it's in our heart, oh my gosh, we can absolutely grow and close in this wealth gap. Be able to create jobs for more people in our communities. That's why I love entrepreneurship, because it helps us to be job creators, employers. It helps us to build a legacy. It helps us to have an influence on the future of our communities. So the principles that we focus on: long-term vision, giving, delayed gratification, the power of compounding, and being a good steward. Those are the things I want you to think about today. When it comes to the state of African American economics, when it comes to the state of our communities at large, implementing these principles across the board, financially, time, so many other things, will be at our advantage. Will absolutely be at our advantage, to our advantage. Giving, having long-term vision, delaying gratification, focusing on the power of compounding. Like I talked about investments, you can compound good behaviors and you can also compound bad behaviors, poor behaviors, toxic behaviors. What is it going to be your choice today and moving forward? Because we can't go back, we can't change history, but we can be a part of the evolution of now and moving forward. We can absolutely change that by being a good steward, right? By having long-term vision, delaying gratification. So just a couple of affirmations as I begin to close out. I am committed to making forward-thinking decisions about money because I have long-term vision. I believe that we wake up every day and say some level of affirmation because we're speaking life into our situations. And as we begin to speak and say these things, it begins to show up for us in our lives. It absolutely does. We claim these things. So long-term vision, I am committed to making forward-thinking decisions about money. That is my affirmation. Say that to yourself today. All right? I will no longer accept my lack. I will get educated financially and change my circumstances. I will no longer accept my lack. I will get educated financially and change my circumstances. I will pay myself first by practicing long-term vision. I will save what I pay myself. I will pay myself first by practicing long-term vision. I will save what I pay myself. Delayed gratification. That's another principle. I value my future enough to invest in it by being persistent and practicing discipline to achieve my financial goals. This is what you're telling yourself. I value my future enough to invest. In order to practice long-term vision, I will commit to the financial actions that will get me there. I have long-term vision. I will commit to the actions, the financial actions, the disciplines that will get me there. I am a legacy builder. I will create wealth for my family. Anybody feel that today? Anybody desire that today? I am a legacy builder. I will create wealth for my family. I will slay the dragons of generational information, generational misconceptions, generational curses that have held my family back. I am a legacy builder. I will create wealth for my family. So like I said before, the debt detox helps us to go through all of those things in this gloomy African-American state. In this gloomy American state, we can change the intention of our own personal selves, our own personal families, our own personal communities. One person doing something different, implementing financial principles, actions and habits, changing those things, committing to more. We have to do it, and we can change the state of our economy. The time is now, you all. The time is now. We must change our mindset to one with a focus on lifelong legacy and not Louboutin and Louis Vuitton, but legacy. Not to a mindset of prosperity, not Polo, Prada, Porsches, and purses, but prosperity. We can do it. We got to do it, right? It's all about saying today that it's your time. It's our time. I'm a part of another community where we focus on the fact that this is the year of the Black entrepreneur. It is our time. It is our time. We have the opportunity as entrepreneurs to change the wealth gap, to do things that will trickle down into our communities to help us to grow, to help our communities to be strengthened. You've heard it before, but have you ever thought that you could be that champion in order to help us to achieve that? Well, you can, especially those of you who are an entrepreneur that are not partnering with the Black Business Expo. Get with Dr. Eric Kelly and his team, because you have a voice. You have something that you can do to help this grow, to change the face of what Black American economics looks like. You absolutely can. So if you want to get in touch with me, you know you're born to win, you're ready to do some things different, you can join the Debt Detox group on Facebook. But I want you to first focus on investing in yourself. That is a part of that investment, joining the group, joining maybe one of my cohorts. The next one begins March 9th. But reaching out to me, my website, Kimberly Winborn LLC, is listed on there. You can reach me at any of the numbers. I mentioned some of my information before. But I would love, love, love to hear from anybody who would like to continue this conversation, who would like to continue to do more, be more, claim more. Today is your day. Thank you, Dr. Kelly, for having me. I like to be sure that the window that I'm given, I stay within so I can get asked back. So thank you all for joining today. Any questions at all? Any questions, any thoughts, any of that? Let me see if I can look at the comments. Money as a servant of I am. That's right. Money as a means of exchange for energy transfer. Yes, I would like that. Susie, reach out to me. Let me know what you would like. Legacy builder. That's your affirmation today. I'm down with it. I love it. I love it. We're claiming some victory today. We are not supposed to be the borrowers, but the lenders, right? How can we do those things that we're supposed to do? How can we win the way that we're supposed to do and show up how we're supposed to do for our communities if we don't change our mindset? We got to say some things to ourselves. I know, my sister is on here, Letitia Nicole, Minister Letitia Nicole. She's going to talk to y'all, I'm sure, about speaking life. I love that that is her ministry. Speak life. I love it. And we can absolutely do it. How you doing? Oh, you're live.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, okay.
Kimberly Winborn. How are you?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
I am fantastic and better educated, more financially literate as a result of listening to you this morning.
All right now. I love it.
I actually went on your website, which is phenomenal. You talk about being a triple threat. We have like 2 more minutes left. Could you give us an idea of what you mean when you say a triple threat?
Oh, I think you are referencing my blog, one of my blogs.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, a triple threat is somebody who has it all together. Well, at least they're trying to have it all together financially, personally, professionally. Like those are 3 things that we need to focus on daily. I believe that, we will never hit perfection, right? But we can land on excellence along the way. And it's kind of difficult to be unbalanced. So if you're working on your health and you're not working on your finances, you're not working on your professional self, you're a little bit off balance, and your self begins to tell you that, like in ways of stress, sickness, things like that. So my focus is to have people to understand, yeah, you can be a triple threat. You can have it all. You can have the health, the wealth, and the professional career that is serving your purpose, therefore serving the community.
And I love on your website, your blog, how you mentioned, you quote quite a few people, Oprah Winfrey, Plato, others that speak of the notion of striving for excellence, striving for perfection, and actually obtaining excellence as a habit.
Yes. Yes, that's what I teach in everything, and I talk about everything, because we know that we will never be perfect, but we can be excellent. We can absolutely walk in excellence and be excellent.
Well, I tell you what, your presentation today was just that. It was excellent.
Thank you.
Your PowerPoint presentation, your energy level, the clarity with which you spoke. And I was kind of on there responding with some comments as well. And you grab those comments. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you all for having me again.
Yes. Yeah. We have Rhonda Colzart. I think she just said, thank you so much for what you've done. And she looks forward to communicating with you through your website. Could you give it to us once again? And if you're on social media, how can we reach you in the social media spaces?
Sure. So my website is www.kimberlywinbornllc.com. And Kimberly Winborn is spelled right here on my name, KIMBERLYWINBORNE. So www.kimberlywinbornllc.com. And then my Facebook is also Kimberly Winborn LLC. And then those are probably the best ways, because my website will take them to me in the contact. It goes straight to my email, and Kimberly Winborn LLC. If anybody wanted to DM me or message me, they can. Oh, and I check my inbox, my personal inbox on Facebook. So anybody that's, Kimberly Hines Winborn, anybody that follows me on Facebook, they can just inbox me as well. And I'll send my Calendly link for a meeting.
Wonderful. And Letitia, her last name just kind of left the screen.
Oh, Letitia Nicole.
Yes, she was thanking you so much for this powerful information.
Awesome. You're welcome, Letitia. Love you, girl.
It sounds like you have a community, that you're a community builder. It sounds like, just looking at the responses, people know you, you're a known entity, you're credible, you've been doing this for 16 years, I think it said on your website. So
I need to update that. 20.
It's been longer than 16 now. 20. Wow.
Yeah.
You look good for 25, sister. You started early.
Thank you. Hallelujah. Yeah, I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years. And I've been in finance since 2013.
Excellent, excellent. Since we have about 2 more minutes here, could you
Okay.
just talk to us about the importance of building the business community? You know, we're here
Yes.
at the Black Business Network, and we're talking to entrepreneurs, business owners, employees even of other businesses. Could you just talk a little bit about the importance of building the business community and being a member of a business community?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely important to build your own communities as well as be a part of communities. I started a community back in 2014 called Visionary Networking Circle. And our goal was to take the model of other cultures where we refer one to another within the community before going outside of the community. Therefore, the community grows, but also your business grows. If we all take on that mindset that we are a team, that we collaborate and we work together to grow each other, nobody has a I mentality. And that's what community is
Mhm.
about. Community is about coming together one for another. And so many people are scared and live in fear of working with other people. I challenge people to open up their mindset, to be open to that, build relationships. Don't focus so much on the I, but focus on the we. And then as a result, we can grow together. I love building communities. I help people build communities. I believe, number one, it's an advantage to you because you can show up as the expert in your community. So from a financial perspective, and really building value for yourself, then that's a tool. But then also just helping each other to strengthen our resolve. It's nothing like it. There's absolutely nothing like it.
Wonderful. Now, some of your community members are chiming in, and one
Okay.
said that you are a fantastic singer. We see a piano in your background.
Who
Are
is
you
that?
musically inclined as well?
Who is telling my business? I do. I've been singing since I was a little girl. I don't sing a whole. Oh, Coco! I sang background for Coco a couple times. I have been singing since I was maybe 4 or 5. I don't do it as much
Wow.
as I would like, but every now and then, catch me on the praying Shio. That's another community that I have. I'm a hymnal
Okay.
girl. I'm like, turn to page 332.
Got
We don't speak
it.
blessed
Well,
assurance this morning.
well, listen, thank you so much for investing your time, your talent, your energy, your treasure with us. We really
Thank you.
appreciate it. For those who watched you live, who've interacted with you, and for those who'll see this on video later and who'll have a chance to interact with you, I thank you on behalf of this entire community for being here for us. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a fantastic day.
You too. Bye, everyone.
Listen, we're here on the Black Business Network. Dr. Eric Kelly has put this together, and he's been consistent. His number one guy, Mr. Mark Lee, has been patient with me this morning during technical difficulties. I'm sending a special shout out to him and just saying thank you for being behind the scenes, being pleasantly persistent, being patient, and bringing up our speakers. We have another speaker coming up, Katie Giles, and the title of her presentation is a startup called You. And we're here to bring you, in the words of Jay-Z, $1 million worth of game for $9.99. We have literally 100 speakers coming to you this week through the Black Business Network. You will receive more than $1 billion of value based on the amount of professional development time that these professionals have created and that they've distilled in their 1 hour presentations. And so we encourage you to take notes. We encourage you to record this. We encourage you to watch this over again as it will be in replay, because there's a lot of wisdom that will literally fly over your head the first time, and you'll have a chance to watch it again and again to obtain it. Secondly, and thirdly, we just like to say to you that we're here raising funds for students. There's scholarships that we are developing to give to students, K through 12 students and students off in college. We know that, in the words of Whitney Houston, the children are in fact our future, and that we're building for intergenerational transference of wealth. if you have children, if you're a guardian, if you have grandchildren, if you have nieces and nephews, you know the value of passing down wisdom to our young people, passing down family heirlooms, pictures, notes, messages from our ancestors. And you also know the value of passing down opportunities. And that's what scholarships are. They are opportunities for students to be in places to take advantage of information. In addition, the Black Business Network provides students with computers, laptops. So we're looking forward to you contributing to the fundraising goal. You know, it's almost like going to the church and they have that red thermometer, and we give until we reach the goal. So we're encouraged by you listening to us and sharing in the value. If you see value in this, contact the business owners and do business with them. Just as Ms. Kimberly Winborn said, let's circle the wagons and generate revenue with one another. And let's also protect the little people, the college students within our circle by providing scholarships for them. Okay. So it's the top of the hour, and we're expecting Katie Gales, the startup called You. I'm sure she'll be joining us shortly. We're looking forward to her being here. I'm just reading the chats. Okay, great. I'm just letting our backstage green room know that we're ready. We are ready. What questions do you all have out there? You can still write things in the chat. We are okay. So I just sent off a chat, and we're working our technology. I'm going to ask you just a few questions then, while I await your questions. What does your technology setup look like? I saw in Ms. Winborn's setup, she had a very beautiful microphone. I think it was kind of a cream colored, off-white colored microphone. And now is the time to invest, because you know that there are a lot of Zooms taking place. People are meeting on various platforms in order to communicate messages, to pull together virtual conferences. And as a credible business owner, you have to show up in the digital space. It isn't so much now a luxury, it's literally a business necessity to show up in the digital space, to have your background together. You can see, kind of what's going on in my background. It's also important that you have your technology in place. So, a Velvet microphone. I had a colleague who provided me with a Velvet microphone so that your sound comes across with a high quality. Your visuals need to also be a high quality. So it's time to invest in your business by investing in your technology. And through the Black Business Network, there are those within the network that can assist you in setting up your podcast situation, your mixing board, your recording board, so that you can take your content and put it across various platforms. And we look forward to seeing you in the digital space achieving your business objectives, bringing more wisdom, more knowledge, and more understanding to potential clients as well as to fellow business people. When we enter into a business conversation, whether it's through the Chamber of Commerce, through the Black Business Network, through an encounter at the grocery store, often what we do is we exchange cards. We do so we can follow up and exchange information and exchange opportunities. And it may be that you have a deal on the table that someone in the Black Business Expo USA network can assist you in actually closing that deal, delivering on that deal, getting the deal done such that you get cashed out and that you receive receipts and invoices for the deals that you co-create together. We're a creative community. It's almost like in music when you see collaborators, and some people end up on everybody's album, right? They end up performing on other people's albums. In the business community, it's possible that we can collaborate and actually end up assisting others in being effective as well in their business endeavors. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the screen. I see my wonderful self here, and I'm looking for comments. Other, I'll just continue in dialogue until our next guest joins us. So we're in February. We're still in the first quarter. Are you obtaining your goals? Are you reaching your business goals? You wrote them down, ideally, back in December or November or last year this time, and COVID hit, and we survived COVID. For those of you who survived, for those of you who have family members who are no longer with us, praying for you in the heart element as we go through, just a really different time, a pandemic, something we've never seen before, tumultuous community scenarios with George Floyd losing his life and so forth. So we recognize that people are in stacked trauma, and that it's very important that we engage in self-care. And self-care is, do you take care of yourself? Are you kind with your words to yourself? Don't overanalyze yourself and pick yourself apart. It's imperative that you take an assessment, but not that you destroy yourself in the process of assessment. And even if you believe in that, notion that you break something down to build it back up, we just suggest that you be careful in breaking down your personality, your situation, your circumstances, your relationships, and recognize you're a spiritual person having a human experience, right? We enter these, kind of physical bodies, but ultimately our spirit has a purpose. And in the process of caring for your body and your mind and your environment, you're caring for your spirit. We know that the Black church has been the cornerstone of our community for such a long time, and that right now, you don't have the pleasure or the luxury to actually meet in face-to-face church situations as we once did. Vanessa, good morning. Good morning, Vanessa. And we know your church is important because it's an opportunity for the community to come together, for us to touch and agree, to pray with one another, to sing with one another, to lift each other's spirits, to dress up, to look good, to see one another. And it's very important that we do that self-esteem and for our social development. Often they say you take a child in the church and you let them say something Easter Sunday morning, and they'll say something as simple as God is good. And everybody says, amen, you go, sister. I heard a speaker yesterday talking about how she was encouraged in the church. And right now, for those churches that are not meeting face to face, that's missing in our community. So through this digital platform, the Black Business Expo, great. Thank you, Kimberly. Oh, great. Through the Black Business Expo USA and through this network, we are striving to build community. We may not be able to touch and agree and pray together, in a physical sense, but we want you to know that that's what we're doing here for you, for your family, for your business associates and associations, for your household, for your block, for your community, and for our city and our cities and our nations. And speaking of cities, our speakers are coming from a variety of locations. They're coming from Los Angeles. They're coming from England. I think, yes, we have a speaker later today from Sin. We have speakers from throughout North Carolina, South Carolina, Chicago. I want to say I saw New York on the list. Atlanta's on the list. We have Beverly Hills, a speaker later in the week coming out of Beverly Hills to us. So the information that we're sharing is both national and international in scope, and we're waiting for Katie Gals. Okay, and we encourage you to share the link within your network. You know that we're streaming live on Facebook, and that's the Black Business Expo USA on Facebook, streaming live, and we're here from 8 a.m. until 9 p.m. daily, Monday through Sunday, and then afterwards, after 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. actually, they are re-airing all of these various presentations once again. So even if you're talking to people in different time zone, for example, this afternoon at 3 p.m., our Singapore speaker, Mr. Tim Webb, a financial, literally guru and consultant, a global financial consultant, will be joining us be 4 a.m. in the morning his time that he's joining us, but he's committed to helping build this community of entrepreneurs and business owners by bringing his knowledge to the fore, even though it's at 4 o'clock in the morning in Singapore. And you know, we're in they call it an asynchronous society. So back in the day, they say, okay, everybody on the one, let's synchronize and be on the same time zone. But because of technology, we're able to be in an asynchronous situation, which means people can view this later. If you give them a message or an email now and it's their work schedule, they can view this later. Debate how deeply, go into facts, because it's so much more we need to understand. Ultimately, we may need to work hard in many instances. We can win. Yes. And so, Kimberly Winborn, I am Leaders Lead. Those texts are coming from me, and so not further out nature of the deals and so forth. So literally, to everyone watching, we know you have a network of at least 2 or 3 people. Some of you have maxed out your Facebook network with 5,000 people. We ask that you pass this information along so that some people in your network can join us here on Facebook Live. We also ask that you share the wisdom of the Black Business Expo with your network, and so that others can benefit and spread that information well, right? So it's built for both our local community and our other communities. And so we look forward to you sharing that information. So we talked about self-care. We talked about getting your digital game, your technology game up. Have you seen these cameras, these lights actually that people, and there's a circle, and you place your phone, your digital device in the middle of the circle, and it gives you this superb lighting, almost like Hollywood lighting, like Gabrielle Union would get behind the scenes of a movie or something, right? So invest in your lighting, invest in your, again, camera, your digital materials, invest in your websites. We have developers that are part of the Black Business Network that will be presenting. We have marketing people. Invest in your marketing. Ensure that people know you exist, that you're getting your digital impressions, that people want to follow you in your blog, that people want to follow you on Instagram and Twitter and all of the other various spaces in which people agreeing with saying thank you. Oh yes, Susie Sanders. So the direct messenger seems to be working with us today. And there's a full-blown conversation with Ms. Winborn and others in the community who appreciate what she does. And we just want to say, listen, if you're watching this, real time or later, we care about your business. We want your receipts to increase. We want your territory to increase. We want your customer base to increase. We want your per sale volume or dollar amount to increase. We want your top line to increase. We want your bottom line to increase. This is a year of growth, 2021, and in a moment it'll be 2025. It'll be 2030, and we want your next 5 to 10 years to be years of increase. So ideally, what you're learning here with the Black Business Network is preparing you and expanding your thinking and solidifying your thoughts so that you can have more directed, intentional action to bring about that you desire. As Fraser, our keynote speaker last year, said, your network influences your net worth. So ideally, through these presentations, you're writing down information so that you can follow up with various speakers and you can expand your network so that ultimately it impacts your net worth. Let's say that by the end of the year, you double your net worth. You double the amount you have in stock, the amount you have in the blockchain, the amount you have in your 401k, if you're blessed to have a 401k, the amount you have savings, if you have family land and you get your title cleared, that you double the amount of land that you have in your intergenerational transference of wealth, that you put your resources in irrevocable trust, so that will be there for generations yet unborn. That you double your insurance policies, so that when we all maker, that leave wisest resources to our yet unborn or our children or our great grandchildren than we would have prior to. And the way that we do that is we look to one another for those resources within our community, and we say, how can I circulate with you to have more accounting services? You're an accountant. How can I circulate with you to utilize your legal administrative services to help me structure my business deals or my offshore accounts or whatever it is you need to structure in order to expand your territory? Look at your contracts to make sure that you have key man insurance. God forbid that you or your business partner, leave the earth early. Who within that network of the Black Business Network can you access that can assist you in preparing to expand your territory and doubling your net worth within the year? Hey, out there, what are some of the contracts that you all are seeking to acquire this year? As our next becomes us, and we're so
And
excited. We see the wheel turning. That means we're being joined by Mr. Eric Kelly. Dr. You, sir.
hey, how's it going, Dennis? You're doing an outstanding job. It seems like your camera has frozen, and we're gonna bring up
We're
Katie
doing
Gale.
very well. How about you?
We're doing pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and have Mark to bring up Katie Gales right now. Okay, Mark, we're waiting on Katie Gales. Okay.
While we're waiting,
Within
We're gonna have
entrepreneurship,
Mark to bring up Katie Gales.
why did you
leadership
decide
skills of the future.
to
Therefore, everybody really needs an entrepreneurial mindset to be successful. Whether you
We're
want to
gonna
start
Mark is gonna take us down, and we're gonna go into the video. Okay.
because the real definition of entrepreneurship is, the real definition of an entrepreneur is someone who sees an opportunity and is going to pursue the so everybody needs to be open-minded enough to recognize an opportunity. Everybody needs to be able to go after an opportunity so they can create their own future the way that they want and build life that they dream of. The entrepreneurship I believe that the entrepreneurship life and leadership skills of the future. Everybody needs an entrepreneurial mindset to success, whether you want to start a business or go get a job or both. Because the real definition of entrepreneurship is, or the real definition of an entrepreneur is someone who sees an opportunity and is willing to assume the risk to pursue it. That's not business. So everybody needs to be open-minded enough to recognize an opportunity. Everybody needs to go after an opportunity so they can create their own future.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the conference. My name is Dr. Henry McCoy. I'm on the faculty of North Carolina Central University School of Business, where I lead the entrepreneurship program. I want to take a moment today to share with you some findings that I have from recent data that's gone out around the PPP program and Black entrepreneurship and COVID-19. So hopefully this will be something that you'll find some information that you can think is useful or at least eye-opening. So name of my topic is Race, Entrepreneurship, and COVID-19, Black Small Business Survival in Pre- and Post-Pandemic America. So the first thing I want to do is just talk a little bit about what you will hear from me today. So I want to start out with a bit of an overview, an introduction, and what's going on with the COVID-19 crisis and how it's impacting Black businesses. I then want to talk a little bit about, where were Black businesses before COVID-19? But we can't talk about where we were before COVID-19 without talking about how we actually got here. Then I want to talk about, we talked about where we are, how we got here, but now what do we expect to see once COVID-19 is over? Then I want to talk about, what should be done based on all this information for Black businesses based on the COVID-19 impacts. And then I want to kind of wrap it all up with some findings and conclusions. So first off, let's look at the right side of the screen. What do we know about COVID-19? Well, we know that this is the greatest economic downturn since the Great Depression. We know that it's health-induced, which means that until we get the health crisis under control, we won't get the economy back open up. There's over 10.4 million individuals infected in the United States right now with COVID-19, and nearly 245,000 deaths in the United States. And of those infections and of those deaths, racial minorities have been the most negatively impacted by the COVID-19. Looking at health and economics, we know that in terms of who gets the virus, hospitalizations and deaths, African Americans and Latinos are by far the greatest group. In terms of economics, who's losing jobs? These industries that have essentially went dormant, travel, hospitality, tourism, largely those are industries that have Black and minority workers in them. And so racial minorities are seeing a negative impact from COVID-19 that is disproportionate to the rest of the races. Now let's look at the left side of the screen. Now, what do we know from a small business standpoint? Well, Dr. Rob Fairley from UC Santa Cruz did a study where he looked at the decline of small business from February to April of this year. And what he found was that, perhaps by no surprise, that Blacks had the largest drop of any racial group in terms of small businesses. Now, these are small businesses that essentially provide the primary means of survival for their owners. Whites dropped by 17%, Asians dropped by 26%, and Hispanics dropped by 32%. The greatest group of all was African Americans, which dropped by 41%. And so we saw nearly half of Black businesses wiped out just within the first couple of months of COVID-19. So what was the response to COVID-19? Well, the federal response came through the Small Business Administration. And so something, or what we all know now to be the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act. So what was the CARES Act? So let's talk a little bit about where it came from, and then we talk about what it is. So on the left side of the screen, we see the CARES Act, which was passed in March of 2020 in record time. $2.2 trillion essentially was allocated by Congress to prop up the economy from the COVID shutdown. The U.S. Treasury carved out about $660 billion of that for what is known as the Payroll Protection Program. And that came about in April, for about a month after the CARES Act was passed. Within 2 weeks of the Payroll Protection Program being launched, about 1.7 million loans were dispersed for a total of $342 billion. Within another couple of weeks, so about the beginning of May, a month after the Payroll Protection Program, 4.1 million loans have hit the street at almost $526 billion. So within a month's time, within 33 days, the SBA had lent more than 20 times the largest amount they ever had in a previous year of SBA lending. That means it's simply tremendous amounts of dollars hit the street to kind of prop up businesses from a standpoint of coronavirus. Now, what do those dollars look like? So if you look on the right side of the screen, I call it universal PPP, and I'll come back to that term universal momentarily. But the money that went to these businesses, 1% interest rate, it doesn't mature for 2 to 5 years. You can defer payments for 6 months. no fees, no collateral, no personal guarantees, and it's fully forgivable for some reason, particularly if you kept people on the payroll. And so it's unprecedented in terms of the flexibility of what the capital was from the PPP program. So let's first look at who actually got the money. So we know that 75% of the money went to majority white census tracts. If you look at the right side of the screen, what we also know is that President Trump had a number of friends and family who were able to get millions of dollars in small business bailout. So people including his son, one of the sons who owns a lettuce farming venture, Kushner Companies, which of course is his son-in-law, Jared Kushner's companies, and a dentist who golfed with the president. Also, one of his pals, Kanye West, has a Yeezy company, a multi-billion-dollar company. He was able to get between $2 and $5 million. And they give these ranges, so we don't know exactly how much Kanye got. Like then Shake Shack and Ruth Chris Steakhouse, which got $10 million and $20 million respectively. And we know that they immediately gave that money back, really from a blowback of the public saying, well, wait a minute, why are these major companies who have plenty of dollars getting that money? Now, if we look back to the left side of the screen, well, I mentioned that, a whole lot of folks got this money. Well, who got the money that perhaps shouldn't have got the money? So we know that 600 loans went out at about $100 million to ineligible firms. For whatever reason, they shouldn't have been able to get the money at all. Nearly 11,000 firms got about $1 billion, and they already had PPP loans. And based on the statute, if you already had PPP loans, you were not supposed to be able to get additional PPP loans. Another 353 loans for about $195 million went to government contractors who were ineligible because either they had performance issues or they had integrity issues. And so they were not supposed to be able to get access to capital. And then a whopping $3 billion went to what is known as suspicious borrowers. Now, again, this is not coming from what people consider to be left media, left-leaning media, things of that nature. This came straight out of the U.S. House committee, which is made up of a bipartisan group of individuals who essentially said that fraud, waste, and abuse was rampant within the PPP program. So who didn't get it? Well, let's say that falls into a couple of categories. Broadly speaking, sole proprietorships didn't get it. Sole proprietorships are businesses that have one employee. They generally don't have paid employees. And so those individuals, businesses were not able to get much of the PPP loans. But why is that important? But that's important because a lot of minority businesses really are primarily comprised of sole proprietorships. So 96% of the Black businesses in the United States are sole proprietorships. 92% of the Latino businesses in the United States are sole proprietorships, whereas only 82% of white businesses are sole proprietorships. What this means is that those businesses had a much harder time getting access to capital for survival. Sole proprietorships, contractors, and gig economy workers actually had to wait a week before they could apply for PPP loans. The government basically said, okay, we're going to open up the spigot for big companies first before we let the smaller ones come to get access to capital. Next, it required a tremendous amount of documentation. So in order to get access to PPP loans, these small businesses or these small firms had to produce a whole lot of payroll documentation, which was not as easy as for a big firm who has accountants and CPAs and CFOs and lawyers and things of that nature. So that kept a lot of these companies from getting access to capital. Next, for C&S corporations, which is a perfectly eligible way of setting up a sole proprietorship or a small business, a lot of times owners, instead of taking a regular salary, which the company may not be able to afford that, they will take out what we call dividends on on some kind of routine basis or as needed. Well, anybody who has C&S corporations that took out dividends, which again are legal and highly common, they weren't eligible for access to capital, of course, that were largely minority businesses or African American businesses. In addition to that, these PPP loans that went to these smaller firms are not forgivable. So let me repeat that. So the large amounts of funds, millions of dollars going to larger firms are forgivable. These smaller loans to these smaller individual sole proprietorships are not forgivable. So as you can imagine, this has had a disproportionate negative impact on Black entrepreneurs. So if we look over to the right side of the screen, this gets dives into a little bit more. So not only do we know that sole proprietorships did not get access to capital, and most Black businesses are sole proprietorship, but then when we look at Black businesses in general, we know that they didn't get access to capital either. And so the National Community Reinvestment Coalition they did something called match pair testing in July of 2020. Match pair testing is just a fancy scientific way of saying that we took various groups of individuals of different demographics and we sent them out in kind of the same landscape to see if they would experience the same things as the other groups. And so so NCRC sent out, whites and Black business owners to businesses to see if they could qualify or get access to PPP loans. And this is what we found, or what the NCRC found from their data, that even when Blacks had better financial profiles, which means they were economically better on paper, the Black business owners were treated worse than their white counterparts. They were offered fewer and different loan products, and not a single Black female business owner was encouraged to apply for a PPP loan. I want to repeat that: not a single Black female business owner was encouraged to apply for a PPP loan. Part of the reason why that's significant is that, from a gender standpoint, but also Black women happen to be the fastest growing entrepreneurship group in the United States. Yet, not one of these banks offered them or encouraged them to apply for a PPP loan. So, what does that mean about the distribution of the PPP dollars? I want to go back to this term universal. And in this case, universal really means unequitable distribution of these dollars. So in the first round of PPP that went out, again, I mentioned to you that sole proprietorships couldn't get that money first. They had to wait a week. And so the big businesses like Steak Shack and Ruth Chris, who actually ended up turning their money back in from the backlash of the public, they got their money first. And so much of the money got gone really before small businesses, and particularly Black and brown small businesses, could get access to it. So by the time the second round came out of PPP dollars, there was a whole big push to get Congress to allocate some of those funding specifically for Black businesses. Well, Congress said, well, no, we're not going to identify this capital just for Black businesses, but we will create a category for underrepresented businesses. That's veterans, that's rural, that's minority-owned, women-owned, economically and socially disadvantaged businesses less than 2 years old. We're creating a pool of resources, or we're not creating a pool of resources. We're asking the Small Business Administration to really put a priority on those businesses getting access to capital. That was in April 2020. Well, when the SBA Inspector General, which is essentially the internal police of the SBA, a month later came back, they looked and they said, well, wait a minute, the SBA did not comply with this inclusive directive and did not enforce it with the bank. So in other words, even though Congress said, well, look, you need to make this a priority where minority and small businesses and disadvantaged businesses get access to this PPP, the SBA didn't comply with it and banks did not comply with it. And so as a function of that, there was another survey that was done after the second round of PPP that was supposed to be more inclusive, that the Global Strategy Group did in May of 2023, May 13, 2020. Of that group of surveys, 41% of those individuals were outright rejected, not getting a loan. Another 21% of these Black businesses were waiting to hear. So nearly 2/3 of Black businesses really got no resource at all. Only 12% actually received loans. And so this again was after the directive to be more inclusive. And we know that this led to a lot of unequitable distribution. So what does it look like? So anyway, what this chart does, this table 1, I'm not going to read every line on here, but I do want to give you kind of a high point of what this chart actually means. So early in the process, the administration did not want to actually share the data, or kind of from a racial breakdown. Didn't want to share who got the money or their demographics, things of that nature. But a number of news channels and sources actually sued the Trump administration in court to get access to the Freedom of Information Act to this data, and they won. And so they were able to get access to this data in terms of who got capital, or at least the demographics of who got capital. So I mentioned there were about 4.1 million businesses that got these loans. However, the data that was released was for loans only above 150,000. That data was released in July. And of those loans that went out, only 661,000 loans that went out were over 150,000 in total number. So that's the data that I'm showing you right this moment. Now, of that 661,000 loans that went out, less than 95,000 of those actually identified what their racial demographic was. So about 14%. So 94,500 said, okay, I'm black, I'm white, I'm Asian, or whatever. And so what you essentially see here is kind of an extrapolation of those 94,000 applicants who actually did the data around the demographic, the 14%. I've taken that and coupled it with the 661,000 that we know actually got loans of over 150,000, and I've come up with kind of a data of what that demography actually looks like in terms of the racial analysis. And so, of the 661,000 loans that went out, what we expect based on the numbers that I did analysis on is that whites got essentially about 40% more loans than they should have gotten based on their population share here in the U.S. Asians got about 30% more than their share, so 28%. They were the only two groups that actually got more than their share of loans. In terms of those who got less than their share, American Indian and Alaska Native got about 45% of the loans that they should have gotten if we were looking to be equitable. Hispanics got about 35% of the loans that they should have got to be equitable. And again, the lowest group on the totem pole were African Americans, who got about 14% of the loans that they should have gotten, which, if I said that in a different way, black firms should have got 86% more loans than they did. Hispanics should have gotten about 65% more loans than they did. American Indians should have got about 56% more loans than they did. And when you look at raw numbers, what that means is that white businesses got about 154,000 more loans than they were kind of in line for from an equity standpoint. Asians got about 11,000 more. Black firms got 76,000 less than they should have gotten. Hispanics got 78, almost 79,000 less loans than they should have gotten. And American Indians got about 5,000 less loans than they should have gotten. And so what we see here is, again, another example of how inequity gets played out in the public space from that standpoint. So anyway, I wanted to share that with you. So what does that bring us? What are the questions that we should be asking as it relates to COVID-19 impact on Black businesses, and particularly as a result from the response for Black businesses from the United States of America? So that brought me to two basic questions. So the first question is, we talked about it earlier, what will the African American entrepreneur and business landscape look like after COVID-19? Second question is, well, what can be done to support African American entrepreneurs and businesses to ensure that they survive and thrive past the COVID crisis? So I want to make sure I highlight those two names, or those two terms. Not only do we want Black businesses to survive, we want them to thrive following post COVID-19. The only way we can really come up with a real accurate way of identifying what needs to be done in order to make sure that happens is we have to understand where Black businesses were before COVID-19. And so I spent a few moments talking about that. So let's look at this idea of a racial business ecosystem. And, we know what an ecosystem is, right? It's kind of all these different species, all kind of the same environment. And so I look at ecosystems through the lens of businesses, and particularly through the lens of race. And so what I want to do is, first I want you to kind of direct your attention really to the left side of the screen, right? Where I have, again, these are the 5 major racial groups in the United States. And I wanted to create what I would call an easy way for you to understand, exactly, what the kind of economic landscape looked like from an entrepreneurship standpoint before COVID. Now, this is before COVID. So what I said, okay, well, let me break the United States down into 100, right? Imagine that the United States, which has, well over 330, 40 million people. Imagine we broke down the United States into 100 people, 100 companies, $100 worth of cash with those companies, and what I call entrepreneurial strength, entrepreneurial wealth strength, which is essentially, the ability of different groups to have access to capital markets and resources and things of that nature. So if we broke down the country into these hundreds, then basically based on the demographics, there would be 60 white people who would own amongst them about 83 companies out of the 100. And of those 83 companies out of the 100, they would have about $90 of the $100, and essentially about $92 of racial strength as it relates to getting access to capital in open markets. Now, if I look at the Black community, that's a different story, right? So in the United States, there would be 13 Blacks who own between them about 2 companies. And those 2 companies made about $1 a year between them. And the economic strength was actually negative, almost negative $50 in strength, which means that you have a incredible low wealth in the Black community. And on top of that, I mean, you just are crippled by, having liabilities that are much higher than assets and things of that nature. And so if you can kind of go down and see, the other populations, Hispanics and Asian Americans and American Indians. And what you notice is, just like the last chart, that the only 2 groups that are above, the fray are whites and Asians. In this case, at a national level, Hispanics, from the economic standpoint, through the entrepreneurship lens, are a bit worse off than the Black community. But again, nobody is doing great in this if you are a community of color. You turn your attention to the right side of the screen. What I did essentially, I mapped this onto a chart. Now, we see almost every day what's going on with the COVID curve, right? Where is it going? Is it getting higher? We're seeing kind of record numbers of daily cases now. Well, long before there was a COVID curve, I had this economic equity curve that I would graph, and I would use this when I talk to communities and say, okay, well, how equitable is your community? And so basically, if you take the data from the left side of the screen and actually map it onto a chart, it looks like what is at the right side of the screen. So the first thing you need to know is that flat line, that's equity. So if every population got exactly the amount of resources that it required based on their population share, the line would be flat. And that would be a good thing. That would mean that we have total equity, total equality. Just like on the COVID curve, if it's flat, that's a good thing. That means that the cases aren't rising. Well, in this situation, we see that it's not a straight curve. So if you look at the line that curves, what that is each racial group's kind of plotting on that line. If you're above the line, that means that you have a larger share of the economy than your population should have. If you're below the line, that means you have a lower share of the economy than your population should. And again, looking at that graph compared to the right side of the screen, you see the white community way at the top, the Black community is low. The American Indians are almost at equity, but not quite. They're slightly below. Asian Americans are a little bit above equity, and Hispanics are below equity. And so this is a relative index, which means that when one group rises, somebody else has to fall. And so we see that, whether this is a United States kind of visual, but whether I'm looking at the local level or the state level, the chart largely looks like this. Usually at the local level, Blacks and Hispanics, depending on where they are, may change positions, but overall, it doesn't change shape from that standpoint. So now I want to actually go back and I want to take the table 1 that I showed you in terms of who got PPP loans and kind of how many PPP loans they got. And I want to couple that actually with the last chart I just showed you, which were kind of America broken down into 100s. And so I hold this up and to actually make a point. So the point being this, well, first let me kind of point something out that probably is obvious to a number of y'all. If you look at the number of companies that each population has, and you look at the number of PPP loans that each of them receive, you probably say, wait a minute, McCoy, you made this big deal about, inequities and then distribution and things of that nature, but actually these things line up well. So there were 83 companies that whites owned, and they got 83 loans. The 2 Black companies got 2 loans. The half of American Indian company got basically 0.6 loans. Asian Americans, there are 9 of those companies, they got 8 loans. Hispanics got 6 companies, they got 7 loans. And so you might say, wait a minute, you're making a whole lot about nothing because, hey, it matches up. But I argue that you're actually looking at the wrong comparison to the PPP loans. Look at the category right beside of the entrepreneurial wealth strength, which again is really indicative of where you get access to capital and how you get access to capital. The PPP loan program came out under the actual mission of saying that it was going to help those businesses most in need of survival, of keeping their doors open, of keeping people employed. And I would argue that in that case, this chart should look a lot different, a lot more differently. It should be that actually those firms, those communities, those groups who had the lowest entrepreneurial wealth experience should actually be the ones that got the most and the greatest number of PPP loans, because they were the individuals and the groups who actually needed it the most. And so that's where I argue that essentially we saw the greatest level of inequity, because if we're looking at who needs it the most, it certainly didn't go to folks who need it the most, which again is indicative of this idea that when Shake Shack and Chris got the money, the $10 million and $20 million respectively, and then the backlash from the public, they immediately gave the money back and essentially said, well, okay, we give it back. We don't need it. We thought it'd be nice to have, but we don't need it. Whereas, again, 41% of the Black businesses went under within the first couple of months of PPP. So they're the ones who really needed it the most. And so anyway, that's my argument as it relates to kind of where the PPP went wrong. So this question of how did we get here, and I won't spend a whole lot of time on this, even though I could, because it's pretty fascinating. But I want, on the left side of the chart, I want to give you a quick history of what the Black relationship, the entrepreneurship has been, since Blacks have essentially been in the United States. So for the first time in almost 50 years, the relationship with Blacks and the economy really were Blacks were the economy. Black entrepreneurship was built on the back of slaves, on the back of the Black community. And so for about 250 years during slavery, that's what we saw. And there were Black businesses, even in the South, that were owned by free Black folks during slavery. And they had wealth, but of course, the majority of the wealth was inside the Black body and held by white community. Right after the slavery ended, what I call artisan entrepreneurship came about. And artisan entrepreneurship essentially is this idea that after slavery ended, slaves have been doing essentially all of the work in the South. So therefore, now that they were free, they should be able to charge for that labor, charge for that entrepreneurship. There were so many different things, everything from Black codes that basically took the place of slave codes, and other impediments like illiteracy and vagrancy laws that locked Black folks up, that basically kept them from benefit from that in a great way. For the next 80 years, really what I call segregationist entrepreneurship. After Lincoln was killed and Reconstruction came about, particularly in the South, that's when Jim Crow came about. And so for the next 80 years, we had what is largely segregationist entrepreneurship. And interesting enough, based on what folks think about the period and the way the resources was circling back into the community, that time period is generally known as the golden years of Black entrepreneurship, that 80 years of segregation. We then moved during the Civil Rights era where, Dr. King and Rosa Parks and other leaders who essentially got, accommodations and things of that nature. So there was a lot of entrepreneurs who, as part of what's kind of called the civil rights, SILVER, the civil rights of the civil rights, came about and said, okay, we want businesses, we want access to contracts, we want things of that nature. And so for the next quarter century, we saw that, that kind of rise of those businesses that came about during that time period. And then, particularly as the Black buying power increased, what we saw is a situation where all of a sudden white firms started recognizing, wait a minute, the Black folks have quite a bit of money, so let's find a way to essentially make them our customers as well. And so the next 2 decades is what I call intermediary entrepreneurship, where a lot of firms like advertising agencies and publishing houses, folks who actually allowed white firms to advertise to Black consumers, they really rose up during that time period, and they were the kind of the kings of the deal, kings and queens of the deal. And then somewhere along the way, the white business establishment said, wait a minute, we can actually cut our costs by bringing in our own kind of talent, which a lot of times those individuals came from the Black firm. We can actually do this in-house and create urban divisions and urban markets, and we don't have to necessarily use an intermediary firm. And so anyway, that has led to what I call this kind of hustle entrepreneurship, from a standpoint of that now individuals have to really focus on this idea of, just kind of hustling to be an entrepreneur. Anyhow, that's kind of the stages of Black entrepreneurship in the United States. If you look on the right side of the screen, what you have is, something that I think is very telling. If you look at the last 4 decades of Black firm change percentages since about 1972 to about 2012, what you see is this. If you look at the blue bar that's going up, that's really the change of number of firms, right? So you see from 1972 to 77, to 82, 87, you see kind of a continued increase in the number of Black firms in the marketplace, on up to 1992. We saw a recession, and then in 1997, the percentage firms went down. Now, this could mean, these are all positive numbers, which means that the number of firms kept going up. It's just not by as big a percentage that it went up. But what we see is that there's a positive growth of Black firms in the United States over time. You look at the orange bar, though, that's the revenue side. So the blue is the firm, the orange is the revenue side. And so what we know about the revenue side is that for really the first or the last part of the 20th century, revenue was growing exponentially, which means that every time a new firm is created, they're capturing more revenue from the marketplace. And look at the 21st century, 2002, 2007, 2012. In that case, Black firm growth is outpacing Black revenue growth, which means that there's more firms having to fight over less dollars. And that gray bar, that third bar, shows that the average revenue per firm has been in the negative for the whole 21st century, which means that if you start a business now as a Black person, you're essentially taking business from somebody else as opposed to the whole pie growing, which up until the end of the 20th century, the pie was growing for Black folks, except with the exception of 1982. So that gives you some context of why I call it this kind of hustle phase of entrepreneurship. All right, so let's talk about, as I kind of start moving toward my closing, I just showed you kind of what was going on from an entrepreneurship standpoint of the stages and revenue and firm growth. So let's talk about some general trends in general. So one general trend is that Black firms are the only racial group that has seen a decline of firms with paid employees. Those firms create the most wealth. So let me repeat that. I told you earlier before that the majority of African American firms are sole proprietorships, which again is the majority of every firm, but there's just a disproportionate majority of those firms in the Black community. Well, firms that have paid employees are the firms that create the most wealth, that generate the most dollars. Well, Blacks are the only racial group that are seeing those firms decline. Me and Jim Johnson from the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill did a study several years ago and published a paper that looked at that phenomenon. And some of that is largely because these Black firms, as they grow and they become successful, the only buyer of those firms end up being white firms. And so, it becomes important to know that because that has a direct impact on the wealth of the community. If I would have had more time, I could show you an industry breakdown of every major industry in the United States. And for the most part, whites control really all those industries. Even as white population is declining, they're still in control of 80 to 90% of all industries. Almost 9 out of 10 firms in those industries are owned by white entrepreneurs. Whereas with the Black community, Blacks comprise anywhere from 0% to 3% of some industries. So some industries, Blacks are basically non-existent. Others, they may peak out at 3% or average about 1.5%. That's troubling again because if I showed you which industries they were, you would see that the industries where we are dormant are some of the ones that create the most wealth. The third bullet here is that I mentioned that Blacks had already declined by April based on Rob Fairley's study by 41%. Well, there was another study done that said that Black firms basically said that they did not get access to PPP dollars, that another half of those firms would be closed by this month in November, which is pretty troubling because that would mean that 60-75% of Black firms that started out the year would be gone before Thanksgiving. We've seen Buy Black campaigns, Blackout Day Tuesday, Tuesday, July 7th. We've seen the $10 million in receipts, which is part of the Juneteenth. And those things are fantastic. I think there's a great opportunity for Black folks to get access to new customers, to show that, hey, we have wonderful products and services, and just get some attention. And, I think Oprah just released her favorite things, and they're all Black firms. I mean, those things are great, but they just won't be enough to really move the needle in a significant way. It's going to take a lot more than that. And then, federal animosity. At the time that I first put this presentation together, it was before the election. Of course, the election just happened and it just kind of concluded a couple of days ago. But there's the famous White House budget memo that President Trump had go out to the budget office that basically said that all racial sensitivity training within the White House, within all departments of the federal government, even within contractors who contracted with the federal government, that those should be canceled. And if anybody was known to be doing racial sensitive training, even from a contractor, that their contracts should be canceled. And so normally going into an election like this, you would have, especially one that was set to be so close and it ended up living up to the hype, then you would have both parties and everybody kind of fighting over trying to get resources into the Black community. But a month before, the election, you had the White House basically saying, racism is false. America's not racist, so therefore get rid of all these contracts. And so those are some broader and present trends that are going on that impacts success. I actually want to leave this in. It can make the presentation go a little longer, but I think it's actually pretty important to get some context of the gap in terms of racial wealth. We often, one of my great kind of friends and colleagues, William Sandy Darity over at Duke University, Samuel DuBose Cook, social equity. He does great work on everything from reparations to wealth gaps and things of that nature. And he focuses a lot of his attention on kind of historically, what have we seen? And we hear a lot about the racial wealth gap with housing and things of that nature. I spend my time thinking about the racial wealth gap through the lens of business and entrepreneurship. And so I wanted to kind of use this slide to just show you just how stark the contrast is between Black wealth and white wealth. And so first of all, let's start out with kind of what happened during the pandemic. So there's a whole lot of folks who are still suffering from the pandemic, and we're expecting, there's a whole lot of folks who are on the teetering of being bankrupt or being evicted from their homes and things of that nature. Well, during the pandemic, the 25 richest global billionaires actually increased their wealth by about $255 billion from March 2020 through May 2020. Just in those few months. I didn't say a year, I didn't say 2 years, I said within March to May, the richest billionaires in the world increased their wealth by $255 billion. And of course, part of that is because a lot of those billionaires have their wealth in technology stocks. And technology went up through the roof because of the fact that we have to do all these things virtually. Now, when you look at the richest Americans, when you look at August 2019, August 2020, that group in itself, one of the richest Americans saw their wealth go up.
Greetings. It's good to see you. Welcome back. We hope that you enjoyed that wonderful data-driven presentation. It had some actual good facts in it. I know a couple whose products were featured on Oprah Winfrey Show. Puzzle Huddle. You should check them out. They create these wonderful puzzles with children in professional various situations as medical doctors and business owners, etc. They're Howard University classmates of mine, Matthew Goins and his wonderful wife Marnell. And yes, it did make a difference for them. They moved so much product during the Christmas holiday. It was absolutely amazing. So we need more of that. Yet with the facts that the presenter presented, it is true that we need more. We need a national effort. We know in the state of North Carolina, that historically underutilized businesses, which means historically discriminated against businesses, by statute are to receive 10% of the state receipts. Just say the state receipts are $10 billion. $1 billion are supposed to go in the hands of historically underutilized businesses, as we know, particularly includes African American businesses, but it also includes women-owned businesses, and there are businesses that are women-owned and historically African American-owned businesses, and other businesses that are claiming being historically underutilized. So that set of receipts are being cut down and further and further and further. There is a need for governments to play a role because the federal budget is trillions of dollars. And when you add all the state budgets together, they're trillions of dollars. And that's a lot of resources flowing through hands. And some of that needs to flow through our business owners' hands in federal procurement and contracting, in state contracting, in local government, county contracting, and in city government contracting. We're waiting on our very next speaker. And in the meantime, I'd like to make mention of a well-kept secret in Durham, Glendola Beasley, GMB and Associates. I'll tell you more. Greetings, Latricia Nicole Beatty. How are you today?
I am well. How are you?
I am doing well. It's so good to see you. And we're looking forward to your wonderful presentation today.
Thank you so much for having me. I am so elated to be here today. I've been listening to all of the wonderful speakers, and all of the information has been delightful. I have actually been echoing through my home with my husband and my children, because that's where the information starts with you, and then spreading it to your household and then to the community. So this has been good to me.
Wonderful. I'm going to jump off and see you on the other side. We're listening forward to your presentation and have some fun along the way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Well, before I begin my presentation, I must give honor and say thank you to the visionary himself and all of his constituents, Dr. Eric Kelly III. Thank you so much for doing what you do for the community. You have been bringing all of us together for years. This is my 3rd year with you guys, and I want to say thank you for thinking of me once again to do what I love to do, which is to speak life. And I want to thank everyone behind the scenes and everyone that has been graciously helping you put this together for us. We appreciate you, sir. And we appreciate all of you with your servants' hearts. And as we come together as a Black community, we're going to raise awareness that is going to change the trajectory of our finances in every one of our households and our families and the communities and the states and then the world. And I know I'm speaking life right now. But again, as he stated, my name is Letitia Nicole Beatty. I am a minister of the gospel. I am a CEO founder of Speak Life Enterprises. I'm also the CEO founder of Speak Life Vitamins and Tea. I also do coaching. I have my own school, Speak Life Transformational Institute, that teaches personal development. I'm a nonprofit strategist as well, a healthcare consultant. I know I see like y'all like, what else do she do? And all in all, I help with personal development and creating wealth as a wealth builder. So yes, I'm here to speak life to you. And today I'll be talking about, and I know you're like, what all this stuff that she does. But before I get started, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Go ahead and grab your pen, get your pad, get your paper, because I'm ready for you guys, not just to hear what I'm saying, but to write it down and make it plain for yourself. So when I'm done speaking, you can take it and run with it. Yes, I learned from the principles of a great book that we all might read, and it is the Bible. And I'll be speaking from that place because today I'm talking about manifestation of a millionaire mindset. Manifestation of a millionaire mindset. And at the end of this presentation, and I promise I won't keep you too long today, but at the end of this presentation, you will be able or have some type of principles to speak life into your relationship, your finances, your mindset, and your life. And actually, I want to just shout out my sister, Kimberly Winborn. I heard her on this morning. Oh my goodness. Everything that I'm hearing from you guys, it takes mindset. And she spoke about healing toxic habits, which is also one of my books, Healing Toxic Habits. And I'm hearing about all these things that COVID caused within the Black community and within the world itself. And in order to change our trajectory, and where they said that we were behind as a culture, it's going to take a mindset. It is going to take a mindset, not doing things the way we used to do it. I mean, learning principles and actually applying them. As I stated, a lot of my knowledge comes from a great book, because we can't just be hearers of this word. We must be doers of this word so we can stop deceiving ourselves, you guys. Doing something over and over and over again is called insanity. It's insanity to keep doing things over and over and over again. It has not worked for us. I was talking to my husband this morning as I was hearing all this amazing information. I said, we must continue to educate our children. We can't be like the generations before us that did not have the information, because we don't have that excuse. We have technology. We have means to get the information and to learn and to grow and to study and to teach. But first, it must start in our own households. So the information that I'll be teaching today, the things that I'll be speaking over your life today, I pray that you not only use it for yourself, but for generations to come, for your children and children's children. I told my husband this morning, I said, everything we learn about trading, everything we learn about investing, everything we learn, we must not cripple our children. I know that we want best for our children and we want to show them better. But listen, all this knowledge that we're learning, if we don't teach our children, if we don't have them read and study, if we don't teach them how to apply, it still hold our culture back, because that knowledge would die within you if you don't teach your seed. Okay? I know I had to get that out. I had to tell you that. Don't just keep it for yourself. Don't just keep it for yourself. Make sure that you're spreading it to your family. Make sure you're telling your children to teach their children. The great book I read also says, older women teach the younger women. Men be an example. Oh, I just got excited. I really did. Because I know that this information that we're learning today is not going to just stay right here on this broadcast. The efforts that Dr. Kelly is doing is not going to stay right here in this broadcast. And we're not just going to maintain a manifestation of a millionaire mindset for ourselves. It's going to be for our culture. It's something I want to share with you, because Jesus said himself, if you can believe, all things are possible. To them that believe, it will be possible. So in order to change your mindset, to change the trajectory of our culture, you have to renew your thoughts and ways of thinking. And if you can renew your mind and your thoughts towards the things that you want to do and towards the things of God, you can change your whole world around you. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, you can. But first, you must believe. I just can't believe in you. I just can't believe in our culture. I just can't. You have to believe in it for yourself. And I keep hearing so many people say they want to be a millionaire and they want to leave a legacy and but it change, and you must change your mindset. And if you want to become a millionaire entrepreneur, you're not alone. Many have dreams of leaving their jobs. I remember I dreamed of leaving my job a couple of years ago. I was a nursing home administrator. I had 200 employees. I was making great six figures, and I started making six figures part-time, and we had other businesses making six figures, and my husband had his business making 7-8 figures. And it took a mindset. Our family household, it took a shift of our mindset to manifest this. And I know you are dreaming of becoming your own boss and enjoying the very, millionaire lifestyle that you watch on TV. But there's a difference between those that are believing they can become a millionaire and those that become a millionaire and those that actually do become millionaires. So you can actually change your culture and help people. And it begins and ends with mindset. If you do not develop that mindset, you'll continue to spin your wheels over and over and over, working so hard, but not going anywhere. Oh my goodness. That's called insanity. Developing a millionaire mindset requires you to stretch your thinking. Go ahead and write that down. Go ahead and write that down. Stretch your thinking. Start by developing these following 6 attributes that I'm going to speak to you. Write them down. Make sure you write it down. And if you aspire to be a millionaire at some point in your life, if you're at 5 figures, you have to get to 6 figures. If you're at 6 figures, you have to develop the 7-figure business mindset. Listen, you have to be really clear of what you want, why you want it, and how you're going to get it. And throughout my 20s, I'm going to tell you guys, my why was making money. Is there anybody want to tell the truth? Have y'all ever, why have been making money? Okay. And a lot of success in business, and it taught me failures and it taught me successes. And it also taught me that it wasn't about the money. It wasn't about the money. But it was what I could do with the money. Anybody else have that story? And so, which caused me to start a nonprofit organization because I was starting to use my own money to feed the elderly in the community, to buy their toiletries, to get diabetic socks, to get the things that they needed, because my love for the elderly, that was my why. I wanted to give back. It's about what you can do with that money. When I started having children, my why began that they didn't have to take out a bunch of loans to go to school. Oh. You must have a vision. That's number 1. Go on and write that down. Go on and write that down. I'm going to write with you so I can know how long it's taking you to write. Number 1. Got your pen? I got my Speak Like pen. Go on. Number 1. You must have a vision. You must have a vision. That has to be clear. So clear, crystal clear. You have to write the vision and make it plain so somebody else can pick it up and run with it. I'm an author of 7 books. 7 books that's teaching people how to speak life into their finances, speak life into their health, into their wealth, speak life into themselves. These are true stories. I made it so plain that people can pick up one of my books, Healing from Toxic Habits and Heal from Guilt, Fear, and Shame and Doubt. They can pick up a book and apply the knowledge that I share with them. Write the vision, make it plain. I'm going to tell you this too. And I got this from this great book again, Habakkuk 2 and 3. Yeah, for still the vision awaits its appointed time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. It surely will come. It will not delay. Listen, stop throwing away your visions and your business because your friends and family don't believe in you. Stop giving up on you. You have a whole culture that's counting on you. That's counting on you to win. That's counting on you to make it. That's counting on you to actually write the vision and make it so plain that they can run with it. They're counting on you to write your books. They're counting on you to start your business. They're counting on you to change your mindset. They're counting on you. And at the appointed time, your business is going to blossom and prosper. At the appointed time. As you apply all this knowledge at the appointed time. I can't help but to speak life over you, because as it is written, listen, I didn't make this up. It is written, who eyes have not seen, nor ears have not heard, neither has it entered the man image of what God has for you and that has prepared for you. So don't give up. Don't give up on your message. Don't give up. Don't give up. I hope I'm reaching somebody today that just felt like giving up because you wasn't getting speaking engagements and people aren't buying your products, and your family and friends won't support your business and your consulting company and your personal development and your financial company. You have a whole generation and culture that's waiting on you to get over you and keep going. So number 2, go ahead and write number 2 down. You must love what you do. What did you say, Letitia? I said, you must love, L-O-V-E, what you do. When you love what you do, it don't feel like work. And when you love what you do, money would eventually flow to and through you. Oh my goodness, I just said something. Flow to and through you. That means it's not just helping you, it's helping other small businesses to become bigger businesses. It's going to flow to you and through you. Even at that moment, you're working a job. Oh, I know I'm talking to somebody. Even at that moment, you're working a job or a career that you don't love. I need you to simply shift your mindset to the way you think about your business, your job, and your career. You don't love your job, but you love what that money does to help your business. You have to shift your whole entire mindset. And rather than being so, sad about your job, think about it as your banker that's supporting your vision to where you want to be. Speak life into your present circumstances and shift your mindset so you can shift your way of thinking. Oh my God. And cherish your job for providing you the means to pursue the work you love. I know I just said something. I know I just said something to somebody. Well, I know I can hear you say, Letitia, how? Well, that great book I read again, that great book says in 1 Corinthians 13, 4-8, that great book that I read, that how do you love? Well, love is patient. Be patient with yourself where you are. Okay, be patient with yourself. Don't get so frustrated. Be kind to yourself. Don't be boastful. Don't be envious of people that's gone before you. Don't be arrogant. Don't be rude. Don't insist of doing things your own way. As you heard from multiple people, it takes collaboration. It takes getting with people that's like-minded. This event took collaboration to have 100 speakers. Don't be resentful. Don't be irritated. Rejoice. Be thankful in the truth. Oh my God. Believe those things that you're hearing today, and don't just believe it, but apply them. Endure it all. Don't let it end in your thoughts. Make that vision go further and further. Oh man, everything you do in love. That'll help your mindset. Oh no, I can just keep going on and on and on about love. Yes, I can. I can go on and on about love. But the truth is, if you don't have love for what you're doing, you're not going to continue to do it. And you have children, you have women, you have men, you have business owners, for profit and nonprofit. You have a nation that's just waiting on you to love what you're doing right now, even if you're working that job, to fund your business. Number 3. Yeah, there's a number 3. Go ahead and write it down. Go ahead and write it down. Be solution focused. What does that mean, Letitia? Be solution focused. I'm going to give you time to write it down. Be solution focused. Be very clear on the problem that you want to solve. Be very clear on the problem your business solve. Be very clear on the problem your ministry solve. Be very clear on the problem that when you speak, you solve. Was that clear enough? In addition of being solution focused means that when you see a problem, you know that other people see and they make the problem bigger despite the circumstances. When the going get tough, most of the people pack up and get going, but not you, because you're going to be millionaire mindset. And guess what? You know that the bigger the problem, the bigger the solution. No matter how big the problem, there's a challenge that's coming that you can solve. It's a blessing in disguise. Even failure reaps benefits that will serve you in the future. I'm going to say that again. Even failure reaps benefits that will serve you in the future. So you don't look at a problem as the end. You look at the problem as a solution. And by focusing on the solution rather than the problem, you maintain a positive mindset. And you're not rattled by the circumstances beyond your control that may derail others, but it's not going to derail you. Because you have a why, and your why is not a lie. So your why is going to make you try even harder to get the solution to help with that business, to help with that community, to help with those children, to help with those men, to help with those women, to help with the churches, to help people. The bigger you grow as an entrepreneur, the greater the pressure and the greater the responsibility and the greater the problems. That means the greater of chances that you get to serve. Millionaires are excited about their challenges. Oh God, because they know that abundance lies on the other side. And remember, people who see solution attract other people that see solutions. It's evident. It's evident. Look at how many solution-minded people are involved with this expo. We are solution-minded. Yes, we have different ways of speaking it. We have different businesses. We have different thoughts. But guess what? When we come together, we pack a big, fat punch. All of us come together. It ain't a slap. It's a punch. We are punching this economy, and we're helping our culture get on the right track. It is going to take force, not pointing, not mixing, not slapping, but a punch, a powerful punch when we come together. Oh, my goodness, my goodness. Number four. You know what? Before I can get to number 4, I have to give you what I know to give you. Before I go to number 4, Philippians 4:8 says this, because you have to change your mindset. And it says, finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there's anything excellent, if there's anything worthy of praise, think about these things. So as you're working your job, as you're running your business, think about those things that are praiseworthy and that are true. And the truth is you can do all things. The truth is that you can create change. I just said something. You can create change. Cha-ching. Did I just say that? Go ahead and tweet it. You can create change. Cha-ching. And change is also currency. Change will change a nation. Cha-ching. I just made myself happy. Now, I don't know if you caught that, but I just made my whole self happy because change will create change. Oh, I know I'm speaking life to somebody up in here. I know I'm speaking life to somebody because you're going to be the change, cha-ching, that you want to see. And in order to change and change our community and change our culture, to get this education out to a culture, it's going to take change. Cha-ching. That means all of us are going to have to change our mindset so we can make a change. Cha-ching. Oh, I can do that all day. Oh, I just made myself happy. I don't know about you, but I just made my own self happy. Because before you can implement anything that has been spoken to you, before you can implement the change, you're going to have to assess your mindset. You're going to have to plan to make a change. You're going to have to assess, plan, implement, evaluate, and then execute. Somebody feel like I'm talking to them right now, but I'm telling you, you're not the only one that's under the sound of my voice that have to assess yourself. I know we're looking at the community, we're looking at the economy, we're looking at everything else, but assess yourself, assess your business, assess your mindset. Focus on where you are now so you can make a change. All right. So number four, study leadership skills. Study your leadership skills. Focusing on your leadership skills is going to dramatically shift everything in your life and your business. Grab a book. Now, I have a book that's right here that I read. Start with why. Start with why. Eternalize it. The more you grow, the more your leaderships grow, the more you're going to attract other like-minded people into your business. This is a great book. Philippians 4:9 says, the things you have learned and received and heard and seen in me, practice these things, and the God of peace will be with you. Well, the way I interpret that, let me tell you something. When you go into something without studying, when you go without the knowledge, when you go without the know-how, it creates anxiety. You have to learn how to do things and read and study those people that have done these things before you. It takes a mindset to study and change. It takes a mindset to study and change toxic habits that are learned. Some people call them generational curses that were learned from generation to generation to generation. And the economy and things have changed. This whole world have changed. It's an even playing field. We do not have the excuse that we had over a year ago that we didn't know. Oh, they kept us down. We don't have that excuse anymore. The information is here. Utilize it. Run with it. Eternalize it. Eat the whole scroll. Oh, I just tickled myself. Eat it all. Spit out what you don't use, don't need, but what you do need, you keep inside of you and you let it grow and grow and nurture you, and then you nurture other people with it. My goodness. Number 5. Going to write that down. I just said something. Be growth oriented. Be growth oriented. Millionaire business owners endlessly pursue personal growth and development. Endlessly pursue personal growth and development. Because if you already arrived, you didn't shot your own self in the foot. I heard my sister say that none of us are going to be perfect. No, none of us. But we can strive for excellence. We can strive for excellence. And first and foremost, get a coach. My life has been impacted more by having coaches than anything in my life that I've ever done in business and in life and in general. But not only get a coach, you got to be coachable. And that's a problem because we think we know everything. We think we know everything. And just because somebody say it different than you or do it different than you, that don't mean that it's wrong. And often what we do is we seek wise counsel, and then we put up a wall between you and the feedback that you're receiving. Now, what I'm saying to you today is know that your coach sees your business and your life from an outside perspective that you cannot. Trust that your coach has the wisdom of the full picture and a perspective that you don't have. And the more prime that you are hearing what your coach is saying and implementing what they're saying and assimilate the feedback, the faster and the further in your business that you will grow. Oh, I'm not just making things up. It's been written. 2 Timothy 2:15 says, study and show thyself approved, a workman that needed not to be ashamed, rightly divided by the word of truth. When your coaches are teaching you, they are molding you, they are guiding you. They're guiding you with principles that they've already used to get them to where they are. I mentioned to you that I'm a wealth builder. I help people build wealth. Churches build wealth. Nonprofits build wealth. For-profits build wealth. I collaborate with people. I help them build wealth. In my companies, I help people build wealth. But that took a change of mindset. These companies are not just for me. These vitamins and teas and are not just for me. I made it a way that other people can sell them and generate wealth. But that took a mindset for me. We have to stop trying to do things by ourselves and help each other. Help each other. Warren Buffett said the things that we like to do should be a hobby of ours. But the thing that the world is doing should be a business. I took that literally. I see a whole bunch of women wearing lashes, so I sell them. That's a business. I'm a nurse. I'm a registered nurse by trade, nursing home administrator by trade. But guess what? When I caught COVID-19 on last year, which I spoke to you about on last year, my God, I developed a vitamin and tea company, which has created more wealth for not just for me, but for other companies, nonprofit, for-profit, for people that lost their jobs, that were furloughed. I am a solution. Oh, say that right now. Say, I am a solution. Go ahead and repeat that to yourself. I am a solution. I changed my thinking from doing to being. That's number 6. Go ahead and write that down. Change your thinking from doing to being. I used to do all the things. I was reading. I was taking vitamins. I drink tea. Especially when I had COVID, I was doing it all because I wanted to live. But I changed my thinking from doing to being the change, cha-ching, that I wanted to see. Being the change, cha-ching, that you want to see. And because of that change, I'm able, This is speaking to me. It might not be speaking to you today, but if it's speaking to you, y'all can say amen right there. Because this change that I wanted to see, that created change, that changed my thinking from doing to being, the change that I wanted to see, created change that I can give back to my community. It created change that I can feed over 300 people in one building. Created change that the vision spread it throughout United States, that people were changing their mindset in Michigan. That's where I'm originally from, Detroit, Michigan. Were changing their mindset in Georgia, changing their mindset in New York, where the governor and the mayor got involved in the change, and they start feeding people according to the initiative that I had that year. And I'm telling you, it's been growing and growing, changing people mindset from thinking to doing and being. People, especially entrepreneurs, are consistently doing in order to have stuff. That's that rat race. I can just see, I visually just saw a rat in one of those little round things just keep running and running around, and they're still in one space, but they're sweating and they're tired, and they're just running in one space because they're doing in order to have stuff. You know what I'm talking about. New cars, new houses, new clients, or whatever it is that make you feel significant and good about yourselves. They believe that once they become a millionaire, they will truly be significant and having done something worthwhile. But that's actually backwards. It is. If you truly want to have $1 million, you must first and think like a millionaire. Because I'll be the first to tell you, you can make $1 million, but just depending on your mindset, are you going to be able to keep it this time? I can talk about that. Because if your mindset doesn't change, you will spend that money so fast on Gucci and Prada and cars and all kind of stuff. You won't invest it. You won't teach your children about investments. You'll have them going to GameStop, and you won't have any stock in GameStop. You will go to Disney and not have any stock in Disney. You will be going on Carnival cruises. You know, they're going to open back up, but you won't have any stock in Carnival cruises and RC, Royal Caribbean. Yeah, I knew it as RC because I have stock in it. You won't teach the generations to come about changing the mind. You will keep doing and doing and doing. You won't invest in anything. Your money will just sit in the bank. It won't accumulate wealth for you. No interest. You won't create to procreate. You won't create so other people can make money too, because it'll always be about you and what you can do to obtain wealth. But like I said, that's backwards. If you truly want to have $1 million, you must first be and think like a millionaire. By doing things, you're going to attract. By doing so, you're going to attract the necessary resources to you. That's called the law of manifestation. I just made my whole entire self happy. Because I know you heard the laws of attraction, but there is also a law of manifestation. A man that passionately thinks of things, he becomes those things. That came from that great book again, that Proverbs 23:7. For as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. What a man deeply or strongly feels, he says he attracts. Hebrew 11:1 says, now faith is the confidence of things that we hope for, the evidence of things not seen. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, I can sit here and preach my whole entire self happy. But I want to share with you before I leave today. Those that would love to have a change of mindset, to contact me, to be involved in the things that I'm doing in the community. And a lot of us that are here today, we collaborate. We know each other. We're not in competition. We not in competition. We collaborate. So our community can grow. Our community can grow. So I'm going to share something with you today. I don't know why I share my screen with you. I'm so excited. This has been so good to me. So good to me. I'll share my screen with you. I better share some sound with you too. Share. Hello, everybody. It is your coach, Letitia Nicole Beatty, and I am so elated to be here with you. And I'm even more elated that you have decided to take this journey with me to change your mindset. And I am well aware of that changing your mindset requires dedication and consistency from you and a commitment to grow. And this course is going to help you do just that. And it's going to identify a success plan to produce more in your life. Now, you're going to examine what you do, what you say, how you think, and you're going to identify any hindrances and stumbling blocks that are limiting the full manifestation that God intended for you in your life. Now, additionally, you're going to learn in this course strategies and behaved outlines in God's words to produce the very life of abundance that God has for you. And again, I am so excited because lesson number 1 is going to consist of the power of mindset. And that's where you're going to gain clarity, okay, and understanding of your mindset by removing what's not serving you and making room for things that is going to help you grow. Oh my God, I just got really excited. Hallelujah. Thank you, God. I just got really excited. And what's holding you back from reaching your full potential? You're going to be able to answer that at the end of lesson number 1. And lesson number 2 is going to be understanding mindset. And your mindset is like a blank canvas, you guys. And what you imagine or think is painted on the canvas of your mind. And once you paint a picture in your mind, you can start to believe those thoughts. Let me tell you, we are going to change that canvas to the life that you deserve. Lesson number 3 is habits that last. Oh my God. This is going to be speaking life and daily routines for your life. And to produce something new in your life, it will require establishing new habits and new thoughts. So I'm not going to spill the beans, but that's lesson number 3. And listen, lesson number 4, last but not least, you guys, is going to be shifting your mindset. And shifting your mindset starts with what you are putting in your mind. So, hey, with a lot of journaling and meditation and using SMART goals, we already know what that is: specific, measurable, obtainable, realistic, and timely goals. We're going to be learning all of these things, okay? And you're going to be using scripture that are going to manifest the life that you deserve. So I'm not going to spill no more beans, but I'm just going to say thank you so much for choosing me to be your coach. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak into your life. And I'm telling you, you're already victorious. And I can't wait to see you on the other side. You guys, it is your coach, Letitia Nicole Beatty, and I speak life so that we all can have life more abundantly. Peace and blessings. Thank you so much for watching that with me. I want to tell you guys, listen, Speak Life Transformational Institute is now taking new students. If you want to learn more about me, if you want to learn more about how you can collaborate with the Speak Life Prayer and Bible Study that has been up and running for the last 7.5 years, if you would like to learn how to change your mindset and be a pillar in a community, if you need personal development, if you need nonprofit strategies, if you need healthcare consulting, if you need personal development, if you want to learn how to be a wealth builder, you can contact me at letitianicole.com, letitianicole.com. You also can follow me on Letitia Nicole on Facebook, Letitia Nicole Speak Life Instagram, Letitia Nicole Beatty at Twitter. I'm everywhere. If you hashtag Speak Life, you'll find me. Speak Life has been my life. It has shaped my life and my reality, that I've learned how to apply these principles and teach these principles to manifest the life that we deserve. I want to thank you again for allowing me to be here and do what I love the most, is speaking life, so we all may have a life of abundance. Thank you so much. My name is Letitia Nicole Beatty. I am gracious for this time. Thank you, Dr. Kelly, for your vision. And thank you to everyone that is listening and that will be contacting me.
I tell you what, you have over-delivered. You have given us a feast of wisdom upon which to continue to digest and ingest, and just kind of let it fill our spirit for the rest of the week. Dare we say the rest of this quarter. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I enjoyed every minute of it. Yeah.
I could tell. I was really tickled by the portion you said when you blinked your eyes and you said cha-ching. I said, it made me think of the viral video where the guy jumps out of the back of the car and he says, "Where the money resides, where the money resides, where the money resides."
Thank you. I saw that flash on the screen as well. I had to compose myself and focus. Yeah.
You know, you said some things earlier on I want to revisit. You talked about the power of family, the power of exercising the teachings in your family so that the little ones, your children, along with your husband, of course, that they actually see these principles in motion. And I'd like to just revisit that. What do you say, in the middle of COVID and epidemic, to families that have little people staying at home in academia, and the parents who need to run their businesses also have to kind of, negotiate their children's business of school along with their particular businesses? Any suggestions on how to manage that, maybe with support of others, or how to navigate that, as well as to live out these principles that you discuss in the middle of a pandemic, if you will?
Absolutely. That is a great question. And actually, during the pandemic, and I was able to create a 90-day abundant living planner through the pandemic. Wonderful. And it has changed my life. It's speaking life to balance. Speaking life to balance. And what I'm going to tell you is that you have to write everything down for yourself and your children. If you're responsible for them getting to class on time, if you're responsible for them clicking a button and going into another class, because I know it has not been easy, especially for the little ones that have little children. Not so much. My children are 17 and 19. And it still has been a challenge because, okay, so I have an office, and now during the daytime, now my kids are home and they feel like they're supposed to be in the office because they got class. Right. And I'm trying to work.
Right.
So what you do, you create things for your family. This was a perfect opportunity. Like I said, it was a problem. It's problem solving. Your mindset will shift till you are a solution. So my solution was the chairs that was in my office. Now you guys have each chair in your rooms with a desk that you don't need my office.
Excellent. Can I ask you another question and
Yes, sir.
follow up? You know, so the old school parents were like, this how it's going to be, you know, it's time for you to just fall in line with the program. It seems like the new children like to negotiate with parents, like to, you know, offer alternative perspectives. I'm wondering, to what degree do you suggest in the planning stages that the children in the age group you talked about are actually involved in the planning of the solution that's implemented within the home?
Absolutely. So, and everything I speak on from experience. I think experience is the best teacher. And when you apply these principles, you'll learn what works for you. Because what works for me and my household, the principles work anyway, but how you apply them, it may be different. As I stated, my children are teenagers. And they are watching their mother and their father. We both have multiple businesses, and we both do things in the community. We're both in the church. I'm Minister Beatty. He's Deacon Beatty. They're watching us multitask. So what we have done is also taught them that if they want to negotiate, then adults negotiate. And this is the price that they pay in order to stay here. The price is called respect. The price is called honoring. That's the price, right? And so we also taught them about being entrepreneurs. My oldest son started door dashing. He's also started his own clothing line, all during a pandemic, which is showing his brother, because they're watching their father as his business is amazing. And then they're watching me and in my business, and they're like, wow, okay, not just to go on a job, but even no matter where you go, you're going to have to live out a set of rules. And either you can stay here and pay respect and honor, or you can go somewhere else, and that's going to cost you more than that. So you have to teach them the principles.
Right. Excellent. Well, listen, you have shared a lot of information with us, and I now just want to ask you some financial questions. Could you speak to, if you know, I'm thinking of Bloomberg Television, how they ask questions like, well, you have any stock picks? Who do you see is on the rise, or any industries like artificial intelligence, et cetera, et cetera? Would you care to speak to any of that?
I don't mind speaking to any of that, because I look at, you shouldn't be an emotional, listen, I learned, don't be an emotional investor. Okay. If you're going to pick something, stay with it, stick with it. There's difference between day trading and long-term trading, and pick what you're going to do and stick with it, and don't be emotional about it. And the best thing I can tell you, oh God, this was a great question, because this is something that my mentor was able to give me. I need you to go look in your refrigerator and see all those things that you, the consumer, is buying. I want you to write it down. This is how you're going to find what stock to invest in. And then I want you to go look at the appliances in your house. And I want you to write down the appliances you have, Sony and all these different appliances, right? And then I want you to go into your bathroom, and I want you to write down the soap that you have, right? And I want you to go into your closet and write down the clothing that you tend to buy and the stores that you go to. And then I want you to pick a place, whether it's Robinhood, whether it's Coinbase, whether it's oh God, I can name so many of them because I'm with, so whether E-Trade, whether, oh my God, Cash App, I mean, PayPal, go pick a place, right? But I want you not, and not every place is the same, because some people don't have the companies that you're looking for, right? And so based upon what you, the consumer, especially Black folks, because they study us, okay, that's something else to talk about. They study how we buy. And I want you to
Yes.
take a portion of your paycheck or what you're bringing in. I don't care if it's $1, find you some, I don't care if it's $5, $10, go on Acorn. I need you to make sure that you are investing on what you are spending, because 9 times out of 10 is to consumer, which they're looking at how Blacks spend. It's I have Tulsa. Everybody want the car. I want the stock. Okay, make sure
Right.
you get the
Right.
stock of what you buy. Warren Buffett said that whatever you like to do should be a hobby of yours, but what the world is doing should be a business, and you need to own it. And you will feel much better if you are eating cornflakes and you own it. You'll feel much better if you're wearing Nike and you own some of Nike. You'll feel much better if you found you a technology company and then you own some of it while you're using it. Okay, so as your children are playing games, let them own some of that game.
Right. Right. Excellent. And you know, that's so important because they say that children hear what we say, but they observe what we do and they follow what they see us doing.
Yes, they do. And you see, I get
You're,
excited
you're,
about it. You talk to me, I get
that's good.
excited about it because it's cha-ching, change create change.
Right. Right. Listen, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing this in replay, and we know that people will continue to reach out for you. How again can people reach you in social media, your website? Would you care to share that information with us again?
Absolutely. My website is LetitiaNicole.com, and that's LATICIANICOLE.com. I am Letitia Nicole on Facebook, Letitia Nicole Speak Life on Instagram. You also can email me at Letitia@LetitiaNicole.com. That's Letitia@LetitiaNicole.com. And if you want to learn more
Yes.
about Speak Life Transformational Institute, you can, I'm like Kim, you can inbox me on social media. I do take inboxes as well as a start. So I can always direct you where you need to be. And I look forward to hearing from many of you. If you need prayer, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 7.5 years, Speak Life Prayer and Bible Study. That's my network. Purpose Professionals. If you are Purpose Professionals,
All right.
that's my 501c, you're welcome to join that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A wonderful day, and continue to be who you are and spread this good news that you're sharing with us.
Thank you, sir.
Take care and thank you. Hey, listen, we are on the Black Business Network, experiencing the Black Business Olympics Winter Edition, Day 2, Part 1. We have more speakers to come. There's more wisdom, more information to be shared with you. We hope that you're enjoying it, that you're taking notes, that you're writing up the contact information so that you can be in direct communication with the resource people. We have over 100 speakers in this particular edition of the Black Business Olympics that are bringing you a combined over 1,000 years of business experience. And if we value that 1,000 years of business experience as simply $10,000 a year, then we're talking over $1 billion of intellectual property, of experiences, of value that you're receiving complimentary on the Black Business Network. These are exciting times. Opportunities abound. In the midst of a pandemic, there are opportunities for your economic growth, your self-development, your network to grow so that your net worth can grow. And we look forward to hearing from you and how you are benefiting from the Black Business Network. Dr. Eric Kelly put this together in part to be of service to Black businesses all over the world. Singapore is locked in, London is locked in, Los Angeles, Chicago, LA, Durham, Atlanta, New York are locked in, as well as to be of service to students. There are scholarships that will come out of this, and we ask that you in the listening audience to get your network to plug in and provide resources. It could be $1, it could be 10, 100, 1,000 for the scholarships for students and the computers for students to benefit from the Black Business Network. We're looking forward to our next speaker that will be joining us momentarily. And the speaker of the hour is Nicole. It's Cheryl James. Cheryl James will be joining us shortly. So we're listening forward to her. And we hope. And James, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you doing? Hey, can you hear me?
Magnificent. We are so pleased to have you here. We look forward to your wisdom. Yes, I can. There's
Wonderful.
a bit of a delay. I can, in fact, hear you. And in fact, maybe I'm going to exit and allow you to begin. And that will be a great way to eliminate whatever technical difficulties we may be. Thank you, and please begin.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So it's sponsored by
My Local CFO, helping you build stronger growth by connecting your financial picture to your operational goals. Follow them on Facebook and LinkedIn at My Local CFO, or visit their website at www.mylocalcfo.com.
Hey, my name is Cheryl James, and I'm super excited to be here with you today to bring to you profit strategies. Today, we're going to be talking about the business that you're in. And so I'm going to be doing something that's a little bit different. We're not throwing numbers at you. I don't have any secret sauce, meaning that's something that you've never heard before. But I guarantee you, if you just stay with me, you'll learn some strategies and some actions that you can take today to continue to move your business forward. My name is Cheryl James, and let me just tell you, about 7 years ago, I found myself having an opportunity to get some coaching in my business for about 3 months. Actually, granted to me, it's kind of handed to me in my hand, and I went to the meeting to learn more about it and dressed fabulously, excited, ready to go, walked up to the front desk to give my name and say, hey, I'm here to get instruction. And they said hi, and then handed me this sheet of paper. And the sheet of paper, immediately my heart sank because there were questions on this paper that I had no idea. Now, I'm the CEO of my business. I was helping other people in their business, and I knew exactly what to do, and I knew what I was doing, and I had the knowledge and expertise. But to be honest, if I could be really honest with you, my business wasn't growing the way it should. We were just limping along. Now, those questions that were on that sheet was, what was my revenue last year? What is my revenue this year to date? What was my projected income for the month? Now, you'll say, okay, Cheryl James, you're the profit strategist, and you work with businesses helping them in their financial area. How do you not know these things about yourself? Well, it's just like we do in regular everyday. We give so much to everyone else that we don't take time to give back to ourselves. And that's exactly what I was doing in business. I could tell you about everybody else's numbers. I could tell you exactly where they were. I could answer all those questions on that sheet for everyone else. But I found myself going to the bathroom, looking under all the stalls to make sure no one was there, and then going and kind of crouching in the corner just in case somebody came in. Because I was at that moment feeling like a fraud, feeling like a failure, and feeling like I needed to take some action in my life because this is not how I wanted to live it. I needed to get a handle on my business rather than my business having a handle on me. And I made a phone call to my partner, And he had to answer all the questions for me. He pulled up our records and answered all the questions, and I was able to fill out the paper, able to get it back to them and go through the coaching, the 3 months coaching. But the key here was it was a defining moment in my life. Very defining moment in my life. It was me taking hold of my business and not limping along, rather than the business taking hold of me. And that's what I'm here today to talk to you about: profit strategies, just about the business that you're in right now. What are the actions that you're taking in your business that lends to profit? Now, we're not going to get into a whole bunch of numbers or anything like that today. Trust me, I could. But what I really want to just talk about is your everyday operations and the business itself, how all the decisions that you make, that you're currently making in the blind because you have no idea if you're profitable, what's happening, what's coming in, what needs to go out, maybe checking bank accounts every morning just to make sure that you didn't go over and have a negative balance. Maybe thinking, I want to grow, but I don't know how to grow. I'm scared because I can barely meet payroll, not having enough time for family and friends to do other things, that the job has you hostage. We want you to be the conductor of your business and not riding in the caboose. So this is not a ride that the business is taking you on. You're wanting to take the business on a ride itself. So I want to talk to you really quickly about those profit strategies. Now, as we talk about it, it's going to be some no-brainers. I'm just going to be plain honest with you. There will be some no-brainers, but maybe it'll reiterate some things, help you look at things differently, or more importantly, implement some things that you haven't implemented before. I'm going to use a simple technique that's called why, what, who, how, when, and where. It's exactly what we're going to talk about. Why, what, who, how, when, and where. And with those, we're going to answer some questions in your business, and then I'll show you how that goes back to the profit of your business. So let's start with the very first question. Why? Why we do it? Why do you do what you do? Now, you can probably ramble on for the next 30 minutes on why you do what you do, but what I'm really looking for is, what's the problem, obstacle, or challenge that you yourself are solving because you're in business? You know, everyone thinks their business is unique, and I'm not saying that there's not unique businesses out there, but the truth is you're in the problem-solving business. That means that there was a problem, obstacle, or challenge that you saw, and you have a solution for it. So what is that problem, obstacle, or challenge? The clearer you can be about this, the clearer you can get to those you're meant to serve. You're purposed to serve faster, because the language that you use will be language that's exactly for those people. So when we talk about marketing, if I know exactly what the problem, obstacle, or challenge is, that is the reason why we're in business, what we're solving on a day-to-day basis at the very core. Now, I know a lot of people will say, well, you know, everyone that comes in, each customer is unique. I will say each customer is unique, but there's a foundation and a core to the problem, obstacle, and challenge. So what I'm going to ask you to do is dive deeper. If you're still on the surface where you're saying, well, everyone is so unique, I just don't know how I could tell you, you know, this one has this problem, this one has that problem. You didn't dive deep enough. So you'll hear me say a lot, dig deeper, get to the core of the reason for the problem, the challenge, or the obstacle. Now, once we get there, this helps us identify not only who we serve, but how we present it to them, using the language for right where they are, helping them understand and see that you do understand right where they are, and you're the person, the company, the business, to get them over to the solution. That brings us to number 2, what we do. What we do is exactly that. It's the answer. It's the answer to the obstacle, problem, or challenge. It's the product or service that you offer. Now, it's key to look at the product and service you offer and balance that against the obstacle, challenge, and problem, because what that does is make sure that you're offering the right product or service in the right way. So often you could be in the right business, but because it's not being offered the right way, you're not making money. So let me give you a quick example. So let's say we have two hairdressers. One is very artistic, looks at your head as a canvas, very avant-garde, and she just wants to, whatever the latest trends in, colors, all of those things she's ready for, vibrant haircuts and do's. Then you have another hairdresser. This hairdresser is more into hair care, healthy hair, making sure that you're maintaining healthy hair. Now, they can do great, wonderful hairstyles, but the number one thing is the education to you about your hair. Now, let's look at both of these people. At the end of the day, you could go to either one of them for a cut, color, and style. They should effectively be able to give you a cut, color, and style, right? Wash, shampoo, they should be able to do it all. But then it comes down to who are they meant to serve, and are they using the right language to make sure that they have the right people coming into their doors? Now, if I'm only looking, I'm really concerned and wanting to make sure my hair stays healthy, and I'm very cautious about different cuts and not quite sure, but I just want to maintain the hair that I have and health of the hair, or continue to get better, healthy hair, then which one do I need to go to? I need to go to the one that's more about healthy hair. Now, if I'm a person that I want to be on trend, I want green hair, pink hair, purple hair, I want cuts that no one has seen, that's out of this galaxy, then I will be more purposed to go to the trendy hairstylist that sees your hair as more of a canvas. So what makes it difficult for each hairstylist to pull the person that they're looking for? It goes back to the problem that they're solving. If you're only advertising yourself as, I do hair, I can do your hair, then you're looking to get any and everybody. And one thing that we have to understand from the gate is we're not meant to serve everybody. Even if you're in the skincare line, I've heard people say, well, if you've got hair or you've got skin, then you're my client. Not true. And so I want you to really look at who's the client you're meant to serve, because we're lasering in and targeting in on that client now with our messaging and with the way we're giving our products and services, how they're being delivered. How do that person, because of the problem, obstacle, or challenges that they're having, how do those products or services need to be delivered? Now, let's just say we use the hairstylist again. If I'm more in the healthy hair, it may be a little bit more laid back, salon. There may be some music, you're still having a good time, but a little bit more laid back. There may be education materials that's there. There may be posts that you put out or webinars that you put out for people to learn about healthy hair. Your focus is on the education and the healthiness of the hair, and then the different protective hairstyles that you can do as you go to different trends, as you start doing different trends that you might want to try, but want to still make sure that your hair is healthy. As opposed to the hairstylist that's more trendy, more avant-garde, they may be a little bit more busier, right? Hairstyle plays. It may be a little more faster pace in there. There may be videos, but the videos are more edgy, more trendy. They stay up on what's latest, what's hot, what's coming out next. And they're probably even creating some of the what's next, what's coming out, and what's hot. And so their posts would be different. They would look different because they're speaking to that audience. Now, it doesn't mean just because I like healthy hair that I wouldn't go over to the trendy person, or vice versa, but it means that where are you purposed to be? Pull those people. No matter where you go, you want to speak the language of your people so that you are pulling them along. Now, how does this equate to dollars? If I understand the problem, the obstacle, and the challenge, and I'm very clear about the product or service that I offer, the answer, what happens, and the way I deliver it, what happens is now I don't have to explain myself 20 times. Have you ever found yourself explaining a couple of times what you do? And have you ever got someone saying, that sounds interesting. Well, if I know somebody, then I'll, send them your way, and they kind of walk off at a networking event? My motto is, the more times I have to explain what I do, the more times I've lost money. Because that means that I didn't find my partner, collaborator, joint venture partner. I didn't find the client that I needed. So that means that each time I'm explaining it over and over and over, I didn't close the deal, whatever that deal or sale may be. So the clearer you are, the clearer your messaging can be. Now, let's look at this from going to a marketing firm or getting someone to help you with your marketing and social media, because everybody says, I need more sales, I need more marketing. I need more sales, I need more marketing. What's the problem? I need more sales, I need more marketing. It goes back to your messaging. It goes back to understanding who you serve. And when you understand those things, it brings in number 3, who we do it for. You're clear about why you do it, what you do, and now who you do it for. Those 3 things together can now allow you to hire someone in marketing or branding and not just throw things on the wall. Because a lot of times what we're doing is spending money to see if this works or that works or this works or that works. And don't get me wrong, there is some testing that has to happen in marketing. In business, period, we're constantly tweaking because things are constantly moving and evolving and changing. But the clearer you are from the gate, now you can go to a marketing and branding person and they can do what they do best, and it will cost you less money to make it happen. The more they have to spend around trying to figure out these things and get you to that point, the more money you're spending before you can even get to the right marketing and the right branding that you need for your business. So it helps you to be very clear. A mentor told me one time, it's like a light. You can have a light in a room and it lights up the whole room. You have some dark areas, some more, lighted areas, or you can be a laser. Laser means that when you point the laser, it points directly to exactly where you need to be. Think about at night going to your car and maybe having that little flashlight on your keychain. You don't need all of the area illuminated. You just need the area where you are and where your key goes in. Well, now we have key fobs. You can tell how old I am. Where your key goes in, or where your keypad is, or door handle, or whatever it may be. That's all you need. And in business, the more laser focus you can get in understanding these things, the more concise you are when you speak in front of rooms, when you network, the clearer your message is, the better it comes across. And easily you can separate the room and pull the people that are meant for you, rather than going through a lot of people getting a lot of calls, a lot of leads. Leads are good, but if you're getting a lot of leads and none of them are your client, that's a waste of time. So you want to make sure that you're getting the right people calling you in. So why we do it, what we do it, how we do it, what we do it, and who we do it for. The next one is how we do it. How we do it is what we consider as your value proposition. This is your value proposition, how we do it. Now, this is very key. It's very key because a lot of people say, oh, well, we provide excellent customer service. I can probably throw a rock and find 5 other companies that provide extra, customer service or special customer service, or we customize to you. I can throw a rock and find 5 companies right around you that says the same thing. Your value proposition is, what value are you bringing? Why should I do business with you? Now, in this case, I usually tell people to think of yourself almost like a doctor, right? So we know that there's a problem, obstacle, or challenge. We know how we're going to answer that product, obstacle, or challenge, and we know who we serve. So when that clientele or customer comes and they say, oh my gosh, you can really say, like your doctor does, I know exactly what this is. I've seen it before. And give them an example of why you've seen it. That's where your story comes into play. why you've seen it, and how you've helped it in the past, the answer you've given it, and how you solved it in the past. More importantly, the value equals your experience. No one can argue with your experience. No one. And it's really what sets you apart from the next business, the next competitor, your experience. Now, all the other things become value add to that, like great customer service, friendly phone answering, and all of those things. But value prop is, what am I going to get? So if you're the doctor and the client is coming to you, prospective client or customer is coming to you, why should they come to you? That's the value proposition. Why should they come to you? And your experience plays a very, very, very big piece into that. Now, after we talk about your value proposition, we've got to talk about when we do it. When you do what you do, when that product or service is delivered, what's the benefits and the outcomes? Again, going back to why should I come to you? One, your experience. Two, could be your testimonials, right, of the people who've been there and says it's good. Because we're right now, I know I don't go anywhere to eat without checking the ratings, right, or checking and looking at what other people have said. So you have that, but then you have what's called your benefits and outcomes. And I really want you to think about this, because most people, when they talk about their benefits or outcomes, they talk about what they do. That's not your benefits or outcomes. That's the technical delivery of things. What you do is the technical delivery. That's the behind the scenes of how things happen, how they get done. But we are so quick and we're so used to being in that technical mindset that we don't understand the benefits. So go back to being the doctor. Why should I come to you? That's the value, right? The value that you're bringing, value proposition. But the second one is the benefits and outcome, because the doctor may say, hey, this is the solution. This is the medicine that you need, or this is the surgery that you need. You may say this is the product that you need, or this is the service that you need. Why? Because it's gonna cure the problem, obstacle, or challenge that you have. Now think about this. When you go to the doctor office, they don't tell you first about, well, we're going to do this insertion for the surgery and then this is going to happen. And then they say, no, you need this surgery because if you have it, you're having stomach problems, you're not feeling well, you're tired, you're exhausted. Well, after you take this medicine or have this surgery, no longer will you have the pain. Not only will you have energy, but you won't be able to just walk. You'll be able to run again, because you'll have so much energy. The brain fogginess will be gone. You'll have clarity in your mind and you'll be ready. You'll wake up every day ready for the day, where now you don't want to get out of bed. See the benefits and the outcomes? Hadn't talked about how it's going to happen yet, the technical side of things, just the benefits and the outcomes that come along with working with me, buying this product, buying this service. Now, here's the part that everyone likes and what everyone talks about: where we do it. That's the technical delivery. It's where you get things done. It's what you need to get it done. It's how you get it done. The back office stuff. So depending on your product, depending on your service, depending on your business, where does all of this get done? What do we need to get it done? Those are all the things that you need to know to provide the product or service, and then to continue to provide the customer service and retention of the clients and all of those things. Now, I went over the why, what, who, how, when, and where. Let me backtrack a little bit. We talked about in the why, what, and who, how that helps from a marketing standpoint in dollars that you save. So the less you spend out, the more you have in the company, correct? But from a marketing standpoint, The less I spend out, the more I have, but the better my marketing is, the more leads I get. Now, not only the more leads that you get, which turns into dollars, the clearer and more concise you are, the faster your closing rate begins. Now, on average, and this is just an average across all industries, and it varies a little bit by industry, but on average, it takes 20 people to get to one prospect. Learn this from a mentor of mine. It takes 20 people to get to one prospect. That means I have to talk to 20 people to get to one prospect. Now, imagine if my message was clearer and more concise, and I was very confident in what I was doing and what I was saying, and I understood clearly all of what I was bringing to the table, my value proposition, the benefits and the outcomes. Now I can cut this down. I don't have to talk to so many people just to get to that one prospect. Now, on average, it takes 5 prospects to get to one sale. 5 prospects to one sale. So that means I have to talk to 20 people to get to one prospect and 5 prospects to get to one sale. Can you see how now the clearer I am in my message, I cut those numbers down, and now that I can sell faster. I don't have to see as many people. I'm closing more people that are in front of me, which means there are more dollars that are coming to me. Now, why do we want to understand the product and service? We want to understand the product and service because we need to understand the costs associated with that product and service. What are the costs just to break even? Now, when we talk about breaking even, that means the money spent and the money coming in equals 0 at the end of the day. So what does it cost just to create that product or service, to deliver that product or service? What are all my costs? What's the labor cost? What's the material cost? What's the time associated with it? All of those things have to go into understanding what does it cost to deliver this product or service. If I don't understand the problem, the obstacle, or the challenge, and I'm not very clear on it at the core, and I'm just addressing it at the surface level, then I really miss the value and the depth that my product or service needs to be, which means that I can get clients, but they may not stay. And that's a retention thing. Retention means that they stay longer. That means I'm making more money, but it also gives me the chance to upsell to them. Not things that they don't need, but as they continue to grow, there's other services and products that you offer, and you don't want them to go out to someone else to get those services and products. You want to talk about pain. You want to talk about hurt. It's when you have a client and you could provide a different service or product for them, and they never knew about it, and they go somewhere else because they have that need. The clearer you are about that problem, obstacle, or challenge, the more you understand exactly the products or services that they need and that they need as they continue to grow, so that you're continuing to grow your product or service line. And now you can continue to keep that client a lot longer. It's cheaper to keep a client longevity wise than it is to always go out and be looking for a new client. Remember, we just talked about those numbers. And if I have to talk to 20 people, what's the cost of talking to those 20 people? When we look at time, when we look at effort, because it's not just that one call or one chance meeting or one network meeting, right? It takes time. It takes a little effort, and it takes them understanding the business and the product and the service and making sure that they want it. And you got all kinds of people, some people who are thinkers and they've got to think on it, and other people who are impulse buyers. But if we look at the time acquisition and the cost of that acquisition of a new client, it's cheaper to keep them. And so you want to build longevity with your clients, but you want to do that through retention and understanding their needs, understanding what they have and what they don't have and where they are allows you to build those products and services deeper. Again, digging deeper allows you to add on to those products and services in the ways that you need to. Now, it also allows you, when we talk about the client that we're meant to serve, from a numbers perspective, from a spending money perspective, you may be putting out ads everywhere. You may be speaking everywhere. You may be going to networking events via virtually or in person, depending on what you're doing. I know we're in COVID right now, but you may be going to all kinds of networks, and it's exhausting because you're doing all this work, but the return isn't coming. It's because you weren't clear. The clearer you are on your message, the clearer you are on the product and service and the problem, obstacle, and challenge, the clearer you are on the client you're meant to serve, the clearer you become on exactly where you need to be. Now, keep this in mind. Every room is not a client room, but a lot of people don't know that. Every room is not a client room. Sometimes you do networking events or go into rooms virtually or in person or speak on certain stages because you may be giving back to the community. You may be looking for a joint venture partner or collaborator. You may be looking for additional opportunities to invest in. But be clear about why you're in the room. Don't just go in the room looking for clients and it's the wrong room for clients. If you're high-end products and you work with clients 7-figure plus, why are you in the room with startups? The two don't go together. So I want you to look at the rooms that you're in because, again, that's time, that's sacrifice, and you're not clear on exactly where you need to be. So the clearer you are, you then look at the different rooms that you need to be in. So if I said to you, I am selling this set of jewelry, and the ideal client is the woman who doesn't work, has a corporate husband, doesn't work. She wears yoga pants all day. I know we're all in yoga pants right now, but just stay with me. We're in yoga pants all day, and she takes care of the kids, shops at Target, and goes to Starbucks and orders crazy orders like no fat soy lattes, hold the sugar, add extra mocha, something crazy. I don't know. And she drives a SUV, but a probably middle class SUV like a BMW or Mercedes, perhaps SUV. And the kids are in elementary school. Very clear about who that target audience is. Now I can be very clear about where I need to go find her, right? PTA meetings. Maybe I need to sponsor some PTA meetings. Charity events. Pretty much they're probably part of charity events. Whether you are volunteering or you just pay to go in, you're at a charity event where you can meet that ideal client. Partnering with car dealerships that are the type of cars that maybe your client drives. Just looking at where do they play, work, hang out, what are they involved in? Probably shops at Whole Foods, right? Rather than a basic grocery store or something, Publix or Whole Foods or something like that. That allows you to really get very clear on where do I need to do my marketing? Where do I need to spend my time? Where do I maybe need to start shopping or hanging out or volunteering or sponsoring certain things? Now, there's no need for me to go and sponsor something that has nothing to do with this person, or speak at a place where this person is not going to be at all. She's not, 9 times out of 10, she's not going to be at a business event because she's at home and she's hanging with the kids. So then I need to get creative, or I need to find partners that also sell to the same woman that I'm talking about. So that allows you to increase money fast, get more profit in your hand. Now, let's talk about this. Let's talk about, once we have a clear message, clear where we're going, clear client, our value proposition is exactly what it needs to be, and we understand our experience and what we bring to the table, we can now look at pricing. There's no way that I can have a high-end client and be priced low. It doesn't work, because even if I have the best product or service on the planet, somebody's going to look at that and say, that doesn't match. So if I told you that you can go buy a Porsche for $10,000, brand new 2021 Porsche for $10,000, most of you will look at me and say, what's wrong with that Porsche? Right? Because the luxury, the high end, the value that's perceived for it is not priced correctly. The same thing if you have a low end product and you price it super, super high. Again, you're going to get the same thing, just on the other side. The perceived value is not there. So you have to understand the value that you bring, and you have to understand the value that your competitors bring. Not so that you can price yourself like your competitors. I don't believe in that. What I believe in is you pricing yourself based on your value and what you're bringing to the table, based on who you're serving. But I understand what my competitors' pricing is based on their value, so that I can intelligently discuss why our pricing is what it is and the value that you get. Now, we are not talking negatively about our competitors, but I'm just being very clear. So when we first started My Local CFO way back in the day, we decided to give accounting. Our accounting services for our area were $50 more than your average accountant. Well, accounting was not our primary service. This was their primary service. It was not our primary service. Our primary service was Chief Financial Officer services. Now, if you understand what a CFO is, they help with strategy, they help with forecasting, they help put financial goals to your operational plan. You know where you want to go. The how to get there is the financial side. And so that's what we did. We helped you to get to where you want it to go financially, helping with capital resources and asset management and all these fun things. So because of our experience, we were not just accountants or bookkeepers. We were more than that, which means that if we're working on your account, we can't help but see what we can see, which is usually more than what a bookkeeper or accountant that's all they do can see. So we're going to give you advice that's a lot more than what you normally get from your regular accountant or bookkeeper. So we needed to price ourselves accordingly. At this point, we priced ourselves $50 higher, but we were able to clearly articulate, because we understood our value, we understood who we were meant to serve, and we understood what problem, obstacle, and challenge that you were having. We were able to articulate the value and help you see the benefits and outcomes with working for us. Now, the key was, if $50 was a deal breaker for you, then guess what? You weren't the client that we were looking for. You weren't the client that we were meant to serve, and that was okay. And so we have referral partners to other accountants and bookkeepers that we could refer you to if you weren't the right fit for us. Partnership can be a profit strategy. Let me say that again. Partnership can be a profit strategy. You're not an island. No man is an island. No woman is an island. You're not meant to go at it alone. Partnership can actually be that profit strategy. And if you understand the value and benefits you bring, then you find those partners that bring other value and benefits that maybe you don't bring to the table, because we were still a good asset. They still referred people to us, even though they weren't the right client. We helped them find where they needed to be. So we were helpful. They still referred clients to us. And when they grew to the point, we got a lot of those clients back. So don't be afraid to refer and have partnerships. Now, as we talk about that as a profit strategy and being able to articulate your value and position, I have to then say you have to understand what is going out of your business. How much money? What's the numbers? What's going out of the business? This is a profit strategy as well. Where are we spending way too much money to get things done? Now, let me be very clear. You can cut too far. You can absolutely cut too far, and now you're cutting into the detriment of operations. So it doesn't mean that for profit, that the only thing we do is cut expenses, cut expenses, cut expenses. We can be at bare bones. And if we cut any more, we're going to not be able to operate. But this is when that pricing comes in. So it should be a mix of your pricing, your sales goals, your sales as what's happening, the people, the amount of leads that you have in coming in. You should never not have leads coming into the business. That's a going out of business strategy. Because a lot of times, especially for entrepreneurs, a lot of things that we do is we get clients and then we just focus on those clients. And then they leave and we're kind of down the hill again, trying to find new clients. And then we're up making more money because we're focused on those clients. As the CEO, as the business owner, you have to be responsible with not only acquiring clients, servicing the clients, but also making sure that the company's moving forward. So if you're keeping your eye on the why, what, who, how, when, and where, this allows you to constantly look forward. You're constantly making sure you're in the right rooms. You're constantly making sure you're talking to the right people. You're constantly making sure that you're looking at the clients that you already have to make sure that there's nothing else that you can help them with or service them with. Those are all profit strategies. Now, let me talk about savings for a minute. You got to save because a rainy day is coming, but we don't just want to save for a rainy day. COVID taught us about a rainy day, right? A lot of us was moving along, things were good, and it's like, what happened? And you had to regroup. Now, what I can say for my clients who have been working with us for a while, we've built plans, we built savings into their plans. They were able to pivot fairly fast, but they didn't have to worry so much. So they didn't have to be so stressful because they had the capital saved on the side to be able to continue to maintain as we begin the pivot. A lot of times we only look at money for today. Profit strategy means that you're looking at money for today, but money for tomorrow. If you're only looking at money for today, you're not building a business, you're building a hustle. I'll say that again. If you're only looking at money today, you're not building a business, you're building a hustle. And what it means to hustle. Now, there's nothing wrong with hustling. Even in business, sometimes we got to hustle. And there's nothing wrong with the hustle. But if you're only building the hustle, if you don't get up and work that day, you don't eat that day, which leaves you with a lot of worrying and stress of how bills are going to get paid, how you're going to pay labor, employees, how you're going to grow, all of those good things. Now, when you start building a business, you're not only thinking about today, but you're also thinking about tomorrow. Because you understand and you're positioning yourself not just for what you can get today, but what's going to happen tomorrow. And it doesn't mean that you have a crystal ball and you're a mind reader and you're going to get everything right. But it's easier to pivot or tweak with a plan than to have to compete or I say compete, not compete. You have to complete or come up with emergency in the midst of being on the fly, in the midst of disaster happening. Worst time to have to come up with a plan. You want to plan while things are going well. You want to plan while you're continuing to move forward. So now when those times come, we have savings, which we also call them capital resources that we have on the side, income that we have not only for emergencies, but if you've got equipment and you know your equipment's only going to last 3 years, then you start putting something away today. A lot of times we wait to those big purchases that we have to make, knowing that it's going out, knowing that we're just holding on to it. Some of it's taped. Don't speak too loud. If you know the phone's taped and computers taped, and hey, you do what you got to do. But those are signs that it is on its way out. And what we constantly do is not put something away for the future, for what we're going to need. So then these big costs come up and they take a big chunk of the income that you have coming in that was meant for today because you didn't have anything for tomorrow. So when you look at saving, we want to profit strategy saving. Profit strategy saving means that I'm not only looking for a rainy day, but the dollars that I put up are named. Each dollar that's saved has a name to it. We know exactly where those dollars go. We're not wildly saving in the blind. We know exactly where each one of those dollars go. Now, lastly, as you come and you understand all of those things we talked about, the why, the what, the who, the how, the when, the where. Lastly, I want you to look at your processes and your systems. Are they in place? Do you need more new processes and systems? As you continue to grow, they're going to have to evolve. And your processes and systems, even when you say, I don't have any, you do. They're up here. Just like there's a process that I get dressed every morning. Now, it's not written down and I don't think about it. It just kind of happens. But if I really sit back and think about it, I could probably write exactly how I get dressed every morning when I wake up. What happens from the time I wake up to the time I get dressed? There's process and systems that you have in your business that you need to make sure that are written down and can be duplicatable. This way you can get help in the business. Great profit strategy. We talked about partnerships. Now let's talk about hiring, whether it's a contractor or employee, pulling the trigger to hire to get the help so that it's not all on one person or on the staff that you have isn't exhausted because they're doing the jobs of 5 people when you hire them for 1. Automation. Automation is a profit strategy. A lot of things that we think we need to hire for, we need to automate first. Look in your industry and see what types of things can be automated. Simple emails can be automated. A lot of different tasks can be automated. Calendar, going back and forth on email over what date we're available, and you get into this 20 stream long email of no, not this day, but this day, when you could have had a calendar link. They could have went to your calendar, found a date that worked for them. They already works for you because you marked it out on your calendar, and they book it. Not only does that happen, guess what happens next? The calendar link sends reminders. You don't even have to say, hey, I just want to make sure. They've got reminders. That's an automation tool. So when I say automation, that's a simple way to automate, but you want to definitely look at the process and figure out where can you automate. Now, after you automate, we look at hiring. Who needs to manage the process, or what parts of the process or system actually needs a human a part of it? That's a profit strategy. Lastly is investing. You want to grow in a way that not only are you able to just do business, not are you only able to have profit for yourself as the business owner, meaning that you're getting paid, not only save, but you're able to then invest in insurances, firming the foundation, in staff. And these are cyclical things that you're always looking at, but going deeper each time, right? As you grow, you go deeper. Investing in mergers and acquisitions. Don't always look at, you always have to start over in a new location or start over in a new business. Sometimes you can acquire. You've acquired their clients. You've acquired their reputation. It was a good reputation. You acquired their reputation. And you don't have to start from scratch because there's already income coming in. They may already have staff. They may already have a building. So who knows what you acquire in that? But invest. You've got to invest in yourself, professional development. You've got to invest in your staff. They need professional development. You've got to invest in the business, making sure that it has firm foundations, that we've got insurances in place for if something happens, and invest in building a legacy. Thank you so much. I'm Sherelle James. I hope you enjoyed. Profit strategies for the business that you're in is exactly what we were talking about today. You can reach me at My Local CFO on Facebook, LinkedIn, or Twitter. Send me a message. You can go to our website at www.mylocalcfo.com. And if you ask, we will give you a complimentary consultation if you just say that you listen to us on the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you so much for your time. This has been wonderful. This episode is sponsored by
My Local CFO, helping you build stronger growth by connecting your financial picture to your operational goals. Follow them on Facebook and LinkedIn at My Local CFO, or visit their website at www.mylocalcfo.com.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the profit strategies that I laid out for you guys. You know, the truth is that it doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter where you are. You can start today to have a better business than yesterday. You know, the question I always ask is, where do you want to be in a year from today? It's about taking action today. It's about getting moving today and using some of those strategies to be in a better place, to build a bigger business, because you are meant to serve people. And because you're meant to serve people, you know, we want to make sure that you're here.
What a wonderful job you did today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you so much, Dr. Rogers, for having me today. I really enjoy.
Sherelle James, you're the bomb, as they say. And I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. In your presentation, you talked about the importance of systems. And you mentioned that, you know, we have a system for preparing ourselves for our day, etc. I'm wondering if for business builders, there are almost like prefabricated systems, whether it's like Outlook, you know, or QuickBooks for their books, or could you just speak to this idea that there are systems ready-made that can be purchased and potentially tailored to fit the business needs of our business, our entrepreneurs, and our listeners?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you look at business, you want to look at every single piece of your business. And just about today, we live in a technology world, right? So just about today, everything can be automated to a certain extent. Now, just because I may name one or two different systems or softwares that's out there doesn't mean that they're the only ones. And you want to find the ones that work best for your industry and that works best for you, you know, in the ease of use. So some of the things I look at, you mentioned QuickBooks. QuickBooks Online is one of my biggest go-to, especially for entrepreneurs and smaller businesses, because they have an app on the phone. It's an app for that. So a lot of the things that you usually have to sit in front of the computer for, if you have the online QuickBooks Online versus desktop, you actually can be anywhere. You know, I've been in line or waiting for something and doing certain things. You know, I don't take care of the books anymore. But as we started up, you know, I could be there and finishing up some things, and it didn't take me later to do those things. When we talk about CRM systems or customer relationship management systems, some of my go-tos are Pipedrive, because a lot of times you need to track who you're talking to. And is it a partner? Is it a client? Is it a prospect? You need to know these people, but you also need to track the interactions you had with them, because a lot of times we just get business cards or we talk to people and they just fall through the cracks. That's it. So our CRM system helps with that. There's a lot of them out there. Pipedrive is a really, really easy CRM system for someone that's a little bit more robust and want to add campaigns and things like that to it. You can look at a Keep or Infusionsoft type system. I like Pipedrive because I can connect my email to it. So as I'm talking to people or they respond back to me, it's going back to in my database, it's going back to their actual name. And so I can pull up their name and see all of the interactions that we had. Those are some things you want to look at. We talk about email. You talked about Outlook 365. Email definitely can be, a lot of automations can go with email. And then there's a tool called Zapier, Zapier. Zapier, a lot of times two things may not connect directly together or sync directly together. And Zapier acts as that third-party link that can connect a lot of your different software systems together so that you put it in one place and it talks across the board to some of the other things that that you have and that you're using. The key is number one, and I think it's also a profit strategy as you bring up automating systems, is whatever system you have, you want to understand how to maximize it. A lot of times we have 20 systems and we may only need 5, right? Because we didn't understand that these 5 can do what the 20 are doing and probably could do it better because they're integrated better. They work better and talk better to each other than all of these 20. And so you got people logging in and out of all these different systems when you could have 5 that they can log into 1 or 2 and be more sufficient. And it be a profit strategy because efficiency is a profit strategy. Efficiency, most people say that companies are profitable because they have a profit. No, it's a different ratio for profitability. And part of that ratio is the efficiency of the company. And that's where automation comes in.
So let me ask you a follow-up. We have about 2 more minutes.
Okay.
The follow-up question is, in the same way that, we should kind of plan our homes, plan our businesses, plan so that the architecture can be scaled up to suit. Is there a process by which you recommend business owners can have these types of conversations about which systems are best for them to select based on their needs, and the way to support those systems with human capital in a manner that allows their business to both be efficient but responsive to human beings, so that they do not find themselves like an Inspector Gadget doing 20 things on 20 different computers?
Yeah, that's a good question. The truth is, number one, no one knows everything, right? So even though I'm a business owner, I don't know everything. And I have to be willing to have colleagues in my industry and outside of my industry and look at, hey, how are you doing this? So I always stay in some type of group that's a peer-to-peer group where we can talk about what's happening. So I know I'm not alone, right? Because a lot of times we feel like we're alone in a lot of things that happen. What's happening? How'd you handle this? Have you ever had this happen? And what are you using for this? But the key first is to be honest and truthful with yourself. As business owners, we've got to understand and be honest with right where we are, what we need, and then tap into our network and the resources that we have. And if it's not in our network or resources, usually I say tap into the network first, because if they don't know it, they know someone who does. And the resources we have, because a lot of times we have a lot more resources than we think, but we don't tap into them to figure out what is it that I need to make this happen.
Great. Yes. And so for our listeners and entrepreneurs, one more time, how can they reach you, and what's your social media handles?
Absolutely. So all of my social media handles are at My Local CFO. We make it super, super easy. At My Local CF as in Frank, O as in Oscar. And then you can reach me by going to our website at www.mylocalcfo.com. We make it easy. Or reaching out to me and messaging me on one of those handles. LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter is where you would find us. And definitely follow us. And if we can help, we always say it doesn't cost to have a conversation.
Thank you so much for your conversation, for this extremely valuable information, for you sharing your time, your talent, and your treasure with the Black Business Network. And we hope you have a great day today.
Thank you. You do the same too, Dr. Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Wow, wasn't that magnificent? Isn't Sherelle James a superstar? The quality of both the delivery and the quality of the content literally is superior. And so she over delivered here on the Black Business Network. And that is our intention, is to bring you professionals like Sherelle James who can over deliver, who can give you more value than you're writing a check for. In the words of Jay-Z, trying to give you $1 million worth of game for $9.99. And in the words of his wife, Beyonce, let me upgrade you. Miss Sherelle James upgraded us with the quality of her information, just simply superior. Job well done. Hey, listen, you're on the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics, brought to you by Mr. Eric Kelly and these professionals that are coming in from England, Singapore, Ground Zero, Durham, North Carolina. The Black Wall Street resides within us and within this intellectual capital being brought to you. Accountants, business CFOs, lawyers, marketing gurus, personal development and spiritual coaches. It's all right here for you. Our next guest that we're looking forward to after Ms. Sherelle James is Sean Mason. And I see the click of the screen, which means Sean Mason is coming in right on time with marketing innovation. Another intelligent guru. Ooh, Sean.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Hi, everybody.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, Dr. Rogers. This was I'm backstage. Like, wait a minute, did I bring my notebook? Wait, Sherelle was all that in a bag of chips. So thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited. I've seen some other speakers,
Exactly.
So everybody has been amazing, and it's such an honor. Thank you so much for having me. I want to make sure that I get the same response. Let's over deliver. Let's get it popping. This is the truth about marketing. So this is Marketing 101. And then you just let me know when you're ready for me to start.
Wonderful. I'm going to jump off, but I'm going to jump off. I just want to say, in the Olympics, when the American women in the relay, each leg of the race is important, and the handoff is super important because you don't want to drop the baton. Thank you, Sean Mason, for bringing the heat, picking up the baton, and we look forward to you running your leg of the race presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. I am going to make sure that I can share my screen. Hi, everybody. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Kelly, Dr. Rogers, and everyone who has put together this amazing event. Mr. Lee is behind the scenes. I love the behind the scenes people because they make us look good when we don't always know what we're doing. And so I am here to talk to you about the truth about marketing. And I'm going to start my presentation in just a second, but I first want to let you know what it is that you can expect from this particular presentation. One is that I have been in the area of marketing, entrepreneurship for, drum roll, 20 years. Now, I know I only look 30. Go with that, y'all. But anyway, this is really a passion of mine. And it is my hope that I'll be able to dispel some myths, be able to get you all thinking about marketing, not as just a one-hit wonder or get it in and get it done. Marketing is a series, it's a process, it's strategies, it's all encompassing. You know, I tell my clients, I tell my students, because I used to teach marketing at a college, if you can major in it, it don't just happen overnight. Okay, I want y'all to get that. All right. If you can major in it, it doesn't just happen overnight. You don't just pop up and boop, you a marketing guru. I just, again, I don't want to offend anyone, but you want to learn about what marketing really is. And that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to share my screen and make sure that I got everything. Okay. All right, it says it's easier. It's on 2 monitors. Let's see. And go ahead and let me know when I am there or when you all can see it. All right. go ahead. I'm presenting real quick. And I'm going to go through this fairly quickly because I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to get all of this information in a workbook that you can edit, that you can take your notes in. Get that free. Okay, so this is, and go ahead and let me know that you can see it, everyone. Awesome. All right, is there? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sean. All right, so this is mission marketing. I want you all to know that marketing matters, okay? Marketing matters. Marketing is the one thing in your business that drives revenue. We're going to go through this. I'm going to give you a formal definition of marketing. We're going to go over the what, the who, and talk about defining your ideal client. So this is what marketing really is. All right. And like I said, I'm going through this fast, not just because I talk fast, but because I want to interact with you and I want to try to take questions and get some feedback from you. So marketing, this is according to the American Marketing Association. Marketing is the activity and processes for creating, communicating, delivering, and exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, partners, and society at large. OMG. Let's break it down. Activities and processes. There are multiple steps to marketing. Like I said earlier, it's not a one and done. It's like the field of dreams, right? Building and it'll come. No, it's also creating. Although I'm not covering in presentation what we do as an agency and what I actually love is creating content, but that is part of your marketing. Communicating. This is your message, your content, your brand identity. Delivering. The details on how your product is going to reach your buyer. And the value, this is what distinguishes you, sets you aside. And this is also what's perceived by the customer, which we're going to talk about handbags a little bit later. Ladies, don't get mad at me, okay? The people you serve, not just your customers and clients, but partners and people in the community. So here's my definition of marketing. All, and I say all, that is systematically implemented. Did y'all get that? Systematically implemented to get what you offer in the hands of who want it, get that, will pay for it, come on, and will tell other people about it. Y'all, our job as marketers are to understand how the customers want to buy and help them to do so. Here's what I want you to know. As you're a business owner, you are a marketer. Now, I do not subscribe what everyone is prescribed. It doesn't mean that you have to do all of the activities. And I'm going to talk a lot about why you shouldn't in a little bit, but I will outline and explain that you got to have a plan. All right. You got to have a plan. The first step in your plan is, what is your product or service? Most of us are so close to it. This is the reason why marketing should really be outsourced. I know everybody's talking about solopreneurship. I'm not that person. We're building empires. We're building organizations. We want to employ people, make our business scalable, make our business a legacy. So please, if you are a solopreneur, again, I'm not coming for you, but I'm telling you, been there, done that, t-shirt, sweatshirt. You do not want to continue with the idea that you got to do it all. Or better yet, that technology is going to do it all. But we're going to talk about that too. All right. So when you're talking about your products or your services, I want you to think about this in this way. We're going to start with whitening toothpaste. All right. One, the feature. The feature is what your product or service is or has. It's the facts. Tangible descriptions. Most of us say, you know what, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an accountant, I'm a coach, I'm a teacher. That's just a fact. I got a PhD, I got a master's, I'm certified life coach. That's a fact. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, but you guys, facts tell. It's stories that sell. Oh, I don't like cliches, but it's true. But it also is the benefits that sell. That's the way you connect with someone. That's the way you move beyond the screen and actually let people know what's in it for them. That's a benefit. Benefits focus on the customer. They focus on the customer, not the product or the service. People buy from people. They buy for what's in it for them. And again, like I said, handbags coming, y'all. All right. So here's an example. I use whitening toothpaste so that I can smile with confidence. So the person that's selling whitening toothpaste is not really selling whitening toothpaste. They're selling confidence. They're selling the opportunity to be able to stand before people and not worry about yellow stains. They're promoting something so far beyond what it is that we think is important to our customers. So stick with your benefits when you're talking about your marketing. Here are some traditional marketing activities, and I've done it all. Radio and TV advertising, they still exist, especially for those of you who are local business owners and they still work. newspaper and magazine advertising. Let me tell you something. I work for a newspaper, and we actually cut from the word processor and put it on with glue. Okay, yes. All right. So again, they do exist. You don't have to do that anymore. But newspaper and magazine advertising, billboards and display ads, direct mail marketing, publicity and PR, also flyers, brochures, postcards, static websites. Put a pin in that if you want to ask me about that. But we're online and everybody's talking about online. You guys are able to see and interact with me online. And here are just some online marketing activities: social media marketing, influencer marketing, pay-per-click, text message marketing, chatbot and instant messenger marketing, email marketing, content marketing, SEO, mobile marketing and apps. Okay, do y'all see why y'all don't need to be trying to do everything? Okay, you want to make sure that you have a strategy. Remember, systematically implementing a strategy. So I want to talk to you about the big difference. The big difference between traditional and online or digital marketing is engagement and reach. Okay. So engagement defined. And I gotta say, you know, a lot of people think that they're really doing something. You hear a lot of people talk about, you know, being social media managers. And, you know, if you look at Facebook, it's a behemoth for a reason. It's the big kahuna for a reason. Okay. And they know the tricks of real engagement. Their goal is to actually get people who care about what you're offering and actually see how much they care based on the level of engagement. And so I want to start with what engagement actually is by definition and why maybe some of your efforts are going amiss. So engagement is where values, beliefs on the company or the brand are shared with your prospective and existing customers, and an opportunity to interact and exchange feedback. All right, that's what engagement is. And so your message should have the intent to get your prospective clients, your existing clients, to know, like, trust, follow, and share the content that you are using. And so I want you all to think about that when you're getting ready to do social media, or when you're using any form of marketing, to be quite honest with you. So 3.5 billion worldwide people are just on Facebook alone in 2019. So I need to update that. These are just some of the online channels. You got Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, right? There, the list goes on and on. And I want you to take a minute and ask yourself these questions. And I want to just take a minute. I'm sorry. All right. All right, there we go. So, what are the best ways to share my message? Okay. What are the best ways? Okay, not everybody is on Facebook. I know that sounds scary. And if the strength in your business and in your staff is more audio, then you might think about a podcast. If you are a great writer, that is how I started in this industry, is that I'm actually a writer by trade. And so writing copy, writing newspaper ads, magazine ads, it got me an opportunity to write scripts for videos and commercials. So writing tends to be the strength in our company. So we're great email and text messaging and all that fun stuff. All right. So where will my clients most likely learn of my product or service? Listen, if you're a landscaper, if you're an electrician, it's very likely that you may be doing door to door. You may have an incredible referral program, because that's where people are most likely looking for a landscaper, right? So I don't want you to think that you have to do it the way that everyone else is doing it. Okay, that's super important. And how will my clients expect to receive it? Aren't they used to getting that little thing on the doorknob? Are they used to getting a video ad? Are they used to getting a phone call? Oh, drum roll, right? Who does that anymore? And so I want you to really, again, think about your people, because who are you called to serve? Okay. The people that you're called to serve. Knowing your target market is key to creating marketing messages and choosing activities that will hit them and make them buy. Okay. And that's why knowing your target market is so important. And here's the ways that we used to do it, and it still exists. They're demographics. All right. That's the study of a population based on such factors such as age, race, and sex, right? So, when you fill out something, they ask, what do you consider your ethnicity, your age, right? Where do you live, income, how many people live in your household, all of those things. And so that is super important. I'm trying to make some, reduce the background noise for you guys. All right, so the psychographics. Psychographics are really like my jam. I mean, that's really what is making us as marketers and market research be such a big deal now. And that is the study and classification of people according to their attitudes, their aspirations, and other psychological criteria, especially in market research. So here are just some examples. Many people will tell you, oh, I serve small businesses. Okay, well, let's talk about what that looks like. So let's look at these profiles here. This person says, Yukari says she's a small business owner. What does that really mean? According to the SBA, small business owners are people who have $5 million or more in revenue. Are those the people that you're targeting? Are those your target market? Now, then we have Eric Hortufa. He says he's a startup CEO. So do you kind of like get that? What does that mean for you when you're marketing? Startup CEO, right? Doesn't that kind of tell you a little bit something like, maybe there's a team there. Maybe there's some other people that we might need to consider. They also are at a certain phase in their business. So you can target what you're saying and how your services and products meet the needs of a startup CEO. And then we have Massey, mompreneur. When someone says they're a mompreneur, aren't they telling you something about themselves? They're telling you the focus is on their family. If they might be someone to target if you're offering certain family services. Maybe a mompreneur might be better to reach out to or talk to on the weekends or maybe early morning before the kids wake up. All right. So I want you all to, again, I went through this fairly quickly because I want to take some questions and make sure that I got all the information to you guys. You can go and get your free workbook and book a profit discovery session with me at marketingwithshawn.com. That's a picture of our website, and that's the information. I'm not done, so stay tuned. I know I got time, but I wanted to go through this aspect of marketing and give you some bases and then give you some additional tips on what you as a business owner need to consider when you are marketing your business. So I'm going to stop sharing. All right. And I'm going to come back on the screen and make sure that you guys see me. All right, great. So here's what I want you all to leave with in terms of marketing. Number one, I talk with people all the time and they say, oh, well, you know what? I'm posting on social media. Social media is powerful, but it is not the only way. And in some cases, for some of you, depending on your type of business, it may not be the best way. So I want you all to really think about all of the other mediums and all of the other strategies and activities that I shared with you. And I want you to really think about if you are using social media as your marketing, as a way of marketing, right? As your marketing venue, I like to call it. I want you to really think about the plan. I want you to think about the strategy. I want you to think about how you are looking to achieve your goals. How about this? I got one for you. What are your goals? So one of the things that we talked about in marketing is the fact that we want you to have a plan. So as I shared with you earlier, I think someone else needs to do your marketing. Not because of me, but because here's what I've learned in my own business as a marketer. One, our industry has gotten, as we talked about earlier, we've gotten super technical, so much technology. And I got to tell you, you hear all about it, right? You hear about funnels, and that's the reason why I didn't really talk a lot about that, because I wanted to come to you face to face and share my heart. I have a lot of people who have purchased a lot of technology. They are finding everything to automate so that they can stay solopreneurs, and they think that that's okay. And I'm not saying that it's not. What I am saying is that every single technology that you use, every single technology that you purchase, and you're following the silver bullets because somebody else told you that they automatically posted and they made, they got 5,000 followers, 500,000 followers, whatever it is. You guys, you have to have content. You have to have a plan. And marketing is measurable. It's trackable. And you got to have someone to put it into place. You have to have someone to create all that you're creating. And so please, number one tip, and I think it's more than number one, but I got a whole list for you, is don't let technology replace people, replace humanity, replace what we talk about at the agency is connection. A lot of people are communicating and you're hearing it all the time, right? They're coming from every way. We talked about all these different, I mean, my goodness, your timeline is popping, your phone is popping, all these things are on. But how many people are connecting with you? How many people are you connecting with? So I want you to, again, think about what I shared in the presentation, your message. What is your message? You're paying people, or many of you have probably thought about or have done, and you're just saying, oh, I need you to do my social media. I need you to do. It's your business. It's your mission. You need to have a clear mission, a clear movement, a clear message, so that that person that you delegate, that you pay, is doing what you need for the people that you serve. Are you guys with me? I feel like I'm always preaching to the choir, but I got to tell you guys that one of the biggest mistakes that I see, that I've seen because I've been in marketing over time, is that we actually think that marketing is one thing, or that everybody does it the same way. Absolutely not. And I want you to, again, you can take it to the bank. I don't care about the receipts. If it isn't making sense for you and your message, your mission, and your audience, why are you doing it? Not everybody. Again, people ask me all the time. They're like, well, what about TikTok? What about Snapchat? If your audience is a certain age group, demographic, if they even like micro content. Are you guys familiar with that? Micro content. If they are one of the things that, and I'm watching the question, so make sure that if they don't know what those are, if they don't even use their phone like that, then maybe send them an email. How about that? Like I said, maybe pick up the phone. So I want you to think about your message, your mission, your movement, and your medium. Choose your media wisely, okay? And all of that leads to a marketing plan that is, are you guys with me? It's measurable. I know it's a lot of M's, but I want you guys to get it. It's measurable, okay? When you send out 100 emails, then your email provider will let you know, okay, 10 of them bounced back. They got bad emails. Another 10 of them didn't even, another 20 of them didn't open it. But this 5 people clicked what you were offering, So these are the kinds of things that you want to take into consideration when you are creating a marketing strategy and a marketing plan. I want you to really think about what it is that you want the outcome to be from your marketing. I was teaching a class last night and I was sharing with them a great story. One of the things, I told you handbags was coming. One of the things that I always challenges me when I hear business owners say, oh, I sell bottled water. My market's everybody. I can tell you right now, number one red flag that your marketing isn't making sense, because there's no product. Are you guys ready for this? There's no product that's for everybody. How do you know? Toilet paper has a strong, has a soft, has a scented, has a quilted. Okay. I mean, come on. If they felt the need to focus on a certain type of customer, so do you. Success leaves clues, everyone. And so I want you to think about your who, but I really want you to think about how your what meets not just the needs of your who, but the wants of your who. So let me tell you my handbag story. I go to a lot of different expos, a lot of different conferences, and they'll say to me, they're like, "Oh, well, you know what? This is I know you're going to love this." And they show me all of these handbags, and they automatically assumed, number one, because I'm a woman, that I love handbags. And number two, they actually think that this certain handbag that they're showing me gets my attention. Well, I got to tell you guys, and again, I'm saying this out in a global atmosphere. I'm just not a handbag person. So the assumption that every woman loves handbags is showing off in your marketing, everyone, because every woman doesn't. I can't even imagine personally, like, it doesn't move the needle to me at all. So again, I may not be your person. So speak to your people when you make real connections and really get to know who they are at heart. What matters to them? You know what really matters to me when I buy most products is I want to know something about the company. I want to know something about their mission. I have bought $25 socks because they give socks to the homeless. Okay. I have gone somewhere, and just because I like I like the look on the outside, it appeared welcoming. I stay at places because of the culture, because of what they share about their brand story. You guys, as a marketing agency, one of the key things you want to look for is someone who wants to get to know you and is able to move your message. Because again, it doesn't apply. Everything isn't for everyone. And so I want to continue on that handbag story. You also want people who want it. Want is a greater factor in purchasing than need. Okay, write that down. That was a truth bomb. It's $1 million truth bomb. Here we go. Just because someone needs it. I love working with nonprofits because they tell me, well, you know what? People need computers. They need, oh, okay. Everybody? Okay. And I just pause for a minute because I'm not going to disagree. What I'm going to tell you is that your marketing message has to connect with people. Why do they need it? What is it for? What are they going to be doing with it? What is the impact it's going to make on their lives? So again, what's in it for me is the key to any type of marketing that you do, nonprofit, for-profit. What's in it for the customer? And the reason why you want to kind of to step back and give it to someone else is because you're too close to it. I like you to take in consideration parenting. All right. Most parents can't see that their children got issues. Okay. I'm a mom of 5 and I know every single one of them. And at the same time, it's because I homeschooled them pre-pandemic. I spent time getting to know each and every one of them. And I also was able to release, right? And, you know, their dad had a different perspective. And so guess what? You want to step away and bring in experts, bring in professionals who can look at your baby a little differently. We always discover in a profit discovery session something that you didn't see, something that the entrepreneur didn't see. They were too close. They were blocking it. I like to do it this way. I mean, like I said, I'm a trained writer. When I was hiring copywriters, oh my gosh, I was so hard on them because I'm like, no, it has to sound this way. It has to do this. Well, guess what? When I hired someone to take care of hiring, guess what? I got some really good copywriters because I was just too close to it. Many of you are professionals in your industry and you have your way of doing it. Then guess what? Communicate that in your mission statement, your vision statement, in your culture plan. Yes, we talk about it and make it so that you can pass it on and share it with other people. Make it part of your onboarding process, but don't block the opportunity for the people that you serve to get your product or service because you're in the way. Marketing moves your message. It drives revenue. It gets the people who you are intended to serve to get to know you, like you, trust you, follow you, and share. You are unique. You're special, right? You got a fingerprint. Your business is the same way. And your business has an industry, but there's always growing. And there's always that special something, right? What we call in marketing that USP, that unique selling position that makes you different. That's another thing that most entrepreneurs, especially if you've been doing this solo and you've been holding on to it for so long, you may not be able to see. You're too close to that baby. So I'm encouraging you to make sure that you have a plan, you write it out, and you make sure that plan is easily communicated to someone else, someone who can look at it from a step back a little bit and actually see what is possible in your business. The truth about marketing is, everyone, is that it's not the same for everyone, but the activity and the results are proven. When you have these fundamental elements understood, and when you accept your role as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, is more than just about you. I know it's scary. I know I might be hurting somebody's feelings, right? But it is in about 3 minutes. I know that it's scary, but it really is about the people that you serve. That's really the truth about marketing. It challenges me when I see people just popping up saying, oh yeah, I'm a marketer. Yeah, and they're doing the same thing. Their graphics look the same. The content looks the same. They're setting up all of these complicated systems. Are you ready? Just because the system looks good, you still need people and content to make it work. And the people that you trust in this particular area have to know your heart. They have to know what it is that you're intending. And so I want to, again, let you know the truth about marketing is that there's a science to it. There's a science to it. And you can, I'm sure there'll be other people on the platform that can talk about all of the different tools and the ads and the text messaging. It's the reason why I'm here. I'm so passionate about my clients and what they're intending. I'm actually passionate about entrepreneurship in general. We make a difference. We serve our communities. We serve the world. Think about it. So why not make your marketing matter and make it make sense? If it's too complicated, if it's doing too much, you might want to slow down, because if your people aren't getting the message, if it's coming at them too fast, if it's too blingy, if it's too bold, too brash, and your people might be a little more laid back, then guess what? You need a marketing makeover. You need a marketing redo. You need a marketing update. I want you to look at the information that I've shared with you, the marketing activities. And by the way, what I've shared goes beyond business. I mean, I know there's a section in the Business Olympics that's talking about churches, and there's also people on the Olympics that are doing something with nonprofits. So this information applies to everyone. That is the reason why I love marketing. We are always growing with you as you grow, but we want to make sure that you know the importance of having that growth plan, of knowing enough about your business and where you want to go so that we can grow with you. That's what marketing does. It grows with you. And there are so many things that I want to make sure that I address, because I have 2 more minutes before I'm going to take Q&A. And I guess or the host will come back on and maybe ask me some questions as well. But I wanted to say this. I want to just, again, encourage you as the business owner to make marketing a priority. Make it a priority. There are industry standards on how much you should invest and how much you should put toward your marketing. So don't negate marketing. Don't wait until you have the money to make the money. And don't think that just because you have followers, does that translate to actual buyers. So just because you have so many people, I can use a church as an example, but I'm not going to do that. Just because you have so many people on certain platforms, it means that you have access to them. But if they're not engaging, thank you. You brought back to my remembrance my comment about engagement, and I'll close. That doesn't mean that they're engaging with their content. I'll just use Facebook as a tool. They're very hip to these kinds of spikes in your engagement. So you have people who are like, yeah, if God's been good to you, type amen. And you got like 500 comments and you're thinking you're doing something, right? You're posting, Cecily Tyson just died. Give a word about Cecily Tyson. You got like 200 comments. Listen, Facebook is a machine for a reason, and they know that engagement is not genuine. When someone's just typing amen or someone's just typing happy birthday, they know that that's not the quality content that they're going for. Look at who they're competing with. They're competing with stations, you guys. That's why Facebook Live has its own shows like Steve Harvey and Jada Pinkett. You guys got to look at the signs, but more importantly, not just you look at the signs, but work with someone who's looking at the signs, at the trends, that's knowing what's going on in marketing and isn't stuck in doing it like we used to do it back in the day. I mean, we're not even doing marketing like we did it in 2020. Okay? So you want to make sure that you pay attention to the signs. Don't get stuck in this way or the highway. Don't negate the old school ways of doing things. I love getting postcards in the mail. I love getting calls. I love it when I sign up for a new software and they says, hey, you want 10 minutes to talk about the software and ask any questions? Come on, you guys, don't think that all of this automation and technology is going to replace humanity. It's going to replace personality. And in all fairness, I actually think the people, the heart of your business and the heart of your mission is what's going to help you to stand out. And I want you to think about communicating that as part of your brand story, as part of your mission, and a part of your message. So I think I got maybe a few more minutes, but if I have any questions, let me know. I hope that this helped you. Thank you so much, Sean, about really the truth about marketing and what it means and how important it is to you and your business. We're on a mission. You can reach me. Let me give you my information. We actually set up everything that I went over today. I know it was kind of fast. So go ahead and get a free workbook. Why not, right? So I want you to go to Marketing with Sean, marketingwithsean.com. All right, great. I got some more time. And you can also give me, I saw some questions come up at the screen. So marketingwithsean.com, you get a full workbook with everything that it is that you need, everything that I went over. You also get an opportunity for notes. And again, it's free. And thank you. Awesome. I love the questions. I'll make sure I get your question. So you also can, and all of the information on how you can reach me, how you can book a no obligation session is all on the screen. So let me go ahead and take some questions. All right. I'm glad. I've told I have 40 minutes, and I'm also super mindful because I'm a stand-up comedian. And so, when we get a light, we got to get off the stage or somebody's going to drag us off the stage. So I'm definitely very much aware of time, but I'm glad that I'm able to answer some questions. So Ms. Faye asked, how long does it take you to rebrand? I think that it starts with how much energy you want to put on it. Okay. So I'm not sure what your branding is. So you want to first take some time to plan, meet with your team, meet with your stakeholders, meet with the people who are close to you, previous clients, and ask them about what it is that they like about your business. What is it that they love? What are things that you should offer, things that you can make better? So I always have people to start with a survey, start with a planning session. In that planning session, you'll determine what it is that you still need. So do you need a new social media profile? Do you need new social media graphics? Do you need a new logo? How about a new tagline? So all of those things are part of a rebrand. How you have your resources will determine how long that takes. Some of you, as we mentioned before, may be trying to do all of this by yourself. So it may take you a month or two. I have most of my clients go through a total rebrand. I mean, photos, new contracts, new services. It used to be 3 years, you guys. I got to be honest. People are doing it now in almost every 2 years. So if you haven't updated your headshot, if you haven't updated your look, if you haven't updated your message, if you haven't updated your website in 2 years, then definitely it's time for a rebrand. And it can take anywhere. I don't rush these things, by the way, especially because you have a plan and you have a goal in mind. Give yourself at least 30 to 60 days minimum, but I'm going to say probably more like 60 to 90 days. So hopefully that answers your question. I also want to share a couple of other things since I know I have a little more time. I want to talk more about want versus need. I shared this example about my grandmother. My grandmother was a huge cook, and she decided that, as she got older, my mother wanted to help her out and got her a microwave. And of course, we are thinking everybody needs a microwave, right? But guess what? She looked at that microwave and she was wondering, what in the world why did you even buy this? I don't even know what this is. I don't even know how to use it. And so, let me see, what would you suggest? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to answer that question in just a second. So one of the things that I like to, all right, awesome. Those are two great questions. So one of the things I would like to share with people is, why would you, and again, I'm trying to make sure I catch the questions too. If the person doesn't want it, you guys, just like I didn't want the handbag, my grandmother didn't want the microwave. And all you're talking about is what they need. And I see this so much with nonprofits, but I also see this with people who have heart-centered businesses, social workers, coaches. They need divorce coaching. They need life coaching. They need, women over 40, men over 50 coaching. Just because you think someone needs it doesn't mean that they want it. You want to position your business that people want it, that they're looking for it. And it doesn't always have to be 1 million people. Okay, because we can talk about niche marketing, which I'm going to answer one of the questions. So the first question that posed was, what if you have multiple businesses and multiple streams of income? I'm here for it. Okay, I'm here for it. But you need to be consistent. I want you guys to write these down. I'm very good with letters. So I want you to be clear, concise, and consistent. Okay, write that down. If you are a multipreneur and you have multiple brands, but they don't overlap, they do not overlap, then you need to be clear, consistent, and concise. A confused mind doesn't buy anything. Okay, so let me give you an idea of how to group your businesses if you have a core service and then multiple streams of income. A core service is, I'll use the landscaping example. That's a core service. So they do lawn care, but they also can offer yard design. They also can offer snow removal. They also can offer, are you guys following me? They also can do a consultation. They can sell non-toxic lawn care products. They can offer classes on how to grow your house plants, since we're all in the house. Are you guys with me? That's one core service, multiple streams of income. But if you are a massage therapist and you're an accountant, guess what? That's two separate brands. Don't do it to yourself. Don't confuse people, especially on your social media. Oh my gosh. I'm trying not to scream or laugh. Please don't confuse people. You want people to come to you for what they know you to do. So separate those businesses, separate those brands, and again, work with them in their own core so that you don't confuse the people that you serve, because I think that they serve very different people. Now, the other question was, how do you re-energize an established brand? I love this. And bring some energy, bring something new, bring a new product, bring a new service, bring a new look, a new feel, a new jingle, a new commercial, all things new energy, new people, new ideas, re-energizes any brand. Okay. I use Kentucky Fried Chicken. Now, of course, like I said, I have 5 children, and my youngest son, I realized fairly recently, does not know that the name of that company was Kentucky Fried Chicken. I want you guys to kind of just wrap your head around that for a minute, okay? He doesn't know, because they became KFC in an effort to show healthier options, right? And nobody even remembers. You got to be at a certain age to be Kentucky Fried Chicken. So again, bring something new, change it up, do a switch up, some new energy, new services. Survey your customers and find out what it is that they have or they want. Watch this, you guys, and are willing to pay for, that you can offer them. And that will make the difference. So there was another question as well. One of the things that I always encourage people is to consider always having a team. I know we talk about collaboration, we talk about partnerships, but I want you to focus on skill. I know that sounds scary. I know you're like, oh my God, I can't pay that. Consider price is not the only measure by making a purchase. I just gave you a handbag example. If your customers perceive a value on something, then guess what? They'll pay for it. So establish value with what you're doing so that price isn't the determining factor. We'll take Walmart and Target. Okay. Do I have to go there? So that's all low prices. That's what Kmart did. And then Walmart came in and said, we can knock down the prices even more. That's because they believe that their customers, their major decision is price. Well, let's talk about Target. I mean, Target commercials, you can see them a mile away. Again, it's a brighter store. It's designed differently. They're trained differently. We can talk about Chick-fil-A. You guys, so how you set up your business and marketing, as I shared with you earlier in the definition, it's all included. How you deliver, how you serve is so much. It's all marketing. Don't negate those things because all you see is people going, buy here, post here. But that is not everything, you guys. And so I want to encourage you who are looking at, again, hiring a team or even looking at your current marketing plan or how to develop a marketing plan, how to develop a marketing strategy. I want you to think about, again, your goals, your short-term, long-term goals, but also what do you want to be in the marketplace? Think about where you are even now. You're at the Black Business Expo Olympics. Look at the branding, look at the consistency in the message, look at the type of people that they've brought to you. That's because the mission is clear. And I want you to think about that and use even this as a very example of how to establish some clear, concise, consistent connections. Everyone is communicating. Not everyone is connecting. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Remember, it's all this. Lots of rah-rah. What is your message? And make it so crystal clear that everybody's like, oh gosh, that's so me, right? You ever been at church sometimes? I use a lot of different examples, you guys. You ever been at church and you go, oh my God, that's me. That's right on point. That's our goal. When we write a campaign, when we write an email, when we do whatever, I want the people that read it, I want the people who watch it, the people that see it to go, oh my gosh, that's me. So I want you to think, go beyond, I'm a coach. Go beyond, oh, I'm an author. Go beyond, everybody needs it. And really get to your core so that you can communicate and connect with the people that you're truly designed to serve. Your target market is so key. It's so important as you're moving forward, when you want your marketing to make sense, when you want it to stand out, when you want it to make you money. Because that also is what this is all about. Marketing drives revenue. And I can tell you, all customers are not good customers. Every client, even if they pay, may not be a fit for you. And so you're going to look at your marketing strategies. You're going to look at your marketing efforts and decide who are your ideal clients. Those people who just love you. Those people who are just going to go there. Oh my gosh, think about Apple. You guys, again, it always blows my mind. Obviously, I'm not an iPhone person, but I do have Apple products. And I don't even know when something is coming out. But guess what? If I'm going to the mall, again, when the outside was open up, you know what you see, right? When something drops, right? Everybody's in line. They know their people. They prime them. They set them up. They get them ready. Look at the examples. I also am not a coffee drinker. Oh my goodness. And when I have had coffee but when I talk to people who are coffee drinkers, Starbucks is not the best coffee. I know I hate to say it, may hurt somebody's feelings. It's not the best coffee, but the perceived value, I'll answer your question, James. The perceived value is what makes the difference. And then great, I'm gonna answer both of those questions. So advertising is a part of marketing. So if you were at the earlier part of the session, Miss Faye, I actually talked about what are marketing activities. Okay. And also marketing and sales are not one of the same, everybody. Please don't make that mistake. Sales is an activity that is a result of your marketing. They're all together. All right. It's all together. They're all needed in your business. And we talked about, or the question was about network marketing or MLMs. It's pretty much the same information. Marketing is marketing, everybody. So even if the brand is someone else's, how do you position yourself in the marketplace? Are you utilizing the message that that company is giving you? Are you providing a service at the level that the company is asking and or requiring? You still have an obligation to the people that you serve, even if you're representing another brand. You guys, I mean, if you, I have this guy at AutoZone. He actually might be watching. I go out of my way to a certain AutoZone because every single time I've gone to that AutoZone, I get so much great energy from the guy who works there. He works at AutoZone, you guys, but you don't know that because I'm telling you, he greets me. How can I help you? What do you need? Oh, this product is better than that product. Oh, let me get this for you. He believes in what he's doing and he's representing AutoZone like it's his. So I think the same thing is in marketing. What's your mission? What's your message? What medium are you using? What's your movement? What's your goal? Short-term and long-term goal. How are you going to get there? Who's going to be a part of it? And what will you need to share with people so that you can connect with them? So that you can, like I said, you know that that's your person. Like I said, success has clues. And we as entrepreneurs can incorporate all of those marketing strategies in what it is that we do. And that's how we learn. And just because you got a whole lot of technology that you're investing in, again, all of that technology only works if you know who you are. And if you're sharing what it is that what you are, and you're sharing what it is that you want people to know about you so that they can like you, so they can trust you, so they can follow you, and that they can share with someone else. Think about what we do all the time. Culturally, I mean, we got to be some of the best referral sources ever. Word of mouth marketing in our community is huge. All you need is one person to tell you that this movie is coming out, or one person to say, let's make this an outing so that we can go see this movie. So we know that when we believe in something, we have no problem with sharing it. So what can people believe in with your business? What message, again, mission, movement can you have to take your marketing to a whole nother level beyond the pay-per-clicks and the SEOs and all of those things? Hey, you want to talk about that? My information is on the screen. But my goal for this is let's do marketing better. Let's make it make sense. Let's let it move the needle, not just for your bottom line. Let it move the needle for your empire, for what it is that you actually want it to be. No matter what kind of business you are. We're not anti-capitalism here, okay? You still need a message. You need, and this is not just for nonprofits. I'm going to stress that again. It's not just for heart-centered businesses. You need a mission. How else are you going to stand out when you got all this going on? And you got to know the people that you're serving and make sure that you connect with them. So I wanted to know is, you have any other questions? I'm looking in the chat and making sure. Okay. All right. So if you are interested in learning more about what we do, you can reach me. I'll include my information on the screen. Everything that I talked about in my presentation. Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Faye. I appreciate that. Everything that we talked about in the presentation is in the free workbook. So just head over to marketingwithshawn.com. Free, doesn't obligate you to a thing. I'm not that, I'm not going to sell your information and do all these other things, but I will connect with you. And you'll have an opportunity to do a profit discovery session with us and to see if we're a good fit. Because I said earlier, everything isn't for everybody. And you want to make sure this the person who's carrying your mission. I liken it to children again, always these great examples. When your children go out in the world, what do you tell them? Don't embarrass me. You have a reputation to uphold. Your business is the same way. So you don't want anyone that's out here embarrassing you, make you look bad, or better yet, making promises that you can't keep and saying, you know, we're 24 hours, 7 days a week. Okay, well, that's great. But if you're a seamstress, do you really want to be open? Do you really want to be open 24 hours, 7 days a week? Probably not, right? I understand that if you're e-commerce, that makes sense for you to share. But again, all marketing is not for the way of marketing. The methods of marketing are not for every business. You have to make your marketing make sense. So, okay, awesome. Okay, you're on mute.
You know, I'm just so excited. You just listen, for those of you who are sitting there and don't know what marketing is about, you need to listen to Sean. I just got to give it to you. I'm old hat branding guy, marketing, advertising. But when somebody is giving you the real knowledge, you need to listen. I know it's hard when your ego is in the way and you want to be the guy and you want to throw your hand up and throw the black power up. But at the end of the day, you got to have people who are experts to help you with what you do. And that's one of the things that the network is doing, is sharing with you. And I appreciate a couple of things you said. One of those is that you're going to have a lot of people up here that's going to talk about a lot of things. But at the end of the day, the fit is important. You know, the fit is important. And, you know, when you went back and you started talking about when you first started, you know, it took me all the way back because let me tell you what my first job was.
We right here.
I was a paste up artist, and my job was to take an X-Acto knife and cut the words out, take that word and stick it in a manual, in a book, and you were not supposed to be able to see or tell that the word was misspelled. That was my job.
Well, you know what? We're right along the same lines, Dr. Kelly, because when I had an X-Acto knife, you had to glue the article, and you had to make sure the column looked it.
Yes.
Then wait a minute, in the middle of the night, they had this big machine. Again, I know we're dating ourselves, and they had to run it through the machine.
Yes. Yes. Look, at that time they called it the typographer. It was called typography.
Mm-hmm.
People just don't know that, you know, how far they're gone. They don't even understand how much advanced they are today, you know. And, you know, we want to thank you for coming on. We look forward to you working with us, and we'll give you a call and let you do some stuff with it. Not ask.
Well, you know, let me just say that I am I appreciate you. Every single speaker that I've been able to catch so far has been the bomb. I thank the National Black Mastermind Group for even connecting us. I am the marketing director.
Yes.
And one of the things that I again appreciate, Dr. Kelly, about our partnership is that we're teaching people about how to run scalable, fundable businesses, right? I mean, our founder always talks about, we're not doing hookups, hobbies, and hustles. We already got those. We got plenty of those. We're talking about, like you said, employing people, collaborations, working globally. I mean, thank you so much. This is a global network, and I am really, truly honored to be a part.
And of course, now we do 4 of these. We do 4 of these this year. Last year, we were shocked and amazed of the numbers of people that came on. We did 30,000 people last year. And I said, you know, we need to do more. You know, we need to reach across this globe because we don't have an ecosystem, a Black business ecosystem at all. And while that is my mission, I believe that everybody that comes through this ecosystem can help build in somebody's life, change somebody's life. We're here to change these students' lives by the laptop computers and, of course, by the funds that we're able to give them by doing this. But the most important thing for me is to be able to provide a voice for people to say what needs to be said without somebody telling them, oh, you can't say that. You can't talk like that. You know, I've gotten a lot of people who say, well, Eric, why don't you do it and just let everybody see something, send a video tape of them. And I tell them, I say, look, hold up. If we're going to do that, nobody's going to come, because who wants to come and just look at a videotape? They might as well watch television. I tell people all the time, this is reality Black business TV. You gonna get somebody live. If they mess up, they messed up. If they do what they do, if they act like they want to act, that is fine with me, because that's what people want to see. Now, before you get out of here, give everybody your website. Give everybody your information. You had all your information on there. And if anybody's on here today and didn't understand, your title was The Truth About Marketing. And I am glad that you talked about something that nobody talks about. And if you're a marketer and you're in advertising and you don't talk about psychographics, you missed the point. You missed the point.
I am, again, I'm such an honor. It's marketingwithshawn.com. I got to tell you, Dr. Kelly, this it warms my heart, because like you, I'm passionate. I believe that we are the brand evangelist. That's what marketing is. It's taking it to the people, right?
That's right.
And if I'm taking it to the wrong people, Mr. Kelly, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Kelly, if I'm taking it to the people who are going to drain you and drag you and not do what you're doing, or going to complain about you and cause you, that hurts me.
That's right.
So we got to make sure that the messaging is clear. And that's the reason why I wanted to do this differently. And I love that we had some interaction going on. You see, I can high five you. That's why I cut my presentation short. I was like, shoot, y'all can see a PowerPoint later. Let's talk. Let's get some questions.
And that's what you want. And then the other thing that I tell people all the time is, you got to find your tribe. You know, if you running around and you charging, let's just say you charging $1,000 an hour. Okay, there are people gonna pay you that $1,000 an hour. Don't worry about those people that want $50 an hour, $25 an hour, $200 an hour, because at the end of the day, they're not your people. And that is the challenge that many people have. Like you said, some people say, well, I do hair and I do hair for everybody. No, I don't do hair for everybody. No. I don't do business for everybody. And when we understand that, then we get better and your business prospers. And that's the reason that the National Black Mastermind Group and our partnership is so important, because not only do y'all have speakers, but y'all have education. I talk about people need to learn. You know, you need to learn what you're doing. And it's all right. It's all right. You don't know everything, but you need to learn it.
And you gotta have that basic foundation. Dr. Kelly, I mean, we are all about, at Black Mastermind Group, about scalability and not trying to be a chief only officer. Okay. Listen, that'll stress you out. Like you said, it'll ruin your relationships. We've been in business long enough. You know how many spouses become resentful because you work at 22 hours?
Yeah.
I mean, your kids don't know you. And again, you're still not making the money that you can make. Just go ahead and learn how to do business better.
Well, I want to thank you for being on the show, and I'm going to move on to the next person. I know they're saying y'all are going too much. Y'all are just doing too much. Y'all are doing too much. And my thing is, we're not doing too much. And it's one of your friends, Barbara H. Smith. She's coming up next. One of your mastermind cohorts over in Virginia, because you have I think 12 chapters. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I know you have 12 chapters. Let's get to Barbara, and I'll give you a call back, and we'll schedule for you to come back next month. I mean, in June, and we'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing and see how we can support what you guys are doing, because that's what it's all about, the support. I want to thank you for being on the show. Great job.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate you.
Incredible. And as I say,
so much,
what you're looking for is looking for you. And if you're looking for marketing, you need to be looking for Shawn Mason. Thank you, Shawn. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
And of course, I'm going to move real fast. I know I took about 4 minutes of her time. She's one of the great ladies. Let's bring on Barbara Smith. Hey, Barbara Holmes Smith, how you doing?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you wonderfully.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's an honor and a privilege to be here, Dr. Kelly. And thank you for partnering with the National Black Mastermind Group, where I am the executive, one of the master executive trainers. And so I'm all about education. But wow, the speakers that I've had the opportunity to see and hear are and have been phenomenal. How you gonna put me up behind Sherelle and Sean Mason? I don't understand. What you trying to do? Front, act like what? Man,
Hey, Bob.
Sean, you brought the juice, girl, as always. You brought the juice and shirt. Oh my God, the CFO, man. If you didn't get that information, you got to listen to it on replay. She dropped some nuggets. I was over here taking notes. I'm telling you, it was and is phenomenal. So thank you so very much, Dr. Kelly.
Well, you know, they say iron sharpens iron, you know, and when you're great, when you have somebody great in front of you, you become greater. And so when I put you behind her, I already knew what I was getting. After I talked to you on the phone, I said, yeah, we got another star. We got another star. This universe is big and we all are stars. And I want to thank you for being on. I know you're going to do a great job. And I want to also say that we really appreciate you being a host. Now, Sean is not a host.
All right, now.
You're going to come back and host on him and really give it to him. So thank you so very much. I'm going to let you get on, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Very good. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. I am Barbara H. Smith, and I want to show you a PowerPoint today. Let me know if you can see that out there. Let me see. I got to share the screen application. Here we go. There we go. I like it. Except I want to see everybody though. Let me see. I can't remember how I did this. Help me out here, Dr. Kelly. Eric. Mark. There we are. That's it. All right. So again, I'm Barbara H. Smith. Sean talked a lot about your brand. I'm also going to talk about your brand, but with a spin, a different kind of brand. So I want to get started with this and see if we can't get you moving in the right direction for this presentation. I see that. All right, let's see. Why am I not seeing? All right. So who is this for? If you're a thought leader, entrepreneur, business owner, any of these people on the list, this is for you. Anybody who's trying to communicate better, this is for you. You know, Bill Gates did a study some time ago, back in 2000, where he learned and we learned that the human attention span is about 12 seconds. They did another study in 2015 and said that the human attention span has decreased to 8 seconds. That's about the same amount of time as a goldfish, I'm just saying. In 2021, we don't even know. With all of the information that we're receiving, all of the information that we get exposed to, we are processing more information faster than ever before. So when you first meet someone, they ask you a question. What's the question? The question is, what do you do? Anybody out there ever heard that question? What do you do? What happens? Well, I call it PB&J. And no, I'm not talking about peanut butter and jelly. What happens next is you either hear what they're saying, listen and say, oh, I got it, or your brain pauses to say, what did they really say? Or you bail. Like in the old days, which is what I call the old days, pre-coronavirus, you would stand in front of someone asking, what do you do? And when they responded, you about ready to bail because you don't understand what they do. Or you jump, your brain jumps to the next person, the next thought. But meeting new people is critical if you're going to have a successful business or a successful life at all. Because what happens when you meet new people? You increase your network. And when you increase your network, you increase your net worth. I know it's cliche, and I know you've heard that before. But the only way your business is going to succeed is to increase the numbers of people coming through the door. So I was having a coach session with my coach, Wade Randolph. Yeah, I'm a coach, and the coach has a coach. Ask another conversation for another day. And Coach Wade was telling me, you know, you're pretty good on platform, but you really need to have some kind of product. And I thought, product? What do you mean? I don't know what to serve people after I get off platform speaking. And he said, well, what do you do? I said, Coach, you already know what I do. I'm a coach, a speaker, a trainer. I speak, I coach, I train. He says, yeah, I got that. He says, well, what do you have? I said, what do you mean? He says, what makes you a coach? I says, well, I have 20 years of experience in speaking, coaching, and training. He says, okay. He says, and what do you bring to the table? I said, I totally don't understand what you're talking about. He said, what's your secret sauce? What makes you different than anybody else on platform? I said, it's my personality. It's my enthusiasm. It's my energy. He said, yep, that's exactly it. He said, but the last question is most important. Why should anybody care? What's in it for them? I heard Sean say that a few times, and it's true. You can't make it about you, because guess what? It ain't about you. It's about what you do for the person who's asking the question, the person who wants your business, product, or service. And so how do you get to that? How do you get to it? Well, when the coach was asking me these questions, what do you do? What do you have? What do you bring to the table? And why anybody should care? I really didn't get it. But what he was really asking me was how to do an elevator pitch. Now, that seems so rudimentary, but here's the thing. We know what it is, but we know we need one, but no one's ever taught us how to do it. No one's ever said there were semantics. There were places, people, and things to say and do to come across clearly, succinctly, and compellingly. And so that's what I want to talk to you today about, how to represent your brand. And guess what? Your brand is you. People buy from people. Sean said that. She's taking all my thunder, by the way. People buy from people. People want to know what you stand for, who you are, what you have that they can use. And I'll tell you something else. When someone asks you, what do you do? They're really not interested in what you do per se. What they want to ask and are trying to be polite and not ask is, what can you do for me? So the next time somebody asks you, what do you do? Turn it around in your mind and say, oh, they're asking me what I can do for them. So the biggest problem with communication, I love this that George Bernard Shaw says, is the illusion that it's taken place. So while you're giving all of the information about what you do, you're assuming that the person you're telling it to is getting it. And 9 times out of 10, if you're not doing this correctly, they're not getting it. So I'll tell you about this networking event I was at. Recently, I was at a networking event. It was like 20 women, just a small little gathering. 20 women were there, and they were all asked to give their 60-second, 1 minute, what they do in their business. It wasn't called an elevator pitch. It was just tell what everybody's going to get 60 seconds, and everybody's going to tell what they do in their business. I was the speaker, so I was going to go last. Now, mind you, I just had a conversation with my coach, and I really didn't get what he was saying, other than I thought maybe it was an elevator pitch. But as they went around the room, the first three ladies got up and they went, well, the next three ladies got up and they went way beyond their 1 minute, their 60 seconds. Put a pin right there. First of all, that's disrespectful. When you have multiple people on a platform that are supposed to give a 60 second, not a speaker, that's different, 60-second, what you do, you're supposed to give 60 seconds or less. Some people went over to 5 minutes where they were doing the presentation, which cut down on the speaker's time. So I want to say, I'm going to hurt somebody's feelings, but I'm going to hurt them right now and tell you, when you're asked to do a 60-second presentation, when there's a multitude of people to speak, please be mindful of the speakers. Please be mindful of the other people and learn your elevator pitch, and then you won't have to go over 60 seconds. Anyway, so we're going on in this story. We get to the lady that's the seventh or eighth one, and I thought to myself, I don't even know what half of these people do. And then it hit me. My coach was talking about teaching people how to communicate better, what they do, what they have, what they bring to the table, and why anyone would care. I immediately started scribbling a note on my napkin, putting together an elevator pitch for myself. While the other people were coming around, she was at person number 15, and I was person number 20, and I'm writing what I'm going to be saying, which means I wasn't listening. But when you get to a place where you're in an event and people are not keeping your attention, it's because they got that 8-second attention span. So they get to me and she introduces me as the speaker. Hi, this is Barbara Holmes Smith. And I always say this, my name is Barbara Holmes Smith. There's no hyphen in the middle because I just needed a placeholder for my middle name. When you come up and your name is Barbara Ann, you got to change some things, especially when your last name ends with Smith. Okay, just saying. So I changed the middle name to Holmes, and it's my maiden name, Barbara Holmes Smith. And I help people communicate better what they do, what they have, what they bring to the table, and why anyone would care. I have 20 years of experience in coaching, speaking, and training, and I help people communicate better so that they can have their toolkit, their elevator pitch, their intro, bio, and one sheet. And whether your business is large or small, I can train them all. And took my seat for a moment. And the whole room went quiet. Because I didn't regurgitate everything I do on their feet. But I gave them enough information to know I might be able to help you. And I showed them how to represent your brand, represent their brand in a clear, concise, and compelling way. And that's what I teach going forward. Every professional needs a toolkit. Gardeners have a toolkit. Carpenters have a toolkit. Dentists have a toolkit. Business professionals need a toolkit. And so I created a toolkit called the EPIB-1. It's the elevator pitch, it's an intro, it's a bio, and it's a one sheet. Now, I don't have a whole lot of time today to go through all four, but I want us to work together on an elevator pitch. And once the presentation is over, I'm going to take the questions on how to do it. What should it be? It's a pitch. Should be clear, concise, and compelling. Just got through saying that. It also should make your point clearly and quickly. When it does, you represent your brand, but you always gotta ask what's in it for them. Keep that in mind. Sean Mason brought it home beautifully, and I'm repeating it again because it's not about you. It's not about me. It's about what can you do for your potential customer or client. So here's the exercise. Anybody ready to do some heavy lifting now? All right. So I want you to, if you have a way to document some things or write some things down, we're going to work. I normally do this in a workshop. That's why it's called a workshop. We work, we don't shop. Okay. Anyway, let's craft it together. Here's the pitch. First thing I want you to do is use action words. Start with, I help, but what do you help do? You teach, you create, you coach, you mentor, you sell. What is it that you do? I want you to write that down. I want you to text it to me in the chat. Who do you help? I help business entrepreneurs. I help teachers. I help students. Who do you help? So you start your pitch with, I help, use an action word, and then write in who you help. That's the first part. The second part is, what do you have? What qualifies you to help somebody? Do you have life experience? Do you have a business degree? Do you have skills? What do you have that qualifies you in a quantifiable way that someone would listen to your advice or buy your product or take your class? So that's the next part. You're going to write down what you have, what qualifies you. The next part is, what do you bring to the table? Now, this sometimes is tricky, but if you think about it, every one of us has a secret sauce. Sean said this too. You have a unique gift. You came here with it. Before you were in your mother's womb, you had it. You just got to know what it is and be able to articulate, communicate clearly, concisely, and compellingly to other people. So what is that secret sauce? Have you ever thought about what makes you different? Why does Sean go to, I keep using Sean, I love her. Why does Sean go to that one auto parts store as opposed to the one next door? There's something secret about that guy. There's something special. He's got a secret sauce. What's your secret sauce? And the need you feel has something to do with that. And then the last part I want you to write down is, what's your so what factor? So what? I'm a coach. So what? I'm a speaker. What makes me different than any other speaker or coach on the platform? I'm me. I'm energetic. I'm exciting. I have a great personality. Yep, I know that. I have confidence. I teach confidence building. When you learn how to do an elevator pitch that you can rattle off time after time after time, it builds your confidence. And guess what? It doesn't even matter which order you put it in, because whose pitch is it anyway? So let's put it all together. I love chocolate, just saying, I don't know. Here's the grid. In our workshop, I give the class a grid, and you put it out here as what you do, what you have, what you bring, and who should care. And if you really get good at this, at the end, you tag on the icing on the cake, which is your tagline. So it would be, you heard it when I first introduced myself. I help people better communicate what they do, what they have, what they bring to the table. And I have 20 years of experience in coaching, speaking, and training. I do it with enthusiasm and excitement, which builds confidence with other people and in other people to communicate better. It helps them grow their network, and the goal is to ultimately grow their network. So whether your company's large or small, we can train you all. And I'm done. And I didn't check the time, but I can guarantee you that wasn't 30 seconds. And now I've given you everything you need. You've given the person who asked the question everything they need to know whether or not they want to go further with you in their life. So the next time somebody asks what you do, you are prepared to represent your brand. Now, how many people out there have actually, I'm going to stop sharing. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. Where's my little button? Close that. How many people out there have tried what I asked you to do? I want to see a couple of the sample elevator pitches. So I see some things out here. What do you do? What do you do when you're in an event? What do you do when you're in an event and someone asks you, what do you do? What do you say? Are you saying things that are clear and concise? Are you saying things that are just rambling on and on? Because here's what I know. I do multiple things. I coach, I speak, I train. But when you're given 60 seconds to give that speech or give that introduction, you don't have time to give all of it. So take what's most powerful. The next part of what we teach is an introduction. We teach an introduction that is intriguing. So I know many of you may go to church. How many of you have ever been to an event anywhere? Typically church does this, and they give you a program. Now in the program, the speaker's information is in there. And the speaker's information has graduated from Troy University, PhD in electronics and all these different things. And then you get the person who's supposed to read the introduction, and they get up and read exactly what you just read in the program. Oh, I love these. Hang on, leave that one there for me. Leave that one there. I am the creator of designing ideas. I'm going to get back to my comment in a minute. I help bring ideas to reality. I have over 30 years experience creating beautiful, soft furnishing. We design your ideas. Yes, I love it. Now, did you have that, Zelda? Thank you so much for that. Did you have that before listening to the semantics and the components of the elevator pitch? If you did, that's fabulous. Did you have that already? Ms. Zelda. All right. Well, the person, I'm going back to my story, the person who is doing the introduction gets up and takes the program that you've already read, because I don't know about you, sometimes I'm early, I go and read the program. And then they read the program to you again. Now, I think that's disrespectful because it means I can't read or adults can't read. So I want you to understand the difference between an introduction and a bio. They're two totally different things for two totally different purposes. In my EPIB 1, you start with the elevator pitch, then you go into an introduction. An introduction just gives you some exciting things about you that nobody else knows potentially, and it's not included in your bio generally, okay? The difference is, let me get back to this story in a second. I see another elevator pitch. Miss Faye says, I help people with mindfulness to reduce stress, obtain balance, and become more authentic in their day-to-day living. I bring life experience, divine gifting, and interaction to create more joy. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Now, Miss Faye, did you have that before we had this conversation? If you did, fabulous. If you didn't, I'm glad I was able to help bring some clarity. So type for me if you had that. You never practiced it, Zelda. I see that. You never practiced it. Okay, Miss Faye, did you have that before? Yes, ma'am. I love it. And that's how you do an introduction. That's how you do an elevator pitch, pardon me. An elevator pitch, and I appreciate that it helped you. An elevator pitch is short, concise, and to the point, and most importantly, compelling. So back to the story. So you get up to listen to the speaker, and the speaker has just read the bio that you just read when you got there. Am I resonating with anybody? Have you ever had that experience? Just type in the chat. Yeah, we had that experience. What I want you to share with you is the introduction that you should be doing is something that's going to keep them on the edge of their seats while you're being presented. What you talking about, Barbara? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Here is an introduction that I use. First of all, it's printed. In my text, third person, it's printed and it's handed to the person that's going to present for you. Now that's the old days because we were not in COVID, but it was on a piece of paper in large font and it was 3, maybe 5 lines. Introduction. I'm going to read my introduction for myself for right now to show you the difference between a bio and an introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage now is Miss Barbara Holmes Smith. She was an engineer by age 3. She was an educator by age 8. And at the rank old age of 16, she was a race car driver. Put your hands together for Miss Barbara Holmes Smith. Now, what happened there? What happens there is they say, wait a minute, who is that? And I need to know how in the world she was an engineer by age 3. Well, the story goes kind of something like this. When I come to the stage, then I have stories that I build my content around. This particular story goes like this. So my mom tells the story that she came home with me in tow and the groceries. Back then, $1 was a lot of money, and she spent her last dollar on her child's toy. She comes in with me and the toy and the grocery and proceeds to sit us in the middle of the floor in the kitchen. While sitting there, I decided to grab the toy and go into another room, probably about 2.5 years old. Now, I went into the other room and got quiet. How many know when a 2-year-old goes into another room and is quiet, you need to go check. So she goes in the other room and sees me there, and her dollar and this toy that was a little stuffed animal on a bicycle with its wheels turning and cymbals clapping was all over the floor. Every single piece, 50 pieces, her money was gone. With a little tear in her eye, she proceeded to go into the other room to get herself together, thinking, I got to go get this baby, but right now I got to get myself together. She thought it was 10 minutes. She doesn't know. But soon thereafter, she heard a strange noise coming from the other room. And it sounded like clanging cymbals. Sure enough, as she hurried into the other room, she recognized that it was clanging cymbals. And sitting there in the middle of the floor was that toy totally put back together by a 2-year-old. Ladies and gentlemen, I was an engineer by the time I was 3. Do you see how that story is an introduction moment? You have things in your past that are fun, intriguing, enlightening, that you can weave into your introduction. The second story kind of goes like this. I'm the eldest of 5 children. And I was always teaching my baby sisters and brothers how to do math, how to do reading. Ladies and gentlemen, I was an instructor by 8. Are you tracking with me? Then the third story is my father was an entrepreneur. That's probably where I got the entrepreneur bug from. He was, God rest his soul, he died this past year in May of COVID. And he was an auto repair and air conditioning repair man in his own business for 35 years. Now, this man was phenomenal, not just because he's my daddy, but just imagine he was 89 years old and he was a Black man with a bachelor's degree, bachelor's of science, 2 degrees actually, and 1 in teaching. But anyway, I digressed. He would used to buy cars and sell cars, buy cars and sell cars all over. I got you there, Miss Faye. And what he would do is take these cars and take parts from them and put them on other cars. Thank you for your condolences. And he would take these cars sometimes and buy them, fix them, and sell them for more money. Well, this particular car he brought home. And fellas out there, it was a 1968 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi engine, 475 torque. Let me tell you, hatchback, it was red. It was my car. It was my car. And ladies and gentlemen, it was a race car, which at 15 made me a race car driver. Are you getting my point? So in your introduction, you want to make sure you have stories that you can link together, that you can give to a person who's going to give you your introduction, totally separate from your bio. Now, that's what will happen when you get on platform. People will ask you for your bio. What you have to do as a speaker, coach, teacher, trainer, whatever, is ask them, do you want a bio or do you want an intro? That's an education moment that you can give to them, because an introduction is not a bio. And then your biography, in the EPIB 1, elevator pitch, intro, bio is the third piece. The bio is the piece of information that gives your story. Yes, I grew up in Spring Valley, New York, and I went to school at Hampton High School, or whatever it is, whatever it says, that's your bio. But in your bio, you want to make sure that you're giving a story so that it's not just a dry read. You know, most people just put the facts in there and that's it. So weave some intrigue into your bio so that it's not, if they are going to read it, it's not so boring. And always, always create 2, your long bio and your short bio. And that way the person who's promoting you doesn't have to cut your bio. It's already cut. So those are some tips in the intro, bio, and next, the last piece is your one sheet. So many people have told me they don't even know what a one sheet is. Guess what? It's a one sheet. No, it's one sheet of paper that has all of your information on it. So what you want to have on your one sheet, and again, this is all something I teach in the Represent Your Brand course. The one sheet has your logo, your info, meaning your contact information, a short bio, your customers' testimonials are showing there. And that's one of the things that you can give to an industry professional when you are trying to get on a platform, or if you're trying to be introduced. You can always give that piece of paper and it has everything they need on it. For industry professionals that do contracting, it's a must-have. And you also have your NAICS, your North American Industry Codes on there. Your NAICS codes go on there. And so it's a sheet, it's a one piece of paper. I have a template for it, and I'm showing you, telling you how it's put together. But I do that training, and you can get that training. Just email me at bhsmith@speakcoachtrain.com, or go to my website, www.speakcoachtrain.com. Now, are there questions that you have out there that you want to ask me before I go on any further? Anybody have a question? Yes, Miss Faye, the testimonials do go on the one sheet. You don't have to have many, just a couple of them. Thank you so much, Miss Faye. I really appreciate those comments. Yes, those testimonials definitely do go on a one sheet. Should services be on a one sheet? Yes, you can put some services on there. Put your main services on your one sheet so that the person you're handing it to knows what you provide. Absolutely. Meaning your prices. No, your prices don't necessarily go on your one sheet. You want them to call you. And that's a good point. One of the things that we tend to do when we're asked what we do is give the person who's asking everything we do. That's not what they're asking. They're asking, what can you do for me? And so when you're telling them what you do, make sure you give them, again, I have to reference Sean, that I want my teeth to be white. That's why I use the toothpaste. Or I want to give people confidence. That's why I do the coaching. I give people confidence. When you do when you do an elevator pitch that is clear, concise, and compelling, you will have confidence. And guess what? It doesn't matter what order you put it in, as long as you can roll it off your tongue when you say it. And when you say it with conviction and with energy and with enthusiasm, people get it and people get you. And that's the ultimate goal. People buy from people. So get that elevator pitch down when you're asked to do it, especially when you're in a forum where a lot of people have to present theirs. Don't you be the one that's disrespectful and go over 2, 3, 5 minutes explaining what you do. You don't want to regurgitate everything you do on other people's feet, toes, clothes. You want to make sure that you're giving them what they need, what you do, what you have, what you bring to the table, and why anybody in the world would care. So I think that's my time. I'm at 40 minutes. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Eric, tell me what I need. Do I need to continue going? Because I can still go. You know, I can talk. You also entitled to a free ebook. It's Present with Power. bit.ly/present 2021. It's going to give you some more tips on how to be a better presenter, speaker, a trainer, a coach. It's in that free ebook.
And of course, Mark brought me up. I was typing in 10 more minutes because I was enjoying what you were doing. I want you to kind of stay in. I don't want you to leave. I have a special treat for you. And I'm going to call Sean and see if I can get Sean back. And I'm going to invite you and Sean on a show that we do each year, each time that we do the expo. It's called Sister Talk, where sisters get a chance to talk about just issues, what they're thinking about. You know, it could be about, speaking. It could be about business. The host's name is Sheila Wilson. And you go for another 10 minutes and I'll be right back, okay? And I'll see you on the other side.
See me on the other side. Mm-hmm. All right. So anybody have a question? Let me go back over here to the comments. Or anybody put together, Miss Faye, you said, it sounds like a combination of my son and I. He's an engineer and I'm the teacher. All right, that sounds good. Anybody have a question or a elevator pitch that they want me to take a look at real quick on the platform and help you with? Going back, it's what you do, what you have, what you bring to the table, and why anybody should care. I do also speaker training. I also have Present with Power. Present with Power is an ebook that is free for you. It's at bit.ly present with power. It's how to present with power. There are 5 keys to it. I'm not going to give the book away, the information in the book away. I'm giving the book away, but I'm not going to give the information in the book away. But I will tell you, one of the first things is to be authentic. Being authentic has been thrown around. That word has been thrown around a lot here lately. But think about this. Now that we're in the COVID environment, you're hearing more noise, more traffic, more Facebook ads, more Facebook posts. People are, every time you open up your email, there's somebody trying to sell you something. How do you rise above the noise? How do you present with power? How do you get your name, your product, your service out there? Is knowing that you are unique. What you have to offer and what you have, and you yourself is individual to the individual. So as long as you know that you are an individual, long as you know that you are the only one that can bring you to the table, you have to be confident in that. You have to be authentic in that. Stop trying to be what everybody else is. God gave you the gift, your gift. Now, I don't know about you, but I want mine. I want yours. I want mine. Because that same God that gave somebody else that gift that they have, he can do the same for me. I like Mark Lee put out, I am a master networker and known for knowing a lot of the cultural activities and media activities here in the triangle, even in the country. Okay, so, but what does that do for me? How do you help me? That's what you have to think about, Mark. Me and you need to have a conversation anyway. Me and you going to have a conversation about your elevator pitch, and we're going to get that nailed. But yeah, you friends have nicknamed you the cultural minister of Durham. Use that. You definitely can use that in your elevator pitch. And I want to help you use that. So, hi, I'm Mark Lee, known as the cultural minister of Durham. And what was the other stuff you do? I am a master networker, media activities. Yeah, we need to work on that. You and I need to have a conversation because you have some powerful nuggets in there that could be used clearly and succinctly to represent your brand. Absolutely. Represent your brand. So don't leave. Well, you can't leave anyway. Don't leave without getting my contact information. My son said he learned about the importance of mentors from you. Absolutely. Let me tell you, I didn't get that for a long time, Ms. Faye, about the importance of having a mentor or a coach. And once I determined that late in life, I had mentors along the way. Don't get me wrong. My godmother, for example, was a phenomenal mentor. My mother is a phenomenal mentor. But I'm talking about for business, outside of, for business. And until I got a coach and a mentor, that's when my business really took off. And so, yeah, your son learning that early is going to be huge. It's phenomenal. It's going to be huge for him in his life and in his business if he's in business. My son said, I help homeless children to help be happy by toys. Oh, yes. And so you can use that. He's 12. That's a wise young man. You can use that as part of your elevator pitch. And that brings me to another point. The elevator pitch that you create does not have to be your only one. It could be a different pitch for different purposes. So for you, Ms. Faye, that you help homeless children be happy with making toys out of recyclables, that's a whole nother pitch than your other business. And you can use that. When you're in front of people who you're trying to get, his business is in the street toys. Okay. I love that. We create toys out of recyclables for homeless children and that's what you do. And why anyone should care is an obvious. And that's his pitch. Okay, his business is in the street toys. So he's got the beginning of what he does, who he is, and why anyone should care. When he puts that on the end of it, it's a slam dunk. It's a slam dunk. That is so good. Tell him I appreciate him more than he even knows for being that kid with a business to help homeless children, to help homeless people. I also help in the community, and I want to give a shout out to the Black Mastermind, Group. The National Black Mastermind Group is an organization that educates, trains, and mentors Black business owners. And we are so grateful to have this opportunity to be on platform with the Black Expo USA. We are extremely honored, all of us. There are several of us that you'll hear from, but we are about helping other entrepreneurs. We are entrepreneurs teaching entrepreneurs, not like what you get in business school. You get business school instructors who have never owned a business teaching you business. And so Black Mastery, the Black Mastermind Group has the Business Mastery Institute to help educate our students. Oh, he asked would I be his mentor? Let's talk about it. I ain't mad at that at all. Let's talk about it. Give me a shout out on BH Smith at speak, coach, train, send me an email and I will get in contact with you. That's so cool. I would love to help. Anybody else have a question? But back to Black Mastermind Group, as the master trainer, executive master trainer for the Hampton Roads Group, we have several of those affiliate groups around the nation, and we are always looking for leaders, people who are willing to help in the community, because that's what it's about. Each one of us business owners reaching another business owner and helping pull them up so that they are no longer, you heard Sean say it, a hookup, a hobby, or a hustle. Got enough of those. We want legitimate businesses that are not having their own COO, chief only officers. So you hear us say a lot of things like that. We get them from our founder, Dr. Donetta Watson, who I also want to thank tremendously for thinking it not robbery to send me to you, Dr. Kelly.
Well, you know, it's always great when we have great people. I have another host that's going to be taking over by the name of Coco McMillan. And as I said to Sean a few minutes ago, Sister Talk is one of the top shows that we do here. And we always want to integrate people, and she always picks her guests. But this morning, she said she was watching the show, and she was just excited to see what you were talking about. She loved what Sean was talking about. And so she wanted to have you on her show today. And of course, you know me, I am, even though you say this is not a hookup, this is not a, one man game, but I always look at how can we bridge the gap. I'm more of a bridge kind of guy. I bridge the gaps to money. That's what I do. So I'm going to let you leave for a few minutes and get prepared for the Sister Talk show. Okay. And thank you so very much. And I'll let you know, and Mark will let you know shortly. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. And thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. And as we get prepared for Sister Talk is a show where sisters get a chance to talk about issues they like to talk about. Our host for this show is Sheila Wilson, and she'll be coming on shortly. But I want to bring up my next moderator. And of course, she's a thought leader. She's an entertainer. She's a singer. You'll see her on the show on Sunday. I'd like to bring up Coco McMillan. These are the times where you really want to smile, when you're sitting there in cold air waiting for someone to come up. My co-host is going to be Sean McMillan. And if Sean is not ready, Mark, what we'll do is let's go ahead and play I Am Black Business, and then we will bring up Sister Talk.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, and as we get prepared, welcome back. Welcome back. A great day of speakers. The excitement was so live for the first half, and we're getting ready to go into our second half. I'm Eric Kelly III, the guy who sits back and watch everything. If you're in business, corporation, thought leader, we want to have you on the network. And right now, I'd like to bring up our second half host, or I would say moderator, Sean Coco McMillan.
Hi, Dr. Kelly.
Hello, Sean. How you doing?
I am wonderful. How are you?
How have you enjoyed the speakers earlier?
Oh my God, it has been phenomenal. I've been watching it off and on for the last 2 days, and I am just so excited about the information that they've given to us and just ready to go, running, just running with it. It was so awesome. I enjoyed everyone. Sean Mason, oh my goodness, she was phenomenal. Kimberly Winborn, it was just so many. It was phenomenal.
Well, we're looking forward to what you're going to be doing the rest of the day. But I have a surprise for you. You know, I'm always full of surprises. There's a show that's coming up called Sister Talk. And what I've done is I've invited some beautiful ladies together. And Sheila, I told Sheila I might have Coco to join in on the show. I don't know if you have time. We're having you to be there and talk about whatever you like to talk about with these lovely ladies. So we're going to bring up Sheila Wilson right about now.
Okay.
Hello, Sheila. How you doing?
Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's having a wonderful, wonderful day.
And of course, we're going to also bring up Barbara H. Holmes.
Hi, Sheila.
Hi.
Hi, Howard.
And of
Hey,
course,
Barbara.
How you doing, Sheila?
We're going to bring up Sean Mason.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Barbara. Hey.
Sheila, you have another person here already? Is she here?
Yes, we should have Debbie Holland and Donna Ebron.
If they're here, Mark, bring them up. And if they're not here, they'll be coming soon.
They'll be popping in at any time. I'm sure they will be. I at least that's what my text said. They said I'm ready, so I'm sure they'll be popping in.
Well, this is called Sister Talk, and I told these ladies that you saw them earlier, you thought they were just marvelous, and you wanted to add them into your show today. Sean Mason said she ready to go. Barbara said what time it is, and I said when we start talking about Sister Talk, we bring the ladies to talk about stuff, because at the end of the day, y'all have a voice. And for those who don't know, this whole thing started because of my grandmother. My grandmother, and everybody talks about the story. And the story to the Black Business Expo, I was in college. I went to college on art scholarship. And when I got out of school, I told my grandmother I was going to run an advertising agency. And I didn't have any money, so I went to sell cars. And I sold cars for 3 years, made $150,000 3 years in a row. And the only reason I was successful, and people don't understand what mentorship is, the only reason I was successful, I was lucky enough to meet a guy in the dealership who really liked me, who sold 30 cars a month. And he trained me. And one day he said, Eric, you're only doing 20 cars a month. I said 30 cars was too much. And that was too much work for me. And after that, when I got into my advertising agency, my grandmother said she wanted to do something for kids and help kids to go to college. And she said she was inspired because I got an art scholarship, and that art scholarship allowed me to go to school for free. And so that's how the Black Business Expo started in 1989, ladies. And we have continued it until today. We got somebody else. And who is this lady?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Miss Holland. This is Debbie Holland. And
yes.
I'm going to do what I had to do the last time, because this is not Eric Kelly and Sister Talk. And then, last year I was sitting there, looking around. You know how guys, we be looking around, see what y'all doing. And one of the ladies said, Eric, it's time for you to go. Because thank you, ladies, and I'll see you ladies on the other side.
Oh, shout out to Dr. Kelly. He is a phenomenal guy. I mean, he was actually the one that kind of gave me this platform for the Coco Macmillan show. Just coming to me with the idea. And at first I was like, I don't know about that. Let me just sing. He's like, no, it goes beyond that. The people that you know and the people that you can help. So even with my platform, that's what I do try to do. Just open up the platform to entertainers, whether it's singers, musicians, managers, producers. And Sean, you would know this, working in the entertainment field as well. Also to business owners that's starting up their business, just to give them a chance to come on the show and kind of talk about their business, social media, the marketing, which, you ladies have been doing a phenomenal job with all the marketing and the business tools that we need. So thank you so much for that. So this part of the show is the Sisterhood Show, and we're just going to talk. We're just going to talk. And I think with Miss Sheila, if everyone is kind of want to start off and just kind of tell a little bit about themselves again, for the viewers that's just coming on now. Just a little bit about yourself, your website, your information, and then we get into some girl talk. And we can start off with Sheila.
You're muted.
I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me?
There we go.
I can hear you now.
Okay, good. Okay. Hey, ladies, I'm excited. 2:00 in the afternoon, most of us were probably trying to take a coffee break. But guess what? We're all here because we have something to say that people need to hear. I am Sheila Council Wilson. I am the host and founder of Warm Lyrics Cafe. It's an evening of positive lyrics. And we come together on each night that we have an opportunity to come. I have a platform for individuals who are trying to get their career started, especially when it comes to the entertainment business. We start with poetry. We have live bands. We have dance. We have vendors, of course. And we've been doing this about 10 years, maybe a little bit longer, but I'm going to confess to 10 years because the first years it was just working through things. I'm also a veteran radio personality. I had a radio show for over 7 years here in the Triangle and excited about that. And so I'm just excited to be with you ladies and to share some do's and don'ts and to encourage each other. I want to walk away with everybody information so that when something comes up, because I believe in this, Coco and ladies, is that when we begin to share the information, Debbie, who is on right now, she was there for my beginning of Warm Lyrics because she was the one that said, after she wrote everything down that I said, she said, when are we getting started? We all need that cheerleader. And so that's what she was to me. And so I hope that I am in a position after we finish here today that I can cheer each of you on to whatever that next level might be for you. Or guess what? It may just be for a me time moment and we just need to get together. I believe in you only go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. You'll hear me say that over and over and over again because you need to understand just how important that is.
Yes. Absolutely.
So, let's just go around the room. Debbie, let's bring you in to share a little bit. Debbie's an author. She's also a teacher here in the local area. She has done her traveling. I won't talk about that because I always tell her that she always wants to leave me. She's going somewhere. So thank you, Coco. Thank you so much, ladies. I just want us to be able to talk and to share because we all can say, this is how I got started, because people who see us, Coco, when you perform, and Sean and Barbara, when you guys when you're in your zone and you're doing things, people say, oh my goodness, it looks so easy when you do it, but they don't know. They don't know the times that we were trying to get in somebody's door to make something happen. They said no. And I'm a true believer. If you reach up among all the no's and grab you a yes, something's going to happen. So Debbie, we're going to go to you and we're going to pop over to Sean and we're going to go to Barbara and then we're going to swing back over to Coco. We just want to talk and raise your hand, type a note, something, and we're just going to do it. So let's celebrate each other today in all we do. Debbie?
Okay, my name is Debbie Holland. I am a teacher at a private school. I am actually sitting in my classroom right now. I direct the aftercare program here as well. So in about 30, 40 minutes, I will have to go and start what I call my part-time job, but it's at the same school. So I'm here pretty much from sun up to sundown. Do I love it? Yes, I love what I did. I've been working with kids for about 30 years. Even in the midst of raising my own, I was a TA at their school, middle school. They didn't like it, but it was okay. I was a teacher at my son's preschool. He didn't like it, but okay. So now they're all grown. They're all grown. And now I get to love on other people's children. And I love it. I love what I did. As Sheila mentioned, I am an aspiring author. in the midst of my travels and teaching and working with kids, being on various boards, participating in so many things. I am writing a couple of books, doing a devotional about change. Me and Sheila, we both went through divorce, separation at the same time. We found each other for whatever reason a couple of years prior to that, and we've been kind of connected at the hip since. And we've kind of hurdled this journey together, separation, divorce. Now we're both thriving, we're flourishing. Ain't nobody mad but the devil, but we give all glory to God for that, because we're able to do our own thing now without any interruption. My kids are grown. I have grandkids, and I am, one of the books, like I said, is about change, and one is about the process, because, you know, we all go through a process, and it seems like the process is always the hardest. The scripture says better is the end of a thing than a beginning, because when it first starts, it's very painful. We don't know what to do, where to go, you know, who we can trust, or any, you know, we just don't know. But as we go through the process, God leads us and guides us, like the scriptures say, by fire by night, cloud by day. You know, he just leads us in his way, you know, direct us to people that he wants us to be in contact with, that can help pull us and bring us to where he wants us to be. So right now I'm working on those 2 books. I am actually working on a third thing. My imagination is very, I don't even know what you call it anymore. You can give me a topic and I can go sit down and write at least 2 pages on just about any topic. Simple, you know, something like network. You know, in life we have to network, but then we take the word net, and it's this thing that's all weaving and woven together, like we are becoming weaving and woven together. And in order for that net to stay connected, we have to do the work. So, you know, it's just words like that. I take them and I break them down, and, you know, I just write and I write and I write. And maybe one day those little writings will be in the book as well. Outside of that, I am sitting on the board of Amazing Grace Etiquette, which Sheila sits on with us. And we just met a young lady that we've taken under our wing, homeless, sexually abused, and we're just nourishing her to get her to where she needs to be. And it's not so much, you know, about telling, excuse me, but when they are not calling me or in my classroom, they're texting. That's what we do all day. But we just take young girls like that and we help to get them to where they need to be. So I guess it's a lot we do. When do we rest? We don't. We just do what we have to do when we need to do it, because it's just, you know, it's just myself. I live with my goddaughter, and I just come and go as I please, and I listen for the voice of the Lord. When he say do it, I do it. When he's not speaking, I'm resting. It's as simple as that.
Yeah,
so,
awesome, Debbie. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, because, you know, we all have our journeys, and I think that sometimes that's a part of the story that people miss. And Sean, I know that when we're out there and we're working with others, and we feel that that's our assignment, our purpose, and we're trying to always be on assignment, that when they don't understand that we're really trying to help them and they don't want to hear us. I don't know if that's something that you've ever dealt with, but sometimes that is a journey. So let's talk with you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what projects you're working on.
I started to laugh. So laughter make a heart what healthy like a medicine. Don't give me the quote in scripture, Debbie, because I'm getting ready to pass you an offering plate, because I just love Jesus. Okay.
Don't worry about it.
I just love Jesus. You know, in all fairness, laughter is what triggered and facilitated my healing. So I really am a mother of 5. I had an incredible life. I gotta be honest. You know, I don't even start with the drama and the trauma. Real talk, okay? Because I had great parents. My ex-husband, great parents. I married into a great family. We just weren't great together, okay? So just didn't act like that. The children great, everybody good. So I was actually in a place where someone dared me. Another mother dared me and was like, you know, you always laughing. You got all these things going on, you know, because you could start to tell that things were falling apart. You know, we went from the Cosby's One, the reality show, to going from, you know, the Best of Us to Snapped. Okay. Not quite there, but you understand what I'm saying? So people kept checking on me, you know, which again, I appreciate. And all I did was laugh. Even in the midst of depression and pressure, I laughed. Because I understand that life is exactly that. It's always happening. And so she dared me. So again, I'm a bougie colored girl from Detroit. Okay, Barbara, put that in my intro. Okay, that's what I am. All right. Okay. So I had to take a moment and say, you know what? You don't dare me. Like I said, I don't bring it over here. Right? Don't bring it over here. So I actually went and got coaching, took classes in both Chicago, Detroit, New York, and went on stage. I went on stage at a time where everyone before me was half my age. And it just so happened it was a college town. So there were a lot of not just half my age, you guys. They were like, you know, Caucasian kids talking about a whole bunch of dirty stuff. Okay. It was real dirty, real nasty. Okay. And I knew, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this, but nobody going to laugh. Nobody going to listen to me. I'm just going to tell my truth. All right. I get up there and tell the stories about what it is, you know, so my life, my journey, things about my children, things about social media. And I got a standing ovation. And I'm like,
wow.
I won that first contest, first time on stage as a comedian. And what I didn't take into consideration that those nasty kids that was before me bought their mamas, their aunties, and their daddies, and their uncles. Okay. So they all were sitting there going, oh my God, that's so true. Because I talk about the mean-agers. I talk about the outlaws that you call in-laws. I mean, everything about life is what makes the difference in my journey, my career. And that is really what it's an extension of who I am. So my last book was Funny is Just Funny. The first year of a female Christian comedian, clean comedian, whatever the title was, I don't remember. But whatever the case may be, I talk about the idea of never giving up, always going and doing whatever it is that you think you want to do. I am on the journey now. I will be 50 this year, y'all, and I'm getting hello hitched. Holla if you hear me, okay? Say it louder from the people in the back.
Holla if you hear me. I like that title.
Come on, holla.
Yes.
Because there is joy in the morning. There really is. And that is actually a screenplay that I worked on, because so many of us tend to only hear, I'm not saying we're not talking about it, but people only hear the sob story. They only hear the struggle. They only hear the doom and the gloom. Every single day I wake up, I'm like, hey, like you said, devil, you better be mad. I'm coming at you. I'm coming out here on fire. Okay. I was crazy for the devil. I'm crazy for Jesus. Ain't no shame in the game. So that's what
right.
You know, I think unfortunately with younger women, they don't believe that. They actually think that life ends. You know what I'm saying? You got to be snatched. You got to be insta filtered. Listen, we going to be snatched, y'all. All y'all fine and fabulous. Okay. I ain't telling y'all age. I'm just saying, why don't we tell that part? You know what I mean? Why don't we tell that part? So that's my story, Miss Sheila. Thank y'all for having me. I can talk about marketing.
You know what? Listen, thank you. Because at 2:00 in the afternoon, when we're getting texts and emails and whatever else is coming through on our ABC list, we need to have that laugh. But here's the truth of the matter is, because of what we have been challenged to do, called to do, the assignment, being on purpose, does that sometimes change up to something new? That just means you finished what you needed to do, or it's done, it's over, and now it's time to move on. So I thank you for knowing how to do just that, because you could have just said, you know what, these are all these young kids, they don't look like me, they can't identify with me. But you know what, you said, you know what, this is what I'm supposed to do, I'm going to do it. And then you got the standing ovation. So I'm excited about that. Barbara, we want to bring you in. We want you to just go right along with what we got going on. Tell us a little bit about going on. And we have a couple of questions that we want to answer, that's coming in over the comments. And so we'll get to that after you, Barbara, tell us what's going on.
Well, thank you so much. This is such an awesome opportunity to come in. Again, I don't know why y'all keep putting me behind Sean. Bring it up a little higher. You know what I'm saying? But Sean is my girl. We're from the Black Mastermind Group. I started out as a Black girl. Here's a clue. Really dark in the 60s, when Black, for some people, wasn't so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, my godmother and my mother, I came from a home that was solid. My father and mother lived together. They lived together for 62 years. And, my father died last year, but they were together still. And so I saw foundation. And what else I saw was parents that told me, you're not better than anyone, but you're just as good as everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And when you grow up hearing you're just as good as everyone, you're not better than anyone, you get this thing inside of you that makes you feel like you can accomplish anything. So I had the good foundation, but I grew up and got grown. Young people out there, being grown is highly overrated. Just saying. It means you got bills. It means you got car payments. It means you got mortgages. It means you got electricity. Bevco around here.
That's right.
In your area. But anyway, you got bills. And I learned on my own abuse. So I was abused as a wife. And I was not wanting to tell that story. I didn't want to tell nobody I was abused as abusive wife, because I didn't come from an abusive household. How you going to grow up in an area where you had foundation, where people loved you, and then you're going to marry a fool that want to beat your butt? Well, let me tell you, I'm from New York, straight from New York. You ain't going to beat on me, and we ain't going to have no scars on your side of the bridge. Holla. I would fight. My mother says to this day, "Why? How you fighting? You just get out." No, brother, want to hit. Look. Anyway, digressing. I grew up, but I was always mathematically inclined. My father was a mathematician and an electrician. Auto mechanic, and he taught me different things about tools. So I never liked dolls. To this day, I don't like dolls. Mm-hmm. I was with my hands creating things and fixing things. And so, long story short, I became an engineer. I was computer engineer, systems engineer. They called me senior systems engineer at one point, but I think that was because I was old. But anyway, so engineering was my thing. The problem there is I'm a little Black girl. Did y'all get that? I'm a little Black girl. Mm-hmm. All white industry. All white. And I remember one time, I'm going to tell you this story and I'm going to be done. I went to do my job in the server room. The server room is all where the computers are located. So I go in, I'm an engineer. My title is network engineer. Walk into the room, getting ready to get on the keyboard and do my thing. And this white person man came behind me and said, "What are you doing?" Doing my job. "You don't belong in here. Matter of fact, you don't even belong here." I said, "All right." That's one of the times I should have been fighting, but I said, "No, all right." I went on back to my desk and sat down. And for 3 months, I sat down and didn't do anything. He had to do my work because I didn't know what I was doing. So he was doing my work. One day he was out coming in late and I went back into the server room. I had a problem. They said, "Barbara, you need to go check on the server." And I went in there and I was fixing the thing. And he came in and I didn't hear him because it's loud in there. And he's looking over my shoulder and he says, "Hey, you really know what you're doing?" I said, "How long you been standing there?" He said, "Long enough to know that you've been fronting and I've been doing your work this whole time." I said, "I wasn't fronting. You told me that I know what I was doing." So the bottom line is we are just as good and have to be better in a lot of instances than our counterparts, but they don't give us the credit for it. So I learned early on that I just got to be top of my game. And I'm saying that to everyone that's listening out there. Whatever you do, You just be top of your game. What God has for you is for you. Your gifts are your gifts. Can't nobody take it. Can't nobody do nothing with it. Just be authentic, be you, and be who you were created to be. I'm done. Drop the mic.
You know what, Barbara? That means so much what you shared, because I can relate to that early in my broadcasting career. I actually just started my 36th year in the broadcasting industry of some sort. Where I was a host and all those kinds of things. But what do we say to the women who are out there who are single parents or who are even married? Because I love the story about your parents as well. Not all of us came from a home that was, as society said, was broken. I came from a home that my father didn't live in my home, but he was present. Okay, and so what do we say to those people, those women out there who are looking at their current situation? They want to start a business. They don't have financial resources. They may not even have a mentor. How do we tell those women to stay with it? Find your mentor. There's some things you're going to find. There's going to be some things that you have to, because I tell them sometimes you're going to have to volunteer with someone who's doing what you want to do. And then when you get it down pat, you make it your own. You change it up, whatever you need to. Coco, I know you've been around the industry as well. I would love to help these individuals who are listening. Maybe you're not in 30s. Maybe you're 60. And COVID came in and just changed your whole world. And now you're trying to restore and reinvent yourself. All of us probably have something that we can say to that. So Coco, we're going to start with you, and let's just kind of go back around.
All right, my little computer thing fell here. Yeah, well, first of all, let me say to Barbara, Barbara don't like the dolls. Sean don't like the purses. You know, and with Miss Debbie, I love the quote that you said. When he's not speaking, you're resting. I think that is so important because, a lot of times, when he's not speaking, we're trying to make it work. We're trying to make it happen ourselves. Lord, speak to me, or do this or do this. And that's our time for rest. And I had to learn that myself, with my career and the things that I was doing. And like she said, I was so glad that Miss Barbara talked about something about being a Black girl. Now, I worked for IBM for 11 years. I worked for IBM for 11 years, and I was also singing with Gerald Levert at the time. Now, before just a quick little story, and this is to help someone, because for a long time, it bothered me. But then when I talk to someone about it, I understand. So I want to share this with you. So when I first went to Gerald, when I first got with Gerald, when they picked us to come up to sing with him, it was 3 young ladies. The other 2 young ladies did not look like me. They were a little lighter than me. I'm the dark girl. So to make a long story short, when he only needed 2 people, okay? When they came back and made the choice, they didn't choose me. I didn't know at that time, and I was the leader of the group. So I just said, okay, that's fine. I'm in college, I can still do my thing. I'm still going to continue to sing. I didn't know that I wasn't chosen because of my skin color. During that time, in music, the young ladies that look a little brighter than me was the thing. Okay, so you got to understand that. So again, not being chosen because of the color of my skin could have set me back. You understand? Or it could have stopped me, or my ego, or my self-esteem. But I didn't let it stop me. I said, okay, fine. You guys go ahead. I'm going to continue to do what I do. But the Lord would turn that thing around right in front of your eyes. Do you understand? So for somebody out there today, I got the phone call and said, you come anyway, and we're just going to see how you guys sound together, and we'll make a decision. Okay, they made the decision to keep all 3 of us. Less than a year, they let the other 2 girls go and kept me. And I continued with him for 11 years. I was the team lead of the girls. We just had, and he talked to me about it. We had a discussion about it. He told me why. And again, that was the thing. That was it. But if I would have let that stop me, and just for somebody out there, you cannot let that stop you. What God has for you, it is for you. And the thing about it, I was with him and still working for IBM. Is that favor or what? And when you're doing your job for IBM, IBM, I'm working for this corporate America. I'm traveling around the country. I was a recruiter, recruiting diversity students to come and work for IBM. So I had a chance to even, go out in the field and work with these students and teach them about the elevator pitch, Miss Barbara. Ha! Teach them about elevator pitch, or teaching them about having their skills, just brainstorming, making sure their resume was together. And I also had a chance to share my passion, and I would sing at the events. So you can't tell me, what you can't do. You can do anything. You can do multiple things. I started on that journey doing that. I traveled all over the world. When people said that I couldn't do it, that I wasn't going to do it, I did it. And so that's to somebody out there, to help somebody today, to let you know, don't give up. Don't give up when it seems hard, or when it seems like you don't have the tools or the resources. If you know somebody that have it, go to the experts. Get the knowledge, get the wisdom, be good at what you do. Don't ask for something and you don't want to do it. You have to put in the work. You have to be strategically just creative, especially, during this COVID time. During this COVID time, I couldn't travel to do my music. I couldn't sing. So I had to think differently. I started working with a partner selling designer masks. Then I have a coffee shop that's located inside the Amtrak station in Cary, helping passengers, serving the passengers. Well, unfortunately, they had to close because of COVID. So I started something else. Then I had the opportunity to have the Coco McMillan show. I had an opportunity to go back and with the other background singers for Jewel, we created, we have a group and we created more music. So it's so much stuff that you can do. You just have to set your mind to do it, and you can't let nobody stop you. The object is you are born to win, just like Kimberly Winborn said this morning, born to win. Whatever you have set in your mind to do, even with the obstacles, even with the, the downfalls, the naysayers, the jealousy, the haters, man, make your enemies will be your footstools. So God is giving you a special gift for everybody. These ladies on this panel are all phenomenal. Please take the nuggets, the wisdom, the knowledge that they share with you today and use it. And let us help you become what you want to do. Be better. Let us help you do that. So that's my nuggets for today.
You know what? Thank you, Coco. This is how we learn. If we were not being transparent, the five of us, about divorce, about abuse, about being looked over, right? About being, I came in this game and I started a little older than my counterparts, but we kept it up. Why? Because of perseverance, because of a calling, because of an assignment, because of purpose. When you do that, you can stand. Will the always be there? Probably. You volunteer? Yes, absolutely. Will you give your skills away sometimes? And what I mean by giving it away, you're honing your skills. I look at it as an opportunity to practice, because I have something to say that people need to hear. And knowing that I have something inside of me doesn't mean the person to my left or to right. It just means this is my part when I have to say something. And I know, Debbie, that you're going to have to slide out in just a second. I just want you to, give us some nuggets to leave our audience with and leave us with. And then, of course, if you could leave your information, an email of how we can reach out to you. As I said, she's a master researcher, so I love her for that. But Debbie, just share something before you have to run out.
Unmute. Okay. Ladies, I am enjoying this. Sheila will tell you I am all for a supportive sister group. If you are not supporting me, then I can't have you around me. It's just that simple. I don't know any other way to put it. I don't want to sugarcoat it. If you have people around you that are not supporting you, they are not pushing you to where you want to go, to where God needs you to be, cut them off. That's it. They shouldn't be there, because we're living in a time in our society where it's not a me. It is a us. I need you, you need me, we need each other to survive. And I hear people talk about their haters all the time. If I would leave you with anything, I would say stop giving voice to your haters, stop giving time to your haters, and stop talking about your haters. Don't waste it on them. They don't deserve it. They're going to be there. We need an audience. And God created an audience for everyone. He said, I will make your enemies your footstool. If I am up here speaking, they are down here listening, they become my footstool. Don't worry about your haters. Take your eyes off of them. Let them be what they're going to be. Let them say what they're going to say. Let them do what they're going to do. That's not your problem. That's not your business. That is not even part of your corporation. Cut them off. Stop funding them. Stop giving them time. Stop giving them attention. They're not paying you, and you shouldn't be paying them. I always say, when I want publicity, I tune my ears to what my haters are saying, because they're giving me free publicity. They're taking my name places that it probably would never go. Because sure enough, if I tell you, you're going to tell him, he going to tell her. And before you know it, your name is going to be on the wings of an eagle, and God is going to take your name into places where it needs to be. I'm out. Love you, ladies. I am enjoying this. I will see you all next time, but I have to go do my calling, that thing that I really love to do. Love you.
Oh my goodness. Sheila, I know you hosting, but I just had to jump back. Listen, okay. Listen, okay.
Woo!
That Miss Debbie, she just touched on, because you were asking about single women. What she said was so key. If they're not going where you want to go, stop making a chapter or a paragraph in your book a whole section. So what? It happened. That's the one thing that she just said. And guess what? You don't have to stay there. Glory to God forever. If you were a lying, cheating mess, come on now. We're not just talking about your marital status. You might not have been ready to be married, real talk. And the fool probably wasn't either. Or
True
better
that.
yet, seriously, he might not even been a fool. You did not seek God when you made this decision.
True that.
It's okay.
Say that.
Okay, right now, today, wherever you are, broke, busted, and disgusted. I don't care if you hiding, whatever your situation. Today, you can do something different. Watch this. Here, catch this, y'all. Well, hold on. You can shut off your phone. Wait a minute. I know that's scary. You know what I mean? Hold on. You can block that number. Hold on. I know I'm getting too deep. See, sometimes we be trying to give people all of this deep stuff. Girl, you need to go in the closet. You need to pray. You need to fast. You got to shave your head. You got to color your head. You got to, get some injections in your brain. Listen, you ain't got to do none of that. Basic stuff will change the game forever. And you don't have to let anybody call you out your name anymore. You can just start today. Matter of fact, watch this. You can watch your mouth and stop tearing yourself down. You can do that today. Okay. You can
Yes.
You could pick up a different book instead of watching that reality TV show.
That's right.
Well, where you want to go, sis, I don't care about your status. That's a moment in time. You know what I mean? And like I said, sometimes them kids gonna drive you to be so crazy, you can drop them off at the boy's house, okay? Listen to me now. Just because they seem like they're your life now don't mean they're going to be your life forever. Okay? Don't let them run you crazy. Don't let them stop you from being happy and healthy. So start today making the life that you want.
Yes.
Not where you are right now.
Absolutely.
It's just a moment. I just had to say that. Miss Debbie was on it, because you do not have to hang with those people. You know what I mean? Everybody got a sob story. I know some people, and again, I'm joking, so y'all know I'm a comedian. I know it was like one time I heard somebody say they had lupus, and about 10 days later, 2 weeks later, 17 of their friends got lupus. I'm like, y'all all just hanging around piecing together. We attract what we want. I mean, I'm joking, but I'm being so serious. Yes. You attract what you want. You decide your story. And if all you're doing is highlighting how lonely you are, how bitter you are, how broke you are, you're going to keep
That's what you're going to get. Yep.
It's a vibration.
That's what you see for it. Sean, thank you so much. Barbara, I want to bring you in, but before you come in, I just want to say this. Only go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. Go ahead, Barbara.
And I was going to say, for the young ladies out there listening, the question that came up was, how do you start when you're 40 or whatever, 50 or whatever it is? Listen, Sean said it best too. Start where you are. You got some signals. If you're paying attention, put on your spidey senses and start looking at, number one, the people that you're hanging around. Number two, check that person's family, because the nuts don't fall too far from the trees. If they crazy, it's all get out. They disrespectful to their parents. They got elderly parents. They disrespectful. They're talking about the relationship. Then you need to move to the left. Exit stage right. You don't have to stay where you are. Make up in your mind. Here's what I figured out after being abused. There was something in me that made me think that I wasn't worthy to have better.
That's truth.
Something in me, catch it, that made me think that I didn't deserve to have better. If that's you, check yourself, because you are fearfully and wonderfully made. And my godmother used to say this, baby, you the best, because God don't make no junk.
I like that. My name is Donna Ebron, and I have a saying, and my saying is, I feel good, I look good, and I am good. And there ain't nobody like me. And how you say, and those who do not like me can hide in the bushes and watch. That's it. How you say?
That's it.
Yeah, and you look, and if you don't like that, you should have caught me when I was 40. Because now that I'm 60, it's a brand new ball game. Yeah, I love that. Brand new ball game.
Donna Ebron stepping in here. Ladies, this is Donna Ebron, who has just joined. She is an author. She is a speaker. She is one of the contributors to True. Let me see. Is it True Women?
True Vine Women.
True Value of Women. Donna, True Valuable Woman. Thank you very much. True Valuable Woman. And listen, she's got a book. She's got a couple of books. Her most recent one was with her granddaughter. And so I'm just going to let her jump in. We're talking about being in business, but we're also talking about just life, because we have some viewers, some people who are listening to us who are just written their self off. They've written their dream off. They don't want to dream anymore. They was like, what's hope? They're saying, well, where really is God? Is he really here? If they're believing. Right. And so, Donna, we just want to encourage those who are listening, because you had to start somewhere. And here's what I know about God. God will meet you right where you are. So if you don't have all the finances you need, he will meet that. If you want to go on a stage and you want to be in front of different people, he's going to open a different way. So, Donna, just talk about how one particular story is how your book was on someone's desk and they was waiting. They were working on something. They hadn't really read your book yet, and they picked it up.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Okay, let me try it again.
To the mic. You're breaking up, sweetie.
Come closer to the mic.
And now you're frozen. Sheila is frozen in space.
Okay, Donna, if you can hear me, go ahead.
I think I got I think I got what part of what you said is that a lot of times when you're in business for yourself and you're working a full-time job and you have a family, people don't get how busy you really are because you've decided to put yourself first. And people who look down upon that when you put yourself first and say, no, I can't attend that, or no, I can't do that. But or whatever. I said, but I heard in a sermon this week from Pastor Mike in Alabama. He said, no is a sentence. No is a sentence. And sometimes we have to learn the power of no, so that we can complete the things in which we need to complete so that we could be successful for ourselves. Am I the only one? Everybody else looked frozen. Okay, y'all are good.
No,
So,
we here.
We definitely heard you. Let's talk a little bit, Donna. I want to make sure that we get this in.
Okay, all right.
Is on the business side of what you've done, what is the greatest lesson that you learned from starting your business and being an author?
What was the greatest lesson that was that last part?
That you learned in starting being an author and starting your business. I think she is freezing up. Ladies, can you hear me? If you can, just give me a wave.
Yeah, we can hear you. And just real quick, I've been in business now over 20 years. Probably the greatest lesson is it really is a journey. I really try to stay away from cliches, but it really is a journey. It is not a one stop. It's peaks and valleys. And that's actually what I love the most about entrepreneurship. It's never boring. That's for sure. So if I guess what I tell people is there are days I don't want to go to work either. There are days that I want to have a PTO, whatever that is, personal time off. It's no different. It's not always great. It's difficult decisions. And at the same time, I absolutely love it. And I can't really imagine it either way because I get to decide. I get to choose and have the flexibility that I believe that the people in my family, not just the women, but the people in my family didn't have. And I'm really blessed to be that and do that every day.
Absolutely. Barbara, let's talk about your journey and a little bit more about your business.
I'm a late bloomer. So I thought I could do everything and be everything and have 5 businesses and start one, stop one, start one, stop one. But I realized that wasn't business. I was really having a hobby until I joined the Black Mastermind Group under the direction and tutelage of Dr. Donetta Watson. I really didn't understand what business was about. Nobody really taught me business. I saw my father in business, but he was a solopreneur. So what I learned early on and didn't know that I had already learned it was that I'm an instructor. I like to teach. And I do it so naturally. Like I teach people stuff without even knowing that that's what I'm doing. So much so that my husband, when I'll be telling him something, no, baby, you do it like such and such, and he go, thank you, teacher. I said, okay, but I love you anyway. But so what happened was one day I was having a meeting, collaborative. And this is one of those points what I would like to share with all people is find your tribe. People who think like you are not necessarily your tribe.
That's right.
If you're the smartest one in the group, hello, you need to get a new group. Because you want somebody that's going to stretch you and pull you. And so I had a lady, Dr. Sessoms Penny, who said, you need to be a coach. And I was like, comparing myself to her. No, you the best coach, you the baddest coach there is in life. And I can't even compare. She said, but baby, you do that already. And I had to stop and think, What I do is help people. It's like seeing, it's like me seeing, seeing an onion and pulling back the layers. It's like me seeing a piece of coal and chipping away at the coal to expose the diamond. And people are the diamond that they can't even see. And so now my greatest joy is being able to coach people to the place where they see the diamond. And that excites me beyond belief because it's already there. It's like when I used to flip houses. I used to be in construction, one of them 69 businesses I used to have. Yeah. I used to be in construction and my partner would go into a building with me and I would be like, oh my God. And they go like, I know, right? It is so raggedy. The ceiling is falling and the floor is tore up and the wall got all kinds of paint. I was like, no, it's gorgeous. And she said, well, what are you looking at? Because what I'm looking at looks a hot mess. But I could see the beauty in things to make them more beautiful. And it's the same thing I see in people. So now I'm a coach. I'm a speaker, I'm a trainer, I'm a coach. And the greatest of these is love, coaching, because I just love helping people get to where they are already. They just don't know they're there. And so that was my journey.
Yes. Yes.
And I have a lot of different experience from all those different jobs I had. From being molested, from being abused, from being in abusive relationships, from being married 3 times. Oh, did I say that out loud? Yeah. So for having, 3 baby daddies, I mean, that ain't nothing I'm proud of. But guess what? When I looked at it and I asked God, why me? He said, why not you? Now you can go help somebody else because you've been where they've been.
What a powerful story, because here that's some of what you've been sharing is some of the backdrops to the journey that we've come. I think it was Mary had a song. They was like, you see the outward stuff that's going on, but you don't know that I fall on my knees and go home and cry and boo-hoo to just so I can get up the next day. And so when you're in business, there are challenges. You need to get around the right people. As you said, someone said about being around the right tribe. And when you do that, you need somebody that's going to cheer you on, but you also need somebody who's going to tell you, girl, Barbara, what world are you doing? What are you doing? You need to take a step back and look at that. And every now and then you got some friends that are raw and straight to the point. Donna, you know what I'm talking about on that. It is important that you understand how things happen. Now, you may not always get it right away the first time, but as long as you get it and you're a better person because of it, when you become a better person, you know more, you learn more, but you also learn that stuff that you won't be putting up with. And sometimes you can't put up with you. Sometimes you're a hot mess too.
Right.
So you got to get it together. But it's patience, prayer, meditation, whoever you USA to. I can't tell you who that could be. I know who it is for me. But I do know that you have to get yourself together. Sometimes it's like taking a shower. You got to get in and get it. And so, ladies, we have about 8 minutes before we have to get off. Believe it or not, time goes by when you're having great fun and you're giving out great information. And I just want to go back around and give each of you probably about 2 minutes or a minute and a half to give a great tip for our listeners, our viewers who are listening about being in business, whether it's financial, whether it's a nonprofit. Give them about 2 minutes and then give your information as well so that they can have it. Coco, you there?
Sorry, I didn't know you would start with me. Okay. Again, my name is Coco McMillan, and again, I am an entertainer in music, and so I just want to share. First of all, I want to share my information. You can reach me. My email address is Coco McMillan Music at gmail.com. Again, it's Coco McMillan Music at gmail.com. You can reach me on Facebook or Instagram at Coco McMillan 7. Again, that's at Coco McMillan 7. You can reach me on LinkedIn. Any of the social medias, you can reach me. My website is www.cocomcmillan.com. And again, and just to leave you with something, I am true to my word. My word is true. And I want to leave you with trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not to your own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. And he's directing your path, whether it's in music, whether it's in business, whatever that you want to do, strive for excellence. Why not the best? And let God direct you. That is my quote for today. It's for the listeners.
I love it. Thank you so much. Sean, I'm going to go to you next.
I'm just sitting back here going, y'all done dropped so many pearls. Where's my notebook? Can I get a recording? Mr. Kelly, can I get a recording? What I want to just share with people is that enjoy your life. I don't know what more I can tell you about that. That there's so much important in joy, right? We've been quoting the Bible. If you're not a believer, just know that the power plant doesn't just have energy. It creates it. It generates it. You generate the joy. It doesn't have to be there all the time. Generate it, create it. Know how to make yourself happy. Know how to make yourself laugh. Know how to have some fun all by yourself. Because when you're better, we're all better. When you're a better person, take care of yourself mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. I am about that sleep. So I don't know. I think it was Debbie who said she'd be up 22 hours. Not me. Barbara Smith could tell you. I'm going to bed at 9:30. Call me whatever you want. Miss Donna, it ain't got nothing to do with age. Ain't got nothing to do with my background. I like to sleep. And guess what? I also like to eat. It's my friend. Okay. Because when I'm hangry, you're not going to like me. So basically, I just want to, again, check out these pictures. So I want you all to really enjoy every phase of your life. Enjoy yourself in the skin that you're in, no matter where you are in this journey. And that's going to show in your business. It's going to show in your relationships. It's going to show whether you're working for somebody else. Stop dreading Monday. It's my favorite day of the week. You know why? Because we making it happen. So go ahead, go get your corporate sponsorship, put that money aside, build your business, and then you can grow your team and go ahead and live your best life. It's there for you. Every day you wake up on this side of glory, to quote my 90-year-old daddy, rest his soul, is a good day. All right, Joe.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, Miss Barbara Smith, come on in here.
I want to leave this thought with those who are listening. You create what you want in your life. You have power of life and death in your mouth. The words say tongue. I'm going to say it's in your mouth. And if you stop talking bad about everybody else and what everybody else is doing and create yourself some affirmations, I am beautiful. I am powerful. I am magnificent. I will have a business. I do look good. Yeah, I do for 62 in the mirror. Holla. Okay. And remember to get yourself around people who are going to lift you up, not tear you down. That's all I got.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Donna, we're going to give you the last minute.
Amen. Okay, here we go. As you're on your journey, there's a place called derailed. All of us get there. And in your derailment, you got to be able to find your place of peace. And nobody can find that place but you. And the thing that I would say is, hurry up, get in your place of peace, give yourself 2 hours, 3 hours to be derailed. to cry. I used to use my van for a crying spot. All of us need our crying spot because life, the journey is going to hurt. But this is it. Find your place of peace. Go there as often as you can. Have more than one place. Take care of yourself. Get back up and start all over again. How about that?
Absolutely. I love it. Thank you so much, ladies. I know Eric is going to be breaking in any moment. So I want to say to each of you, thank you so much. I feel like I have a new tribe of my own at this point because I don't know all of you, but I feel like I'm a better person because of what just happened. This last hour, what just happened, I'm a better person.
Yes,
I can go back to that desktop over on the other side of this wall, and I can make some better things happen than I probably would have an hour before we started. That's what happens. When there's a bunch of no's in your life, you reach up among all the no's and you grab you a yes. You say to yourself, I'm going to get a yes. It's going to happen for me. You're going to say, I know and I believe, because you got to have all you do business. When you do life, you gotta make sure you take care of yourself. So if you're in business, you want to do a business, you need to get cracking. Get you some journals and start writing down that business plan. Get around some people who are doing something that you're doing. And don't be afraid to ask a question. No question, a question that is not asked is, I don't want to call it a dumb question, but it's something, it's where you don't have all what you need. So I want to thank the Black Business Network, Dr. Eric Kelly, for putting this sister talk together. We can do some more things, ladies. I look forward to it. You ever need me and my schedule, my calendar is clear. I hope that you can call on me and I hope that I can call on you and we can make some other things happen as we are on our journey. Because with every step we take, we have to know that God is able and he won't fail. Hey there, Dr. Kelly.
Ladies, you know, I'm here. My head is about to blow up because you ladies have brought it home today. Y'all brought it home. And, you know, I always say, you know, we have something to say, not just women, but we all have something to say. I'm pretty sure that you have inspired somebody out there. You know, last year we did 30,000 people and it was just something to do. And this year, the numbers are even looking better. And because of the mastermind group, I just want to give y'all kudos because about 2,000 of your members blew us up yesterday I think it was about 1 o'clock. And me and Mark was, you know, we behind stage. We're not in the same place, but we were behind stage. And Mark called me and said, Eric, look what's going on. I said, that's how it works, buddy. I said, you got to collaborate and work with people to make anything that you do work. And ladies, y'all have been phenomenal. But, you know, since it's all about sister talk, y'all know I got one question. A Black man in America, I got one question, and I like to get each one of y'all to answer my one question. And I want to start with you, Sheila. And my question to you is, and she's gone all of a sudden. Well, that's all right. She ran from the question, but all of y'all gonna get the question. The question is, and we'll start with you, Barbara. Why do you exist? And what does your existence mean to humanity?
I exist because God said so long ago. I exist because people need to know that I am an exhorter. I lift people up. My very presence when I walk into a room illuminates the room. My personality is so bright that I used to put a lampshade over it, but I realize I exist to help people come up higher.
And the same question to you, Coco McMillan.
Yes, I exist. I exist just like Barbara said because God allowed me to. He knew me before I was even born. I exist because I have something to offer to the world. I exist because of my gift that he has given me. I exist because of my talent that he's given me. I exist because of the testimony, the things that I've been through and have come out of to share with my sisters and brothers. I exist because God said so. You want me to keep telling you more of my existence? I can keep going. I can keep going on and on.
Donna, it's your turn.
Okay. I exist because what the Father has put in me, it's for me to give to somebody else so that they will know what their identity is and they will be a treasure upon the earth. So I exist to lift other men up so that they can walk and do what they've been assigned to do. That's why I exist.
Sheila?
I'm hoping that I won't go out again. I exist because the Creator said when I was born, when I was thought of, she has something to say that people need to hear, because when they hear it, they will live again, because I will speak life and I will walk in his presence. So when I enter the room and he enters with me, they know that something's different. And they will look at me and say, I look like her. They would hear me, they'll say, oh, that's part of my story. And they will begin to live again and to know that they too have an assignment and they have been called to make a change in the world.
Last but not least, only because she is marketing, I wanted to get the last one. And when she's done, Mark is going to drop y'all out of here because I done had enough of sister talk. Go ahead, Sean.
Not enough of sister talk. You know what? I exist to be fruitful and to multiply and to produce and leave this amazing legacy, because I just make things better. I grow things, I didn't have enough cable, Dr. Kelly. That's why I got all these doggone kids. You understand what I'm saying? I just make things better. And that's really what I think we all are to do. Just make things better.
Well, ladies, y'all have been phenomenal. Thank you so very much. And if we should ever get another chance to do Sister Talk before this week is out, Sheila was supposed to do 3, but she's not going to be here Saturday, so I couldn't carve her a spot. But next year, not next year, because I keep thinking about next year, in June, we're going to bring Sister Talk back, and we'll probably bring different perspectives as we keep growing. Thank you so very much, and I'll see you ladies on the other side.
Blessings, ladies. Blessings.
And of course, right now, I don't want to hold them back. I want to bring the guy in who's been doing a great job all day long. Let's bring in the good doctor, Dr. Dennis Rogers. And of course, while we wait for Dr. Rogers, let's bring in Tim Wise. Hello, Tim Webb. How you doing this evening? You're muted. You're muted.
Oh, okay. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Sometimes doing the technical part of what we're doing, Dr. Rogers will be right back. He had to go out and come back in so he could get a better connection. But
no worries.
But I just wanted to say hello and let people know that you're dialing in all the way from Singapore. And you know, when you start talking about a global network, that's truly global. Talk a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Sure. Yes, I am. It's actually 4 a.m. Here in the morning. So that just tell you my love and support for our community. And you probably don't know I believe you guys held many years ago an expo in Alabama and Mobile one time.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, so I was there with a colleague of mine many years ago, and definitely enjoyed. And please keep up the good work. I'm happy to know that it still exists, and we're still advocating for our community. My background is both in sort of finance and business development globally. One of the things that I'm proud of is that I was a part of developing the first African-American owned utility scale solar farm in America. It actually exists today in North Carolina. I've done a lot of, I kind of fancy myself as a financial engineer, the guy that kind of, how when we go to banks and we go before investors, we don't always fit into their underwriting matrix. So I always try to help our community, tweak things a little bit so that we can get whatever our objective is. And then, opening up opportunities in different global markets is basically what I've been doing over the years. And like I said, I'm very excited to participate in the expo here and hopefully going forward.
Well, it's always great when people come in at 4 o'clock in the morning to share with us some greatness. Want to thank you so very much for that. Of course, I got maybe one more question. Dennis just popped in, and I know it's going to be a great conversation. You talked about the solar farm. You talked about what you do to help Black businesses and help our community. What are make sure you give the numbers so that people can reach out to you. And my basic question is the same question that I asked the ladies before they walked out or before they left the Black Business Network is tell the people why you exist and what you see in our community in terms of connecting us internationally. And I'm going to see you on the other side.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. No problem. So I did catch a little bit of that being backstage. One part of me was my sort of humor side, which is I exist because of the million of little swimmers that was swimming. Mine's got through. And so it was ordained that I would be here. And just like the sisters mentioned, my idea is to live this earth and other people better off than they were before they met me. And to make sure that I can help people do what it is they believe they can't do. I have a gift for helping people see their greatness and bringing that out for them. So thank you for that question. And what's up, Doc? It's good to see you, brother.
Hey, sir. Tim Webb joining us from Singapore at 4 in the morning. How you doing today?
I got much love for my family. I'm well, sir. I'm well.
Thank you. Good to have you. We're going to jump into it, everyone. Listen, I want you to know that this is a very special gentleman. He's been doing deals and educating business-minded folks for decades. In fact, Tim Webb is responsible for me having stock options with the first publicly traded African-American company on NASDAQ that was a technology company. And it was through his mentorship that we were able to negotiate stock options. Thank you, sir, for that.
No worries, brother. You know me. I'm always trying to share the wealth, as they say.
Absolutely. So let's jump into it. I'm going to ask you, just kind of who, what, when, where, how, why, those types of questions. Let's talk a little bit about your background in finance and in business. Could you explain to us kind of, where you got your start and how you came to be where you are now?
Yeah, well, initially, this is an interesting story. When I started out, I would say, through college times, I was really orchestrating myself to now we'd call him a Barack Obama at that time. And I met a gentleman that had spent some time on Wall Street and kind of convinced me that I should go that route in order to, achieve some of my dreams. It's like, politics is different when you're a millionaire or billionaire. right? And you can decide who you want to take campaign funds from as well. But I also wanted the academic background to understand, how policy is formed and made and those types of things. So that's why I kind of did my graduate studies. But after I left, actually my last job was like at Price Waterhouse. After I left them as a consultant, the 5 of us brothers jumped together and we're working to do some mergers and acquisition deals. And so that's kind of how I cut my teeth. I would say at the earliest time, it was my mom probably taking me to flea markets and us making crafts and selling that kind of gave me the bug of wanting to be an entrepreneur. So I think this was just, it was destined to happen in this way. And, politics can wait for now. So, yes, sir. So that's kind of how it started. And from that, I just continued to be, an advisor and a consultant to a lot of Black business owners, those in the DC area that were getting federal contract with the government, helping them with their businesses, particularly mostly on financing, but sometimes also on marketing or looking for strategic partners in order to build out their business plan or model for success. So, yeah.
Yes, and with that, you take very complex subject matter and you make it simplistic and actionable. So just give us an example of, maybe one deal that you helped to get done or to structure where you took, again, complex information and kind of broke it down into chunks so people could take action and generate income out of the deal advisement you shared with them.
So, for example, I just talked about, I mentioned a little bit, and I still owe, I guess, our colleague that was on first an answer to another question, which was, he asked, how do you link our communities globally with global opportunities, right? And that comes everywhere from just, networking in events where other global people are and being able to match opportunities and your skills and resources with their with their needs. Not being afraid to travel is a big part. We don't use our State Department enough as Black people. We don't use our commercial services in various countries in order to be able to, to affect trade between our communities and their communities. So, even though I know we have our sort of split personality when it comes to dealing with America and the government, actually it does exist there to help us as business people in trade as well. So I do a lot of going to industry trade shows. I love going there, and there's a couple of reasons why. This is in the new version, the young kids would call this a hack. So my hack for developing my network used to be to go to a lot of conferences and conventions. And in those conferences and conventions, you got to think about it this way. You have people in there who are experts in their industry. I mean, they're the ones who can afford the money to pay for them expensive booths, right? To be there for the weekend or all week. So you literally can get knowledge from each one of those. So you can start with one booth, and this is an example I'm giving you. You can start with one booth, talk to an engineer or talk to a business person there. You don't know much. They educate you, and you can go over to the next booth and start talking to them about what you just learned. They think that now you really know something in this industry, what you do from that person. And now they start approaching you differently when you start talking about partnership or getting a break on price or supplying or things like that. So I use that a lot. Also, it's good for follow-up. So when you call them and say, hey, we met. If you remember you may not have met them. You might have just gone by their booth and dropped your card. But you go by there and you say, hey, this is who I am, blah, blah, blah. We met. Now all of a sudden they're picking up your phone call, email, whatever way, WhatsApp, or whatever way you reach them out. So I've always been involved with helping people build out their networks that way. But also then this building trust between people is very important, very relationship oriented. And so I try to make sure that the energy between the two people that may want to do business, that there's a fit. If there isn't a fit, then I don't waste too much time, because at the end of the day, it's just going to turn into a toxic relationship, and business is not going to be done. So that's one area. In the finance area, when we did the first, I was telling the Last Hope that we did the first African American utility scale solar farm in America. It's in North Carolina. And
Yes.
and part of that, we didn't have a lot of funds to do that. So I know very much how to get loans and things like that and to qualify for them. So we were able to use, and this is an example, real estate finance, also with understanding of the energy market in order to make it, or excuse me, real estate development finance in order to make that work. What do I mean by that? Is, for example, when you do real estate development, one of the ways you can do that, let's say you and I are going to build a shopping center. One of the things that you would do is you would go out and you would find, of course, a shopping center that you want to buy or build. And then what you would do is you would go out and find potential tenants that would say, yes, if you build this, we'd be interested in buying it or operating it, or we're even willing to sign a pre-lease, on this project. Well, when you go to the bank, instead of going to the bank initially for the construction financing, you go to the bank for the long-term permanent loan, as they call it. That's a long-term 30-year debt you're going to put on the project, just like the mortgage on your house. And you get approved for that. So they say, based on your business plan, based on the future appraisal of this shopping center, based on the potential customers that you got here, it looks like this is going to be cash flowing this month. So yeah, you can afford this debt. So if you build it to these specs and what you said, we'd be willing to lend you, let's just say it's $12 million for the shopping center that you're going to have operating. Great. Now you take that money, you go to investors and you go to construction lenders and you say, look, I've got this takeout financing. So if you lend me, this reputable bank right here is going to pay you off. So then I'm looking at me and my credit now. They're looking at that this bank's going to pay off the $12 million because it's only going to cost me, let's just say, $10.5 million to build it. So you can do different. So I do different things, hacks like that to help our community overcome. The first thing I say to folks, please don't let money be the thing that locks your mind up. The only thing that limits us is our creativity. We can create ourselves into or out of anything. It's a fact. But if you are so caught up in, I don't
We've
have
heard people
money
talk.
or this, that, yeah, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Yes. I was just going to
That's
say,
all.
we've heard quite a bit of conversation today about mindset, and you're really good with mindset. I just want to kind of make some points, and I'll do so by asking a series of rapid fire questions.
Go ahead.
So rapid fire question one, have you ever been in Durham? And if so, were you participating in Black Wall Street? And what did you think of the whole concept of the Black Wall Street that took place in Durham several years ago?
So yes, I was there. I did enjoy visiting some of the sessions that they had there. I believe that it was very informative. Those tend to be mainly for folks that are, I don't like to really categorize or rank people, but people that are sort of either new or, maybe they've opened up their business for a couple of years or so on. When it gets to the sort of what I call high finance part or high business part, they don't address that so much, and that's fine because you got to meet people where they're at. But I think it's terrific to keep pushing that legacy from the past into the future. So yeah, I found it was effective for what it was designed to do.
Got it. So how many international countries have you lived in or done deals in at this point?
Lived in relatively about 3.
You can lump it together.
But business-wise, from China, this is not my first time in Singapore. This is my 3rd time in Singapore. To Honduras, to Africa, South Africa, Kenya, a few other places. But deals-wise, I've been, even if it's virtually, probably 20 to 30 countries doing projects, more extensive projects, like I said, in countries like South Africa. Did a lot of supply for our solar company. I used to go to China every year, twice a year, negotiating with CEO of large companies and their owners to get supply for us. Matter of fact, that's the way we're able to get our deal done, because of relationships. So yeah, that's what we did. What I did want to mention, though, one of the activities that happened at the Black Wall Street, which was really cool, was they did hold a sort of Google for Startups venture capital startup for emerging companies to pitch at. And actually, my partner actually was the winner of that one with our solar project that we have. But I think that's, give people hope that they can then grow their businesses and attract the kind of money that they want. I'm very excited that because of Black Lives Matters and other things, that we at least got a window open to address this problem of all the money going to other communities and not to ours, even though we have incredible ideas, and businesses, but that lack of capital and also understanding how those industries works, because we've been locked out of them, is still something that exists today.
Okay, and so just in terms of following a little more on this international business concept, what would you say are two pieces that you would give? We have technical difficulties in, and I, for whatever reason, shut down. Just continue, and I'll be rejoining you. Yeah, what two pieces of advice would you give to businesses interested in generating international clients, doing business across nation states, and generating them from other currencies or other countries, if you will?
Sure. So the big thing, Dennis, is this: you got to have a local sponsor or local partner. That's key. You are not going to learn all the ins and outs of their business acumen, the way they do business, the way the government's structured in this whole thing. You're not going to understand, the people who control maybe, the main pieces in the industry that you're in. So the first thing is you've got to get a local partner first. Once you have a local partner that you can trust, you can build a relationship and work with, then you can start to venture out on your own, because by then you would have learned how to operate in that particular environment. So that would be the first one. The second one is don't move so fast. Take your time to learn a little bit, because remember, you're in somebody else's territory, and your sometimes Western style thinking doesn't work. So, one of the big things for me, I did a lot of business in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So much so that when I used to come there, sometimes I would be going on the ferry, and people would be like, "Oh yeah, I got a meeting with you at the end of the week." I never knew I had a meeting with them. So they literally, because of local partners and my reputation, knew I was coming, before I even got there. And oftentimes the biggest compliment I take is when a person says to me, "Are you from here? Are you from our country? Are you from our territory?" That means that the way that I've approached them is one in which I'm there to learn and be one of them, before I am, "Oh, I'm this great person from the United States of America. We're powerful. We know everything. And this is the way you got to do it." You just got to find where you can tweak a little bit what they have, what we know. But you need to definitely have a local partner to teach you, be quite humble and learn, as they say, listen sometimes more than speak.
Speaking, yes. And then I would ask, in terms of the soft skills necessary to do business internationally. For example, Japan has customs that, from how one presents their card to, how one conducts themselves in meetings. Any kind of fast track suggestions how to pick up those etiquette skills necessary to do business properly internationally?
Yeah, I would definitely. In this age, we didn't have it then. I had mentors that helped me with that, because they did international business, so they told me some of the do's and don't. But with today's technology, you literally can go on YouTube or whatever and see, what are the proper customs doing business in that country. You pass a card with two hands as a pass with one. Knowing whether or not you shake hands or not. How make sure you don't do things that disrespect, your elders that you may be doing business with. So those are all we call them cultural competencies that you really want to know about. And Dennis, I just bear with me for a second, but I just want to give an example. I was a part of an urban leadership for the National Urban Coalition, which doesn't exist anymore. But I was a fellow there, and one of the one of the speakers for us was a
Urban League, National Leadership Council?
No, National Urban Coalition. Dr. Ramona Evelyn. She used to head that many years ago.
Yes.
And yeah, and
National Urban Coalition, yes.
Yes, and one of the NUC, we used to call it. One of the speakers that were there was a doctor trained in psychology. This brother was really, really amazing. He spoke German. He broke down the, what he said, doxologies, axologies of different communities and cultures. But he had this course he gave on cultural competency. And I'm just going to give you the short end of it. The short of it is, if I hold a dollar bill up in front of you, right, you see one side of the dollar bill, I see the other, right? How can I know more about the other side of the dollar bill in order for us to have a prudent communication, right? A fruitful communication about that dollar bill. So that means I have to spend time studying the other side so that I can understand, what it is that they do. And he went around and he gave us this example, and I'll give you these examples. So he said, you have this African-American guy and you have this European guy from America. They're doing a deal down in Latin America. The guy shows up, let's say with the European guy first. He meets them, they meet him at the airport. It's good to meet you. Okay, we're going to meet, tomorrow morning at XYZ time. So the white guy shows up promptly. Let's say it's 10 o'clock, they say. He shows up promptly at 9:30, 9:45, and he's waiting. And his host doesn't come in until like 10:30, 11 o'clock because they had been hanging out, so on and so forth. Well, while the European guy is waiting in the thing, he's getting all upset. He's calling his office back saying, I don't know these people. They don't respect me. I was here for 10 o'clock. They didn't show up till 11 o'clock. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So finally he gets there, and you can tell he's agitated. He's talking to his host. His host, saying to him, so, tell me a little bit about your company and so on and so forth. So they have the meeting. He leaves. He goes back. He's kind of pissed about the situation. The African-American goes in, he actually hung out with them the night before. He comes in, rolls in about 10 o'clock, about 10 o'clock. He's sitting there, he's waiting cautiously. He goes in and he has a meeting. He talks to, the sponsor there. They talk. They never talk business. As a matter of fact, briefly, they get a good relationship going home. He calls back to his office and says, hey, I had a great meeting. I think, things went well. He gets on the airplane and he opens up his briefcase and he finds that not only did he get the contract he wants, but there was 3 or 4 more contracts in there. What is that story about? Our cultures are similar with Latin cultures. It's based on relationships. And so the more time that you spend on a relationship, actually the strengthening your business deal you are. With the European community, they're more count and measure. So they want you on time. They want, volume. Use the example like, a European goes hunting, he kills a deer. He counts the points on the deer's antlers, how big it is, how many points it is. A Native American does it. They say a prayer before they go. They even take it. And then when they take the life, they thank the animal for giving its life to feed the family. And then they use every part of the animal in order to honor its existence and what it's giving. So those are the things, are the levels of cultural competency that when you want to do international business, do business between New York and California, New York and the South, you need to have those kind of understandings to be effective.
Excellent. So I want to talk to you about, for example, someone like Donahue Peoples, who had a hotel, the Palm in Florida. And when he was prepared to sell, he actually went abroad to seek financing. Talk to us about looking for international partners to finance deals in the state. We hear this notion of foreign investment in the U.S. Could you just walk us through a little bit of that?
So yes, there are opportunities to get funded from other parties outside of the U.S. However, you must understand, especially those that are in the money in other countries, They have lack of opportunity in the United States. So if they can find someone that they trust, that they can do a deal with, they will. But you must also understand that they're conservative. They're very conservative. So, chances are, unless you, like someone like Donnie People, he owned a hotel, or he had status, that they could look at and say, okay, I want to do business with this guy. So sometimes don't take it personal if people say no. It just means you haven't arrived yet, or you haven't made the right marriage with the person that could fund you. But yes, there's a lot of different funding venture capitalists. You see Dangote, one of the richest African guys that we know of, at least, has expanded to the U.S. market after building in Africa as well. And now he's diversifying into America because he knows that's a place where he can grow his capital as well without some of the risk levels that happen with doing it in Africa. But I've sat with many venture capital funds over, in particular in South Africa, banks as well. And so they tend to underwrite and do things the more traditional way, way different from the U.S. So again, going back to that cultural competency, that's why you have to know local partners, because they can tell you how the banks do business there different from the U.S. But yes, I would say if you have something unique that's solid, finding the right partner in Africa or in whatever country you're going in could help you avail yourselves of those particular resources, especially if you can mitigate the risks. We always talk about risk mitigation. It's quite important that you spend a lot of time understanding what the risks are and don't give it just talk, oh, well, we're not worried about that. No, we got a main contract, and we got 3 backup contracts, right? So it's that type of stuff. Like, you got to have your T's crossed, I's dotted, because they tend to be more conservative.
In a row?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mm-hmm. No, I was asking, I was trying to, you have to have your ducks in a row, basically.
Yes, sir.
To do business in those spaces.
Yes, sir. And get money from those spaces.
And to get money from those spaces. So I want to talk a little bit about blockchain, right? Most people, when they think blockchain, they think of one word, and it rhymes with it, and it ends with owing. And is that the only kind of currency out there? Are there other investable opportunities along the blockchain?
So that is for the and I apologize if it just sounds so basic, but I really like to break this down for our community so they can understand it. First thing first, there's a commercial. I'm originally from Northern California that they run for the lotto there, the lottery, and it says you got to be in it to win it, right? So the future is digital currency. And so even if it's $5 or $100, buy you some cryptocurrency and hold on to it. You just ought to do it. So that's one. The first thing I want to talk about the blockchain first. The blockchain is something which they call a open ledger. The way I like to describe it to everyone is that all these computers are networked together, and all the data that happens on that network are put into blocks. And that block is being able to be seen by millions and millions of computers. So it's hard to defraud that system. That's why they call it a trustless system, because everyone has duplication, and then computers verify those transactions on this thing called blockchain. So blockchains mean there's blocks of information that are linked together within a chain and a network. And basically, I use this example of you have a highway. You own a toll booth, Dr. Rogers, and I say to you, okay, every time you see a red car with a license plate that starts with J, right? I'm going to award you for every time you tell me that exists. So every time that red car comes in, I'm going to do that. Well, that's what the Bitcoin network does. And most people buy like Bitcoin, which is the first one. The second big one is Ethereum. After that, you have Litecoin, Bitcoin Cash, and a bunch. So there's a lot of altcoins you can also buy, but you want to do your research to make that there's a solid business plan and people behind it. Because a lot of people lost money just throwing money at whatever they heard come across the news, and then they lost their money, or those people tended to be scammers. So just like the stock market, you do need to do your homework and your research about the company. But yes, there's other tokens that you can buy, and all this is a digital representation of money, just like your debit card. The digital representation of the physical money that's sitting in your bank account. We're going to go away from printing money, and this is the next thing coming. So you want to be a part of it. One of my ventures, Power Corp, that I lead right now, is that we're building a alternative financing platform because we believe that people's physical assets, as well as their digital assets, are going to need some form of liquidity. They're going to need to be able to borrow against them or use them for economic benefit. So we're basically building out, a platform so people will be able to come on. We call it tokenize, which is digitize your physical asset, put it on our marketplace, and then we'll be able to generate some of the cash flow. Because what I found doing international projects as well as domestic is that there are also people who are asset rich and cash poor. And so this, because of seeing that, this is how this was born. So now, I went to Africa, and a tribe is sitting on uranium, right? But they have no money to either dig it out or sell it on the marketplace. Well, we could take that land, that mineral, those rights, and we can tokenize it and then provide them the money they need to build machines and build out whatever they need in order to make that work for them and their community. Or, for example, you own 1,000 acres you inherited from your family, and you don't want to sell that land. There's a person that wants to farm it, but all the farming income gets you is enough to pay the taxes. But somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, Dr. Rogers, why don't you do bamboo? There's a company that'll grow bamboo in partnership with you. You provide them the land and the funding. They'll handle all the management for you and selling it in the marketplace." So you say, okay, but now you go to the bank, and the bank says, "Oh, your land is worth $700,000, and we're only going to give you $350,000, but you need $500,000 to make this deal work." So you can literally upload your project on our platform. We can tokenize it, and then utilizing our finance mechanism, we can provide you the financing that you need. So, it's a kind of asset-backed financing, but I believe it'll unlock a lot of opportunities for business owners globally that basically need funding related to that. So, hey, Doc, good to see you back. So I was just explaining sort of, how our platform works.
Yes, good to be back.
Yeah. In terms of Power Corp and how we help digitize assets and then allow people to borrow against them.
Oh, here we go. So, Tim, I was asking you to speak to the notion of guys like Elon Musk and Mark Cuban using the blockchain, and particularly around intellectual property. You said that digital assets can be blocked on the chain or can be leveraged on the blockchain. Mark Cuban did an interview, and in the interview, he said there is a platform that allows people to create digital product, a music, a song, or speech. They then can sell the song or the speech, and then if someone resells the song or the speech, they can negotiate a deal where they get a percentage of the resales. So the song or the speech that originated as one could be leveraged multiple times, and they continue to receive revenue downstream, almost like the way the Federal Reserve Bank operates with fractional lending. Could you speak to what would be some of the intellectual property or the digital that some of our listeners would already own, but may not necessarily see as digital assets, and how they could be leveraged on the blockchain?
So your content, even this interview that we have now actually is digital content. And there's somebody that has a value and is willing to pay some amount for it, right? Because
Yes.
this new environment, digital environment we are in is still new. A lot of people are offering content for free. But as you see, as time goes on, people start saying, wait a minute, my content's valuable. If you want a piece of this, you need to subscribe, whether it's 99 cents or, $349, right? So anything that you have that, someone else sees as valuable, and you can place it in a digital form, then you can then be able to profit off of it. Now, you still have the challenges of traditional marketing, and social networking is a big piece of that today in the digital world. I'm still learning how to do it properly as well. But back to your point, and so any of those things, like even let's say if you're a local, in your local city, everybody knows you, but no one knows you nationwide or statewide, right? Well, your brand, your name, your signature, anything that you do, you can literally turn that into a digital asset and then sell it, throughout the world or throughout the community. And doing that, the beauty of the blockchain, because of what I told you before, is that you can write these things called smart contracts. So right now, for example, in the music right business, back in the day, still today, you had a middleman called BMI and ASCAP. So they went out and, they are the ones that collect your royalties for people playing your stuff in restaurants or on radio.
That's right.
So on and so forth.
Nightclubs, all of that.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So now with the blockchain, though, what you can do is you can create a address for your asset on the blockchain. And now anytime you see it being played or whatever, you could say, hey, does this person using my asset, do they have a contract with us to pay us this, that, or the other? If they don't, then you can automatically know that it's being used, and then you can automatically bill them or ask them to cease or desist. So you don't need BMI to be your police. The software programming can do that for you. Athletes and their paraphernalia, now they can sign something, make a digital signature on something that's uniquely theirs, and then it's authenticated, and now it can trade around the world without them having to, physically make it. So that's another thing that's starting to happen, because cryptocurrency, part of it is that's the cryptology, right? It's being able to identify that it is you and only you, right? It's yours and only yours.
Yes.
And so this system allows us to take, fortunately, in some instance, unfortunately, other middlemen out of transaction, which means we become more efficient, which means things don't have to cost as much because you have a middle person involved with it, or you don't have as much fraud, or you don't have much deception, because anything they do leaves a footprint on the blockchain. And so you can research it and figure that out. Yeah.
So let's say that this interview, to us giving it, is worth $1,000, and we want to market or sell this interview for $1,000, and iterations of it, derivatives of it, portions of it for portions of $1,000. The way we would put it on the blockchain would be, we would create smart contracts and enter into agreement with people with networks, resources to place information like this on digital systems around the world. And every time it plays, because we have smart contracts, we then are recompensated for the interview we did once. So we're able to develop residual income, passive revenue. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and we're able to track and monitor it, which is the second part, right? But if you can't track and monitor it, I don't care what agreement you signed, it doesn't matter, right? You guys probably heard of Lonnie Johnson, who created the Super Soaker. A lot of people don't know his background. He's actually he's actually from the Air Force. He's a PhD, and he's a specialist in flow mechanics, like of water. Mm-hmm. And so that's how we came up with the Super Soaker, or the Nerf little things that you shoot out. That's all because
the water guns and all of that.
Yeah, he understood how to put that power and that pressure out. And so I'll give you an example. They paid him millions and millions over the years in royalties. But maybe 2 years ago, he had to resue them, because when they went over the book, they noticed that he was shorted some $60 to $70 million. That's an example how, if the blockchain was there and implemented, he would have been made aware very much, or he could have wrote a contract that says every time one was sold or scanned on that digital code, the money automatically went to him, especially if they did it as crypto, right? So immediately in that instance, when it's sold at the store gave the money back to Mattel, or when Mattel sold it to the store, they could immediately get their money. So those are the things that we're going to be able to do. I'm excited about it, Dennis. And one of the other things besides what I told you about asset rich and cash poor. The other thing is that I realized that the blockchain has the ability, and cryptocurrency has the ability to capture value and move it around the world. So you don't physically have to move.
Hopefully Tim's volume will come back. There you go. Keep going, please.
Okay. Yeah, I think my internet or something came across. But my point to you is that
you're over the water. It's all good.
Yeah, you can digitize things and move it around the world. So your house, the equity value you have in your house, you can digitize that and be able to leverage that in the market, whether you want to sell it to third parties, whether you want to get a micro loan or macro loan against it by using the blockchain. That's the beauty of it. It's bartering, but on an electronic system. And when people really get that through their mind, they'll understand that this is the way to be able to build economies for their communities by basically them agreeing that this value is worth this value, and to be able to create an instrument, a digital currency, in order to do that. So.
And what's interesting is you have people like Dr. Boyce Watkins, who has a PhD in finance, and a couple of months ago, he was, antithetical to blockchain. He was not supporting the blockchain because he didn't understand it. He actually said, I don't understand blockchain. Elon Musk, who publicly said, don't invest in blockchain. It's a ripoff. Bitcoin is a ripoff. He quietly invested $1.5 billion in blockchain, and others invested. His value went up, and he was able to cash out after having been an advocate against blockchain. So you're one of the early adapters that I'm aware of.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Who, in addition to suggest that we invest in the blockchain, you're actually creating a mechanism for people to engage in digital commerce in the blockchain space. So just give us a little more that you're willing to tell at this time about your particular company and the space you play in on the blockchain.
Sure. So first, I'll just start with, if you want any further information, you can just look at powercorp.us, and there's some videos, some things that you can tap into to learn about our efforts and what we're doing. We just went live on a Korean exchange in Asia, so people are able literally to buy our Power Coin, as we call it, on that exchange as well. So we're proud to do that. It's almost like going public if you had a security in that instance. But what I'm trying to push us to do is to diversify, not just go on exchanges and buy various digital currencies. I actually want us to get into what's called crypto mining. So crypto mining is what I consider you being able to manufacture altcoins and Bitcoins. You're actually not manufacturing it, but it's the best way to say it. Going back to the example I gave you about the highway and the red car, every time you find that red car with the plate that starts with a C, you get paid a bit of the transaction fees that happen that makes the network work, the blockchain work. So what you can do is if you get cheap electricity and you buy the computers that can basically solve all these algorithms, do the searching for the red car, faster you can search for it, the more you can do it, the more the money you get, right? So with our network, we're building out a large facility to do that, and we want folks in our community to participate so that they can now, just imagine you spent $1,000. Yeah, if you could have caught Bitcoin at 15,000 or 3,000, yes, that's a whole lot of money. Now it's at 56 or 54, and they want to take it to 100,000. That's great.
Yes.
But you are subject to the ups and downs of whatever the market does. But if you're manufacturing the coin, taking in fees, all you got to do is manage your costs. Well, we're managing all that cost for you to make sure that it's effective. We're making sure that your electricity cost is cheap. And we're making sure instead of you having to buy $1,000 equipment as we did, and you're just leasing that from us. And so that's called crypto mining, which people can look up.
As
go ahead.
Crypto mining. And as an entrepreneur, Tim, it sounds like with crypto mining, you are making it possible for others to generate exponential revenue through crypto mining versus simply investing capital in the blockchain or buying a Bitcoin. Is that accurate?
That is very, very accurate. And so those machines probably have, if run hard, a 2-year lifespan. So usually you do the contracts for 1 or 2 years.
Yes.
I have one young lady that sought my help. She's still working on it, but she did virtual, what they call virtual crypto mining. That's when you don't physically own the machine. It's not in your facility. You're just renting, space, or you're renting the machine from an operator like us. She, forgot all about her machines for several years. And now she's got all these coins sitting on the blockchain that she's trying to recover now. So that's an example. It kept running. It kept making money. It's like having a store. Some people do it at home. You could actually do it at home. The only issue is your home electricity is at 12 to 13 cents, and you really want to be doing it at 5 cents or less. At today's prices, actually, you could actually do it from home. You literally can buy a bunch of those machines, plug them into your house. Your utility bill is going to go up, but they can start generating cryptocurrency for you.
Okay, so let's come out of the kind of nuts and bolts a little bit, and I'd like to deal with, in terms of finance. We've had discussions or heard discussions on this network about people preparing for retirement, about people saving for a rainy day, about people investing in their business, investing in themselves. Now that we're talking about the blockchain and finance, give us a little idea of what, quote unquote, the future of blockchain looks like that right now may be kind of beyond our grasp or understanding.
I think the big part is that you're able to decentralize a lot of activities. A lot of activities now are controlled by central entities, whether it's government, whether it's banks, whether it's a cartel of businesses or what have you. This is going to allow for us to, like you talked about, the fractional lending. This is going to allow us to break things down to a level that allows more people to participate in the economy. People don't think about this. Everyone's focused on cryptocurrency, but they're not looking at how this also improves logistics. You can now track with the blockchain where a fish that you eat at a restaurant came, when it was caught, what the weather was like during that time, and they can put all that data together. So now you can decide, let's just say, like if you have allergies or things like that, you can learn more and more about the actual menus that you're dealing with. Products and goods can be moved where there were middlemen before that were adding on to the cost. It now can go down to a lower, to a lower price point for us. Blockchain literally will make it possible, which is what they're doing. They want to colonize Mars, and they probably want to colonize the moon because of all the bad industrialization activity they've done to our environment on the Earth. But that's
we have about 2 more minutes.
Okay, you could use currency on Mars because of the blockchain.
Yes. So in closing, how can people be in touch with you, access your Power Corp, such that if they wanted to conduct business or have access to your professional services, how do people access you or reach you?
So 2 ways. One is TWEB, TWEBB at powercorp.us, POWERCORP.us. is a way to get that. Go to our website, powercorp.us. You also can
Yes.
reach out to Dr. Rogers. He is very, very close and always has access to me wherever I am in the world, literally wherever I am in the world.
Literally.
So you also you could also reach out to them, and I'd be happy to, like you said, to engage in business or discuss or give advice, to anyone that's trying to expand their business and move forward. And if you want to participate in what we're doing, just reach out through email is probably the best way. And I will definitely return, the message.
Hey, everyone, we are joined by Mr. Tim Webb, the CEO of the blockchain power fintech company, Power Corp, POWERCORPUS.US.
Correct.
.com. US.com.
.us. No .com.
Okay.
Just PowerCorp.us.
.us.
Yes.
And Tim is reaching us from Singapore. He's a global business advisor with, as you can see, a very deep well of information to draw from. And he's using this information actionably, intelligently, strategically to generate literally global revenue. So depending upon where you are in your business, you can certainly be inspired by him, but there is wisdom, as they say in the scripture, in an abundance of counsel, there is wisdom, and the city will not be taken. There is wisdom in reaching out to him through powercorp.us, such that he may be able to assist you in going global, being more effective globally, saving yourself headaches and heartaches and missing money and issues with proper introduction to people that are operating in international business spaces. And with that, we may be granted a bit more time, Tim, because they started a little, but we're at our time point at 4 p.m. And I just want to say thank you, man, for being up that early in the morning in Singapore and for having this interview with us.
No problem at all. I did miss one thing, Dennis, and that is we are going to be unleashing a Forex trading AI machine learning a signal that'll be able to help teach our community about trading in currencies like dollars and euros and things like that. And so our preliminary test shows that it's 90% accurate. And we're looking to hold, especially with Dr. Rogers' help, competitions between trading groups throughout HBCUs and throughout our community as a way to teach and learn how to also use some of your discretionary income in order to build wealth. So once your business is going well, you got to figure out, how do I grow it without actually physically using my hand? We're doing things like trading in FX, holding cryptocurrency, maybe doing some mining. All those things are diversifying. So at one point you retire and this is still making as much money as you did when you were physically doing work. Those are the kind of strategies and things that we're trying to teach our community so that we can grow our own wealth and make our own demands, without having to basically, hold our hands out without saying, look, we got the strength to do this on our own, but just like anybody else, we're coming to get our share, for our hard taxes we paid. But we can move forward on our own ideas. So be on the lookout for our FX strategy. I think it's going to be great to see our young, bright minds competing against each other to build a wealth portfolio for themselves. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Now, will that be delivered? Will that be delivered through a web or an app, or have you determined at this point how people can access that if they wanted to get a look at it?
It's going to be same thing on it's going to be the same thing through the website. We're doing our second beta testing on it now before it goes live, which is probably March, April timeframe. But yeah, just go to the website, and when you fill out your information, say this is the one thing that I'm interested in, and then we will make sure that you get linked in there. But we'll probably build a separate website for that and for that competition. And we're just excited, like I said, partnering with you, Dr. Rogers, with this as well, because of your vast business experience and network as well. So, like I said, I like to share the wealth. Why be at the table alone? Just one quick one. I know we're running over. The brother that used to run Maytag, He was excited when he got to take the private jet to the executive
Yes.
leadership conference, and he had all his friends on there paying bid risk. So imagine that you get to take your people on a new, a new plane, company jet,
Excellent.
and enjoy
We
that.
can fly. We can. Yes, we look forward to flying on the jets. Just get them on the blockchain, and we can make it all sorts of wonderful things happen.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Tim Webb, thank you once again for joining us. This was magnificent. We're preparing for our next guest, Mr. Eric Kelly. Mr. Tim Webb is going to depart from us at this time. Can we hear you?
What? I had some questions for him before he departed, sir. But we'll. Hey, man! I wanted to tell you thank you for being on.
He may still be with us.
He's still with us. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. Sure. As you've been talking about the cryptocurrency, and of course, I was listening to hear about the solar farm piece that you didn't get. I don't think you talked much about it because I've been in and out. My question was, how do you impact people who don't understand the cryptocurrency piece? Because I've been studying it for probably the last year, and still in studying it, you really can't. It's hard to get a grasp of how this whole piece works together. How do you come to age with what's going on?
No, it took me a minute to understand it. I mean, luckily I was in finance, so I kind of got it, and I've been advising technology companies, so I can understand it from that level. But like I was saying, when you break it down to the basic level, it's literally a bunch of network computers. The computers are networked, right? It's like a super highway. And basically all that's happening is that all the information that's going on that super highway is put into blocks. That's why they call it blocks, right? All the data, those zeros and ones, all of them are put into blocks. And what happens is it's duplicated on every computer that's tied to the network. So it's hard for people to cheat it because there's a copy, there's a footprint. If you do something wrong, somebody else can figure out what it is. So what they decided to do is to make it available for you to create what they call a token or a currency or a coin on that same network to exchange e-commerce transaction, just like you do it right now with your debit card. When you go online and you go to Amazon and you buy something, you're not transacting a physical dollar, you're transacting a digital representation of a dollar that's sitting in your bank. That digital address goes over there, the merchant takes it, the bank settle it in the background. Now you don't have to have settlement. The digital network allows you to do it instantaneously. That's why it's future. Remember, money didn't used to be paper. And when money wasn't paper, it was gold. It was other things. Some long time ago it was shit. Yeah. So that's just that part, understanding how it works.
So with the guy by the name of Akon doing the city in Senegal and creating his own coin, will people be able to create their own coin in other places around the world, or how does that work?
The Expo could create a coin if it wanted to, and across his vendors utilize it. So anyone can do that. What Akon did, I'm very familiar with that. I actually met with the same billionaire that helped make it possible for him to actually make that coin functionable in West Africa, where this gentleman actually built a marvelous city in 10 years, over $1 billion. So he actually met with Akon the week after he met with me. And so I'm just telling you, yes, you can do that. Akon didn't create I think I froze, sorry.
But we can hear you. We still can hear you.
Okay. Akon didn't create a cryptocurrency from scratch. He actually created one on a network that already exists. And so that's what he was able to do. And then with the programming, he was able to make it so that the people in that country or in that area would be able to use his payment. In that region, would be able to use his payment service. But because he's, I don't know if you remember something called Pesa in Kenya. They were the first one to do the mobile app for money to go for the unbanked.
Yeah.
Well, they charge fees. With the crypto, he's not charging fees for the transactions. So that is going to go really big. So people getting paid at the hospital, people paying hospital bill, getting government money is being converted into his cryptocurrency, and then they're being able to use it in transactions. So he got a very strong use case. He'll probably be doing $1 billion to $2 billion worth of transaction a year just through this Mawali city in there. So yes, anybody can create a cryptocurrency, but again, it's like anything else. You got to create a market. What makes his so valuable is that he was able, well, one, he can use his name to create a distribution market, but he was able to link up with Mr. Malawi, who basically gave him a market. And that's what's happening now, and that's going to help him as well in developing his city. One of my comments, just real quick, Dr. Rogers, to Mr. Malawi was, I hope you get what Akon, because he's building a city, and I'm tired of seeing our celebrities go out there and try to do these big things, and they don't have the experts behind them to make it happen. And then everybody talks about them, that they're not a success and all that. And because they're in the limelight, we then say, oh, shoot, Akon was my hero, and he failed, so I can't do it if he can't do it.
That's right.
Well,
That's
now he's got a brother who's a billionaire that's built cities, helping him build his city. And that's going to be, Akon City will be a real, and that's what I said to him. And that's when he said to me, oh, Akon's going to be coming to the house to meet with us next. And ever since then, they send me updates, pictures of him and Akon. He just sent me their latest video from Akon City that they're putting out to show that the payments, but the distribution network is important. So we can also talk about that as a platform for the expo as well, to think about it utilizing cryptocurrency for its marketplace and its members as well, because this expo has value, and if you have value, you can capture it, you can trade it around the world. So just something to think about as well. In West Africa, the coalition of West African countries under the African Union, they're looking at developing a currency to trade among their countries.
Well, I think that's
and
my
Mr. Webb, make sure you send them invoice. I just want to say, because you give such great advice and people who take advantage of it, and they literally are able to place billions in others' hands, make sure you send the proper invoice.
This guy right here, man. This guy right here. I'm bringing him aboard. He gonna tell you to send me a bill. That's cold blood. But hey, great job.
Hey, we're in a capitalist society. What can I say?
Want to take it like that? I was talking about Malawi and Akon. Yeah, I'm talking about Malawi and Akon. A hit dog will holler. But I'm talking about Malawi and Akon. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, hey, look.
We're going to come up with some of those smart contracts. We're going to make sure that, these digital properties are properly compensated for sure. Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Look, hey, Tim, Dennis will tell you, I'm always looking to find the money. And the piece that you talked about mining, the part that you talked about mining is really critical for those who don't know. That nugget alone, if people would just invest in that idea of mining, that's where the money is. I've been checking it out. You're the first person that I've had an opportunity to talk to that I can trust.
Doc Kelly, they're making 300% return mining, and the Chinese are the ones that have the most of it. It's crazy. So it's hard to even get the equipment now because it's so lucrative. So we need to take a stake in that. If there's anything I would say to our organization, if you're buying any new IT computer sets for your business or for your institution, you ought to be buying it, but also having some mining capabilities so you can be generating money when you're not using your network. So, there's different things like that we can talk about.
Yeah, we got to go, man. We got to go. We're going to another side of the station. Background.
All right.
Thanks again.
Thank you very much. We'll be in touch.
And Black business.
Take care.
Do you support Black business?